Chapter 871. Cough cough. This old subject greets your majesty. Chang Yaojin, who originally wanted to slip away, was pestered by Li Gang. As a result, he missed the best opportunity to slip away. When Li Er arrived, he just happened to see him. Chang Yaojin coughed for a while and bowed. At the same time, this old fellow had already thought of an excuse. As long as Li Er asked him why he was here, he would say that he was looking for Li Zishuan to treat his illness. This could be considered a self-justifying explanation. But who knew that Li Er didn't ask any questions? He only looked at him expressionlessly and walked past him to the rostrum. Duke Lu, how dare you? You are deceiving the emperor. Li Er couldn't be bothered to argue with Chang Yaojin, but that didn't mean that others didn't want to argue with him. As a matter of fact, when Wei Er walked past Chang Yaojin, he scolded him in a low voice. Chang Yaojin rolled his eyes, but he wasn't afraid. Deceiving the emperor? I, old Chang, am sick. How is that deceiving the emperor? You, Wei Xuanqing, can slander others as you wish, but don't slander me, old Chang. You Duke Lu, don't go too far. When has this old man slandered others? Meeting Chang Yaojin, who wasn't afraid of anything and whose words could anger people to death, Wei Zhang could be considered to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Chang Yaojin's few words made him tremble in anger. These two people, one was a fighting spirit, and the other was an old bastard. Of course, there would be no end to their quarrel. Fortunately, they were standing at the back and their voices were relatively low. Li Er, who was in front, didn't notice them. Otherwise, these two people would have a hard time eating. Not bad. I haven't seen them for a month. But these students look even more energetic. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan's original excellent seat in the center was, of course, occupied by the bandit Li Er. Looking at the more than 600 students standing upright below, Li Er nodded and praised. Not to mention other things, just the spirit, qi, and spirit were comparable to the soldiers of many places. Humph, they are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They are just looks. Students were still students after all. Could training them for a month turn them into elite soldiers? This old man has already asked around. The students here usually just stand in line and run around. Today I will let the civil and military officials and ambassadors see how ridiculous it is for you, Li Zishuan, to be so serious about military training. Cui Shanfu stood at the back and looked at Li Zishuan gloomily. He sneered in his heart. What he didn't know was that with Li Zishuan's current cultivation, his perception of his surroundings had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Although he had only taken a glance, Li Zishuan seemed to have sensed something. Although there was no killing intent in Cui Shanfu's eyes, there was a strong resentment. Today, old Li suddenly brought all the civil and military officials and envoys to the academy. Something was wrong. Li Zishuan's expression did not change, but he secretly thought to himself, Your Majesty is too kind. As the Emperor's students, of course they should act like the Emperor's students. Otherwise, what right do they have to continue staying in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan went along with Li Er's words and flattered him. Ha! All right, let the students continue. Li Er laughed in exasperation. Li Zishuan naturally did not have any objections. However, the officials all opened their eyes wide, waiting to see what kind of surprise Li Zishuan would give them. Class 1 students, continue the performance. Class 2 students, get ready. Li Zishuan walked to the side of the rostrum and said loudly, Beep! Pang Feiji received the order and blew a long bamboo whistle. Then, he shouted in an even louder voice than before, Class 1 students, listen to my command. Start running. As soon as he finished, there was a whoosh, and all 41 students raised their arms in unison. Bang! 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 Then, the students' orderly footsteps could be heard. The footsteps of more than 40 people sounded as if they were made by a single person. There was not a trace of noise, and there was not a trace of sloppiness. Looking at the team again, everyone's clothes, footsteps, and movements were all the same. Even the rise and fall of their bodies were in sync. On the rostrum, Li Er, the civil and military officials, the envoys, and even the teachers from Yanhuang College were all shocked. The Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. It could be said that most of the people here had seen the Tang Empire's elite army. It was undeniable that this group of students could not be compared to the Tang Empire's official army. However, they had only received a month of training, and they could already do this. It was truly shocking, and to be honest, there were not many soldiers in the entire Tang Empire who could run in such unison. What had happened in the past month? What kind of place was Yanhuang College? This was the question that many of the officials were thinking about. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. While everyone was still in a daze, Pang Feiji began to shout the slogan. He knew that if he did not use the slogan to coordinate the students' footsteps would definitely become chaotic. 1, 2, 3, 4. After a month of military training, the students had already formed a conditioned reflex. Every time they heard the instructor shout the slogan, they would always subconsciously shout along. More than 40 people shouted as if there were more than 100 people. The sound waves surged and reached the clouds. The people on the rostrum stared unblinkingly at the Class 1 students on the track. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the students had already finished one lap. During the entire process, no one fell behind, and no one took a wrong step. The slogan and footsteps were the same from beginning to end. Everyone thought that the performance had ended. Who knew that after Pang Feiji had reorganized the team, he shouted again, "Class 1 students, listen to my command. Line. Formation." Swoosh. With a sound, the students all took small steps and scattered. Within a few breaths, the 41 students had already lined up in a neat but imperfect formation. 6 by 6, 36 by 7, 49 by 7. They were only 41 people, so it was impossible to form a perfect formation. Each of them stood upright on the field, like pine trees motionless. They ordered their movements to be still, to stand like a pine tree, to sit like a bell, and to move like the wind. Although these students weren't soldiers, their actions were no different from those of the regular army. Are these people students or the Tang Empire's army? Aluo Na Shun stared and asked the translator beside him. The translator looked at Chui Shanfu awkwardly. After seeing the latter nod with a dark face, he replied, "Great Minister, these are indeed the students of Yanhuang College. They are not the regular army of the Tang Empire." "Are they really students?" Aluo Na Shun was in a daze for a moment. After a while, he muttered to himself, "No wonder the Tang Empire is so powerful. Even the students of the college are so brave and disciplined. They are really the best country in the world." Chapter 872. It wasn't that the students of Yanhuang College had high aptitude or powerful abilities, but that they had undergone extremely harsh training in the past month. Li Zixuan, Qin Xiong, and Cheng Yaojin had given them a huge amount of pressure, prompting them to constantly transform. Some people didn't want to suffer and didn't want to undergo training. Fine, then they could go to the little dark room and stay there. In any case, the people who had been to the little dark room were all lifeless after coming out as if their souls had been sucked out. After they recovered, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't be willing to enter the little dark room again. Every time they passed by the little dark room, they had to take a detour, afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Moreover, whenever someone mentioned the little dark room, their expressions would change. As long as they didn't enter the little dark room, even if it was tiring military training, they would still be happy. The students who had suffered before had a deep understanding of this. Everyone was forced to do so. Everyone had huge hidden potential. They were born in sorrow and died in peace and happiness. If they were forced into a corner, they could go to Liangshan. Heroes were created by the times. Many things that they thought were impossible were nothing more than that when they looked back. Under appropriate pressure, people would discover that there was a small universe hidden in their bodies. It was just that they hadn't developed it before. It was precisely because of this pressure that the students were able to complete their transformation within a month. Now they were lying down like a bough, standing like a pine tree, unmoving like a bell, and walking like a gust of wind. Although they looked bright on the surface, countless sweat, blood, and tears had condensed behind them. No one could succeed so easily. The envoys of the Nanyang countries were dumbfounded. The courtiers of the Great Tang, especially the generals, were not calm either. When it came to military training, they were the ones who had the most right to speak. It was simply a miracle that Li Zixuan was able to train a group of powerless students into such a well-disciplined team in just a short month. They came late and didn't see the simple actions of standing at attention, taking a break, walking in unison, running, and other actions that the students had done earlier. However, even if they saw it, they wouldn't care much. However, the last item, the change in military formation, had a different meaning. Many generals realized that the speed at which the students changed their formation was about the same as the soldiers in the military camp. How could this be? One had to know that they were real soldiers, and these people in front of them were just a bunch of kids. Many of them were the second generation of rich playboys in Chang'an City. Since when could the soldiers in the barracks not even compare to those rich second generations? Yuqi Jingda, Niujinda, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, Chu Tudong, Ho Junji, and the other military bigwigs began to think about how they should properly train their soldiers. Otherwise, if Li Er went to the barracks to inspect the soldiers and found that their training wasn't much better than Yanhuang colleges, wouldn't they be finished? Beep! Pang Feiji led the students of Class 1 into the Swan Formation and Long Snake Formation. Then, he blew the whistle and instructed the students to return to their teams. The students of Class 2 were led by their instructors to the track and continue with their performance. Just like this, class after class took place. Li Zixuan had originally thought that Li Er would return to the palace after watching the performances of 2 or 3 classes. After all, the emperor had so many things to do every day. How could he possibly stay here for an entire morning? But unexpectedly, old Li did not leave until the last class went on stage to perform. He was still sitting there with a relaxed look on his face as he watched the performance of the students with great interest. If he didn't leave, how could the other officials dare to leave? They could only obediently accompany him on the side. The foreign envoys were already numb from the shock. They seemed to have seen just how powerful the Great Tang's army was from the military training of Yanhuang College. Just think about it, if even the students were so well trained and disciplined, how could the Great Tang's army be weak? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. The foreign envoys all made up their minds. When they returned to their countries, they would definitely tell their respective monarchs everything that they had seen and heard today. The Great Tang was too powerful. Just a group of scholars was more well-trained than the regular army of their countries. They couldn't afford to offend such a country. This military training performance was undoubtedly a success. The big shots on the rostrum were also very satisfied. But of course, there was also someone who wasn't satisfied. It was Cui Shanfu, who had always found Li Zixuan an eyesore. At this moment, this old man's face was as black as ink. He glared at Li Zixuan hatefully and thought unwillingly, "How is this possible? Li Zixuan has never been in a military camp before. He doesn't know anything about military affairs. How could he train a group of weak scholars to such a level in such a short time? This doesn't make sense." Beep. Next up is the last event of today's performance. Taiji Fist. After learning for so long, it's time to test whether you've put in the effort. All students, listen to my command and move with me. Up. Taiji Yin, Yang, and Xuanji are clear and bright. Only when you fully comprehend the loosening and tightening skills will you succeed. While Cui Shanfu was still in a daze, Li Zixuan had already stepped down from the rostrum and personally took over the command. He also started to lead the students to practice Taiji Fist. Why didn't they practice on the rostrum? If they stood higher up, it would be more convenient for the students to see. Cough, cough. Did you think he didn't want to? There were too many people up there. He couldn't let go of his hands and feet at all. In fact, the students of the academy had only been learning Taiji Fist for a week. In terms of proficiency, it was definitely far from enough. In order to prevent people from dropping the ball midway and forgetting the movements, Li Zixuan decided to lead them to practice together at the last minute. This was not in his original plan. The main reason was that Li Er had brought all the civil and military officials and the envoys of the Nanyang countries today. The academy definitely couldn't lose face at this time. He chanted the rhyme and pushed his hands in a circle. His body was relaxed and relaxed. The students followed behind him and did the same. Although their movements were not as synchronized as when they were running earlier, they were still considered neat. More importantly, when they sensed Li Zishuan's Dao realm and entered the zone, their movements would become more and more orderly. When the military generals standing on the rostrum saw Li Zishuan and the 600 students start to practice Taiji Fist, they were all shocked. To the upper echelons, there were no secrets in Chang'an City. That day, when Cheng Chumo used Taiji to break through the realm, they all received the news afterward. Now that they had the opportunity to see Li Zishuan practice Taiji Fist in person, how could they not seize the opportunity to observe and observe? Even Li Er couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After all, although he was an emperor, he was also a martial artist at the same time. Chapter 873. One person practicing Taiji Fist might not seem like much, but more than 600 people practicing Taiji Fist together was a shocking scene. When Li Zishuan held the circle, the students followed suit. When Li Zishuan lifted the knee, the students followed suit. When Li Zishuan pushed horizontally, the students followed suit. Taiji Fist gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams determined good or bad luck, and good or bad luck led to great undertakings. Taiji Fist contained the truth of Taoism, and at the same time it also contained the Tao of heaven and earth. More than 600 people practicing Taiji Fist together made everyone on the field gradually enter the realm of Tao. This was a wonderful feeling that could not be described with words. It was a bit similar to the Sanskrit of Buddhism. If you had been to a pure Buddhist temple and immersed yourself in the Sanskrit, you would definitely feel a sense of comfort. Taoism did not have Buddhist scriptures, but Taoism had the Tao Te Ching and Taiji Fist, which contained the essence of the Tao Te Ching. Arms, knees, mind, and all. If you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. Time passed slowly. As Li Zishuan recited the last line of the song, the performance of Taiji Fist finally came to an end. The students withdrew their legs and returned to their standing posture. Li Zishuan habitually wiped his forehead, but there was no sweat on it. With his current martial arts cultivation, he rarely sweated. Unless it was a life-and-death battle, he would definitely not use his full strength. Well, the military training performance is officially over. Of course, the military training that made you suffer for a month is also over. Congratulations! From today onwards, you are officially students of Yanhuang College. A brand new door of knowledge is open for you. After practicing Taiji Fist, Li Zishuan went up to the rostrum. The successful military training performance made this guy a little carried away. Before Li Er went up to speak, he directly shouted to the students below. Clap, 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 clap. The students unconsciously clapped because they finally heard the news from Li Zishuan that the military training was coming to an end. This feeling was even better than drinking a cup of iced tea. Nowadays, clapping had become a tradition of the academy. Whenever they encountered something that made them want to slap the table and cheer, they would just clap and be done with it. I hope that in your future studies, you will remember your unwillingness to endure hardships and perseverance during military training. The future of Yanhuang College needs you to forge, and the future of the Great Tang needs you to personally participate. Do you still remember what I told you at the start of school? As a disciple of Yanhuang, he had to establish his heart for the heavens and earth, and establish his life for the people. I hope you will always remember this. Do you understand? Understood. Over 600 students roared in unison. All right, I know you're all tired. Starting from this afternoon, you'll have 3 days off. Go home and have a good rest. 3 days later, come here and prepare to accept new knowledge and a new world. When the students heard this, they were so excited that they wanted to cheer loudly. However, Li Zishuan changed his tone and said, Ahem, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Next, let's welcome the Dean of Yanhuang College, the current emperor, to give you a few words of advice. Everyone, let's welcome him. Smack! Smack, smack. After saying that, this guy was the first to applaud. The students below the stage were stunned, but they were only stunned for a moment before they followed suit and applauded. Turned out that it was Li Zixuan who was talking enthusiastically just now. As he was talking, he wanted to dismiss the students directly. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable murderous aura. Glancing sideways, he realized that it was Li Er who was staring at him with ill intentions. After being in the Great Tang for so long, Li Zixuan still had a bit of EQ. This guy instantly understood that he had spoken before the old leader. If this was in his previous life, it would be a big taboo. One day, the leader would make things difficult for you. Fortunately, his relationship with Old Li had always been good. Moreover, Old Li wasn't a petty person, so he didn't have to worry too much. Seeing that Li Zixuan was tactful, Li Er finally retracted his slightly threatening gaze. Then, he slowly stood up and walked to the front of the rostrum. Looking at the 600 students below the stage, he said in a deep voice, "In the past, Yu Yamacho said that the youth's wisdom is the wisdom of the country, the youth's wealth is the wealth of the country, and the youth's strength is the strength of the country. At that time, although we also felt that the young people were able to handle the country's affairs with ease, we felt that they lacked experience and were afraid of hardship. We felt that they couldn't bear the burden of the Great Tang's national fate. However, after watching your military training performance today, we feel that you might really be able to. Do you have confidence in yourselves?" At the last sentence, Li Er's voice suddenly became loud and clear. Yes, the imperial power of the emperor was the most sacred thing in the world. People had an unforgettable reverence and worship for the emperor. Many of these students had never seen Li Er's appearance in their lives. Now, not only did they see him, but Li Er was also speaking to them. Not only did he speak, but his words also revealed that he valued them immensely. A soldier could die for his bosom friend. This was a true example of a ruler treating one as a nation's soldier, so one could only repay the ruler as a nation's soldier. The moment Li Er finished speaking, the 600-some students immediately roared in unison. Their roars shook the heavens as if they wanted to break through the clouds. At this moment, the atmosphere of the military training performance finally reached its highest climax. We also know that all of you are thinking about the holidays and must be anxious to return home. We won't say much. We only hope that all of you can become pillars that can bear the burden of the Great Tang's national fate. Alright, all of you are dismissed. Li Er wasn't like those leaders that Li Zixuan had seen who liked to speak at length at every conference. He only said a few words before very cooperatively announcing the dismissal of the performance. Seeing how open-minded Li Er was, the students inwardly sighed in admiration. The current emperor was truly a wise divine lord that was hard to come by in several hundred years. This made them even more determined to become pillars of the country. My beloved subjects, what do you think? As the students scattered, Li Er turned to the officials and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" The officials looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of Li Er's question. Seeing that no one answered, Li Er looked at the Nanyang envoy group again. To be precise, he looked at the great minister of the Jianri dynasty, Alam Nazhun, and asked, "What do you think of the Great Tang's Academy?" Until now, the shock on Alam Nashuan's face had not completely dissipated. He collected his thoughts and took a step forward to answer, "The Great Tang Academy is full of talents. The students of the academy are disciplined and full of vitality. I, Alam Nazhun, am extremely impressed. The servant of Jinla country, Yatu, is also deeply impressed. Bai Weiyu of Piao country is impressed. Even if Piao country built an academy with the strength of the entire country, I'm afraid it would still be difficult to compare." For a moment, the praises and sighs were endless. Old Li was overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 874. Prepare the carriage. Return to the palace. Li Er was extremely satisfied with the reactions of the envoys. Weren't there people who questioned Yanhuang College's ability to run a school and questioned Yanhuang College's military training system? Today's joint performance gave those who questioned it a resounding slap in the face. It made him extremely happy. "Your subjects respectfully send off your majesty." Li Zishuan, Li Gang, and the others bowed and saluted. They were all secretly relieved to varying degrees. They had finally sent this lord away. Li Er waved his hand and led the civil and military officials down from the rostrum and then left the academy. Cui Shanfu hung at the back of the line, his old face very ugly. This time, he urged the envoys of the Nanyang countries to visit Yanhuang College. Not only did he not discredit Li Zishuan, but he also helped Li Zishuan become more popular. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. 10 days from now, I will inspect the 16 guards. I hope that the soldiers in the barracks will not slack off. Those who slack off in training will be dealt with according to military law. On the way back, Li Er casually instructed the generals on his left and right. The generals behind him were all shocked, thinking to themselves that the most worrying thing had happened. When they were watching the military training of the students of Yanhuang Academy, they were worried that Li Er would suddenly have the urge to go to the barracks for a review after watching it. Now it seemed that their worries had come true. It wasn't that their troops couldn't withstand Li Er's inspection, but a formal military inspection would definitely be completely different from the military training joint performance of Yanhuang College. Generally speaking, the military's daily drill was definitely not as good as Li Zishuan's military training joint performance. It emphasized more on actual combat. The generals were worried that Li Er would have preconceived notions after watching this military training exercise. When he went to the barracks to watch the soldiers practice, he would have a psychological gap. Then, wouldn't they inexplicably become the scapegoat? Your subjects obey your orders. The generals felt bitter in their hearts and cupped their hands in acknowledgement. At the same time, they secretly decided that from today onwards, they would fiercely train the soldiers under them. Since they could not compare to the spectacle, they would let Li Er see their hard work. As for imitating Yanhuang College's military training model, it was better to forget about it. Not a single general thought about this. Firstly, they were not willing. Secondly, they did not dare. It should be known that Li Er was about to become the emperor. Who would dare to fool him with superficial projects in the military? Wasn't this courting death? Just after noon, the students of Yanhuang College were on holiday. The original 3-day holiday became 3.5 days, which made many students happy. The local students of Chong and went straight home. As for the students from other places, the 3.5 days of vacation was enough for them to go out and have fun together. After all, he had suffered for a month. It was time for him to go out and relax. However, some people were unwilling to leave, such as Chung Chumo and Li Tai, who were the second generation of playboys in Chang'an. For them, even if they went home, they would be bored to death. It was better to stay at the academy. Big brother, can you go to the Yamacho and ask for a football for us? At this moment, this group of people was sneakily discussing something downstairs. Li Tai patted Li Qingxian's arm and urged him. Hey, that's right. This group of playboys did not want to go home because they wanted to play football together at the academy. Couldn't be helped. The new game of football was too attractive. They had only played one game that day, but they were already obsessed with football. When they went home, there was no football, no place to play football, and no friends to play football with. So why would they go back? Wasn't it just looking for trouble for themselves? Why me? Qing Ke, can't you go by yourself? Li Chengqian took 2 steps back and said with a speechless face. Li Tai laughed and said, Big brother, we are all students of the academy. This student is naturally afraid of the teacher, let alone the Yamacho. But you are not the same. You are not a student now. You are the crown prince of the Tang Empire, so... I know? What the F***CK do I know? Li Chengqian almost spat out blood when he heard this. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Li Huairan, Sun Zifan, Chu Yanfu, Qin Huayu, and the others were all looking at him with burning gazes. So he could only brace himself and say, All right, I'll go. Then he ran upstairs. In the end, he also wanted to play football himself. Otherwise, how could he be so easily fooled by Li Tai? Football? It's in the corner. Gao Ming. Take it yourself. Li Zishuan, who was writing a lesson plan in the office, pointed behind the door and said after hearing Li Chengqian's intention, Then he continued to write at his desk. Speaking of which, no one dared to command the crown prince to take things. Oh! Li Chengqian saw that Li Zishuan was very busy and did not say much. He picked up the football and was about to go out. When he was at the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head and said, "Xiaoxian, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to introduce a batch of football to the academy? Why haven't you?" "Oh, the workshop is not done yet. I'll have them send it over when they are done." Li Zishuan patted his head and replied. The truth was that this guy only mentioned it that day and forgot about it after saying it. He did not even mention it to the workshop. "I see." Li Chengqian nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiaoxian, Changel has loved to play football since she was young, but the rubber balls in Shi City are not as light as your football. Can you see if you can get one from your batch of football?" This guy wanted to trick Li Zishuan's football. Now that the academy's military training was over, he had to return to the palace. Although he could come out in the future, it was still inconvenient. Therefore, he had a bright idea and came up with this idea. Li Zishuan stopped what he was doing and raised his head. "Okay, since Changel wants it, then give her one from the academy's football. I'll have someone send it to you when it's done." Li Chengqian was delighted. Just as he was about to thank him, his expression suddenly became strange. "Xiaoxian, are you interested in my sister?" After pondering for a long time, Li Chengqian finally asked the question in his heart. Li Zishuan's old face darkened and he almost vomited blood. He pointed at Li Chengqian and was so angry that he could not speak. Li Chengqian was not to be outdone and continued, "Xiaoxian, if you are not interested in Changel, then why do you immediately give her whatever she wants? Qin Ke has been asking you for this football for a long time, and you still haven't given it to her." Hearing this reason, Li Zishuan was both angry and amused. He straightened his face and pointed at Li Chengqian. "Brilliant. I'll pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. If you and Qin Ke are willing to compete with a 7- or 8-year-old girl, then I can only say that you two have lived like dogs for all these years. As for Changel, not only do I give her what she wants, but I also give Lan what she wants. Is there anything strange about that?" Chapter 875. Ahem. I'm just asking casually. Xiaoxian, don't get agitated. It's good that you didn't. In the principal's office, Li Chengqian saw Li Zishuan bristling with anger and hurriedly waved his hand in embarrassment. In fact, the reason why he asked this question was mainly because the sudden marriage proposal from the Grand Minister of the Jianri dynasty, Aluonazhan, gave him a wake-up call. At that time, he realized that someone had set their eyes on Changel. Since then, his nerves had become sensitive. Now that he saw Li Zishuan like this, how could Li Chengqian not know that he was overthinking? Thus, he hurriedly apologized. In fact, he didn't have any prejudice against Li Zishuan. It was just that he thought that Changel was still young. Moreover, Li Zishuan already had a family. As the apple of his father's eye, how could Changel marry Li Zishuan? And most importantly, his sister and Li Zishuan both had the surname Li. They wouldn't marry if they had the same surname. Not marrying if they had the same surname was a traditional marriage taboo in China. It meant that men and women with the same surname were not allowed to marry. The ethics and laws of the Pre-Qin and the Tuhan dynasties were against marrying if they had the same surname. Not marrying if they had the same surname started in the early days of the Western Zhou dynasty in China. It was a rule left behind by the Zhou people when they practiced marriage outside the clan. In the spring and autumn period, people had a better understanding that marrying if they had the same surname would cause deformity and infertility in the offspring. However, marrying if they had the same surname still happened occasionally among the aristocrats. After the Warring States period, surnames were used. After the Han dynasty, surnames were not distinguished. Thus, marrying if they had the same surname was not prohibited. In the Tang dynasty, marrying if they had the same surname followed the ancient system. The Tang law stipulated that if they married if they had the same surname, they would be apprentices for 2 years. If they had the same surname and were of the same clan, they would be punished for adultery. The Ming and Qing law stipulated that if they married if they had the same surname, they would be beaten 60 times and divorced. However, Surnames in ancient times were different from those in later times. In ancient times, people with the same surname must be of the same clan. In later times, people with the same surname might not necessarily be related by blood. Therefore, this rule was deleted in the Qing criminal law at the end of the Qing dynasty. In the Zhou system, marrying if they had the same surname, it might not be the same in the Han dynasty. There were also cases of marrying if people with the same surname. For example, the Tongdian recorded that Empress Lu married Lu Yun. Therefore, after confirming that Li Zixuan really didn't have any thoughts about Chang'e and only treated her as his younger sister, Li Chengqian heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Zixuan was interested in Chang'e, things would be too troublesome. Li Chengqian didn't want his younger sister to suffer. You've already taken the football. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave, Li Zixuan said in an indifferent tone. He was a little angry, but he did not know why he was angry. Was it anger from being misunderstood? Or was it because the truth had been exposed? As the crown prince of a country, he was actually expelled as an unwelcome guest. However, Li Chengqian was not angry. There was only awkwardness and relief on his face. He laughed dryly and left with the football in his arms. Yamacho, Jinla, Piao, and Funan envoys request an audience. About an hour after Li Chengqian left, the office door was opened again. Mo Zhong walked in and bowed. They came to see me? Did he say what happened? Li Zixuan put down the pencil in his hand and asked doubtfully. Mo Zhong shook his head and said, Yamacho, they didn't say. Do you want to see them or not? Li Zixuan frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, Let them in. Yes. After a while, 3 middle-aged brown-skinned men in silk came in with 3 servants. Speaking of which, after these envoys arrived in Chang'e, they were naturally like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. They felt that everything they saw was good, so they began to crazily buy mode. They naturally bought a lot of silk, satin, and exquisite porcelain, so these envoys were now all wearing silk clothes. Greetings, Marquis. After the 3 of them came in, they all bowed to Li Zixuan politely and then said in very stiff Chinese. Previously, they had all seen Li Zixuan during the military training, so there was no need for introduction. They knew that the young man in the room was Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and stretched out his hand. You don't have to be so courteous. Please sit. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. These envoys were very respectful, and they even learned a sentence in Chinese in order to see him. This made Li Zixuan feel very comfortable in his heart. What was a celestial kingdom? Not only were you strong, but you also had to let the whole world learn your language. That was a celestial kingdom. Li Zixuan felt that in the future, his descendants should be able to escape the fate of learning English. He believed that with the combined efforts of himself and Yanhuang College's teachers and students, they could make Chinese the world's language. Of course, the envoys couldn't understand Li Zixuan's words. The 3 interpreters immediately helped to translate. The 3 envoys thanked them and carefully sat on the sofa next to them. They were all shocked when they sat down. What kind of chair was this? Why was it so soft? The envoys had thought that they were very knowledgeable after walking around Chang and city in the past few days. However, after coming to Yanhuang College, which was full of high-rise buildings and glass walls, they found that their little knowledge was not enough. Everything here was so novel and luxurious, just like the heavenly palace of the divine kingdom. With these surprises, they were even more in awe of Li Zixuan, the founder of Yanhuang College. This young man was really mysterious and powerful. No wonder he was valued by the Tang Emperor and was conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age. Thank you, Marquis. We came here this time to bring some specialties for Marquis. I hope you will kindly accept them, Marquis. Pu Yatu, the envoy of Jinla, handed over a brocade box and said with a smile, Marquis, this is a little gift from our monarch. Please accept it. The other 2 envoys followed suit. They each took out a very beautiful box and handed it over. Even without a translator, Li Zixuan understood what they meant. He leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. He did not take the gift box. If you have something to say, please say it directly. I don't like to beat around the bush. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. After taking someone else's money, he had to do things for them. Although Li Zixuan never thought of himself as an honest and upright official, he didn't want to accept people's gifts for no reason. Besides, he didn't lack money. Ahem. Marquis is indeed a selfless, honest, and upright person. We admire you. Seeing that Li Zixuan did not accept the gift, their hearts sank. Pu Yata coughed twice and said embarrassedly. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter whether I am honest or not. Let's talk about the matter." The three of them looked at each other. In the end, Pu Yata stood up and said, "Marquis, His Majesty appointed you as the Commissioner of the Department of Shipping. In the future, our countries will inevitably have to deal with Marquis often. We came here in advance to get familiar with you." Chapter 876. So that's how it is. In the principal's office, Li Zixuan heard Pu Yatu's words and realized that he had another job, the right supervisor of the Bureau of Imports. In the future, he would be the second in command of the Great Tang's General Administration of Customs. This marquis has received your goodwill. Since His Majesty has decided to open up sea trade, as long as you don't violate the laws of the Great Tang, this marquis and King Hejian will not make things difficult for you. Li Zixuan indifferently said, Yes, Marquis, be at ease. We definitely won't violate the laws of the Great Tang. But, Marquis, are there any divine immortal mirrors and colored glass cups in your curious pavilion that you can't touch? Would it be possible for you to sell them to us through sea trade? Pu Yata humbly smiled. Speaking of the fairy mirror, colored glass cup, and other products from the strange pavilion, Pu Bayatu and the others were shocked after seeing them 2 days ago. They used up all their remaining wealth to buy the products from the strange pavilion, but they still felt that it was far from enough. Once they brought the fairy mirror and colored glass cup back to their country, they could make 10 or dozens of times the profit by selling them. But then again, no matter how much wealth they had, they couldn't buy so many divine immortal mirrors, colored glass cups, and don't touch me in such a short amount of time. Most of these items were rare and sometimes difficult to buy even if one had the money. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to personally visit Li Zixuan. First, they wanted to pay respects to Li Zixuan, and second, they wanted to discuss business with him. Divine immortal mirrors and colored glass cups can't be touched, so it turns out that emissaries are interested in these items. But I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. These items are still in short supply within the Great Tang, and this marquis has yet to consider selling them to other countries. Li Zixuan finally understood why these 3 emissaries had come to find him today, but he truly had no plans to expand the Curious Pavilion's overseas business. Marquis, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The products of the Curious Pavilion are of excellent quality, and our king will probably be very fond of them. When the time comes, the price won't be a problem. If you sell them to us, you'll definitely make more money than in the Great Tang. Please reconsider. A trace of anxiety flashed across Pu Yatu's face as he said hurriedly. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm currently busy with official business. I don't want to be distracted by business. Let's talk about this later. This was an order for him to leave. Pu Yatu had stayed in Chang'an for a long time and had some understanding of the culture of the Tangs. But he was not willing to return empty-handed. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had an idea and raised his head. We know that Marquis is rich and doesn't care about money. However, there are some things that Marquis cares about. For example, food and rubber. This one has heard that Marquis has asked someone to transport a large amount of rubber from an island in the south for the Tang Imperial Court's trade. It just so happens that the Jinla Kingdom also has a large rubber forest. As long as Marquis agrees to provide the Jinla Kingdom with some celestial immortal mirrors, colored glass cups, and don't touch me, our monarch will definitely be willing to exchange food and rubber belts with you. Of course, if you are not satisfied, we can also add some jade and the best quality ivory. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. He stared at Pu Yatu and asked, Are you serious? Does the Jinla Kingdom really have rubber forests? It must be known that if one wanted to build a modern industrial system, they absolutely could not do without rubber. Although synthetic rubber could also be used in addition to natural rubber, the synthetic rubber process was too complicated and difficult to complete with the current industrial base. As for natural rubber, Li Zixuan had not found a wild rubber forest in the Tang Empire or a place suitable for rubber production. After the founding of China, in order to break the foreign blockade, large natural rubber plantations were built in Yunnan, Hainan, and other places. This showed that the climate there was suitable for the growth of rubber trees. Li Zixuan could follow suit and plant a batch of rubber seeds in the south of the Tang Empire to establish natural rubber plantations. But the problem was that he had no connections there. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. Who would pay attention to a marquis account over there? Now that he heard that there were rubber trees in the Jinla kingdom, this was really unexpected good news. This one would never dare to deceive Marquis. When Marquis sent people to pick rubber on the island, I saw it with my own eyes, and I'm very sure that there are a lot of those trees in the Jinla kingdom. Seeing that Li Zixuan was interested in rubber, Pu Yata hurriedly replied excitedly. This thing was worthless to him, but he could use it as a bargaining chip. It was simply a great deal. Marquis, the Piao kingdom also has rubber trees, and it can also be used as an exchange. Please consider the Piao kingdom Marquis. Marquis, although the Funan kingdom does not have rubber trees, it has a lot of food and jade. If Marquis really needs rubber, our monarch can also send people to plant a lot of it. The Funan kingdom and the Jinla kingdom are neighbors, and we can definitely plant the trees they have. Seeing that the Jinla kingdom was going to get ahead of them, the envoys of the Piao kingdom and the Funan kingdom hurriedly said. After Li Zixuan understood their words, a smile finally appeared on his face. He pondered for a moment and said, "Since you are so sincere, it would be unkind of me if I don't give in. How about this? I will order the Strange Taste Pavilion to expand production as soon as possible, and then I will send a batch of goods to trade with you. If your monarch is really as you say and is willing to accept this deal, then we can cooperate for a long time in the future." In the end, the immortal mirror, the colored glass cup, and the untouchable were all luxury goods. Even if they were sold abroad, it would not harm the interests of the Great Tang. If these envoys asked Li Zixuan for compasses, plows, and new teaching materials that were related to people's livelihood and technology, Li Zixuan would not agree to sell them no matter how much they offered. "Thank you, Marquis. Marquis, rest assured. This one has absolute confidence in convincing our monarch to agree to this deal." Puyatu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. The other two envoys also repeatedly promised Li Zixuan. "You are too polite." Li Zixuan picked up his teacup, took a sip of water, and smiled faintly. As the saying goes, serve tea and send off guests. This Puyatu could still understand. He exchanged glances with the other two and was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis is so straightforward. Then this one will give Marquis a piece of news. May our friendship last for a long time." Chapter 877. What news? Li Zixuan originally thought that this matter was already over, but he did not expect that Puya to seem to have something else to say. Today was really full of twists and turns. Puyatu carefully glanced at the direction of the door. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Messenger, if you have something to say, just say it. No one will eavesdrop outside the door." With his current skills, if someone was eavesdropping nearby, it would definitely be impossible to hide from his perception. But Puyatu's attitude showed that what he was going to say next was definitely not ordinary. Puyatu then opened his mouth and said, "I don't know if Marquis is wondering why we, the messengers, suddenly came to the academy to watch the military training exercise today?" Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, leaned back on the chair and said, "Messenger, if you have something to say, please say it directly." The other two messengers, at this moment, changed their expressions greatly. Puyatu gritted his teeth and said, "The first one who proposed to come to the academy was the great minister of Jianri dynasty, Aluo Nazhun. Although I don't understand the reason, but 2 days ago, Minister Cui often talked to Aluo Nazhun alone, so..." At this point, Puyatu stopped talking because everyone should be able to guess what he was going to say next. Li Zixuan's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Chui family, they were really like maggots attached to bones. Previously, they sent people to assassinate him but did not succeed. Instead, their old nest was destroyed by him. He did not expect that these people would not stop, and now they were secretly playing tricks. It was really disgusting. I know. I will pretend that I did not hear what you said just now. The two of you are not allowed to spread it out. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at the two messengers from Piao country and Funan country, and said in a deep voice. He wanted to settle the score with the Chui family by himself, and did not want to complicate matters. Yes, we understand. We will definitely not spread it out. The two messengers quickly agreed. Young master, why haven't we sold the rent we received this year? At noon on this day, Li Zishuan had just returned from the academy when Xiao He, who was in the courtyard, ran over and asked. Li Zishuan's curiosity was piqued. He asked, "Why? Has Xiao He also started to care about the important matters in the residence?" The Li Zishuan had no intention of selling off the rent they had collected this year. Not only that, Li Zishuan had also bought a lot of food from other farmsteads. Everything was to prepare for the locusts next year. As the saying goes, as long as one has food to spare, one will not panic. Although he knew there would be a locust plague next year, he had never seen one before. God knows what the exact situation would be like when the time came. It was always better to be prepared. Of course, very few people knew about the locust plague. Xiao He definitely didn't know about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked this question. Xiao He, who was not afraid of anything, was startled by Li Zishuan's casual words. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, young master. I didn't mean that. I just heard that the price of food in Chong and has dropped greatly recently when I was helping young madam to buy things in the West Market today. And there is a tendency for it to continue to drop. Only then did I remember that we haven't sold our food yet. She was just a servant girl. How could she be qualified to care about the important matters in the residence? If it were a more narrow-minded mistress, she would definitely be driven out of the house after hearing this sentence. The price of food has dropped greatly? Li Zishuan didn't have as many strange thoughts as Xiao He. He frowned slightly and asked, What is the price of food in Chong and now? Why did the price of food suddenly drop? Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief and explained, Young master, now you can buy a bucket of rice for 2 coins. The reason why it is so cheap is that when the imperial court fleet returned a while ago, the civilian merchant ships also brought back a lot of food. Those merchants were eager to sell off the food, so they all lowered the price of food and wanted to sell it as soon as possible. Now all the major grain stores and granaries in Chong are basically full. Previously, Li Er had decided to let the imperial court organize a fleet to lead civilian merchant ships to trade in Southeast Asia. The main purpose was to exchange for a large amount of food to cope with the locust plague next year. The more than 500 official ships of the imperial court were all full of food when they returned. Li Er didn't have a hard and fast rule for civilian merchant ships, but each family must have at least 2 ships dedicated to carrying food. As a result, when the fleet docked, those civilian merchants were eager to sell the food on the ships. This thing was worthless and would only rot in their hands. 2 coins for a bucket of rice? Damn, a bucket of rice was more than 12 caddies. Li Zishuan suddenly felt that it was a waste of natural resources. Those grain merchants were really wasteful. How could they sell the food so cheaply? Well, okay, I know. Xiao He, you don't have to continue to worry about it. I naturally have my reasons for not selling the food. You can go do your own things. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart at the cheap price of food in the Tang Empire. At the same time, he was quickly analyzing the impact of the fall in food prices on the Tang Empire. In modern times, foreign food had always been cheaper than domestic food. Every year, large amounts of food flowed into China from abroad. As a result, domestic food prices were bound to fluctuate. As the saying went, cheap food hurt the farmers. Many farmers hoped that their food could be sold at a good price while having a good harvest. In order to protect the farmers' enthusiasm, the country could only buy the farmers' food. Most of the food bought by the country didn't enter the market. The farmers thought that their food met the requirements of the market after selling it, but in the end, it was the country that kept it. Although this method would leave behind many hidden dangers and couldn't solve the problem fundamentally, it was still a good way to stabilize the food prices. But in the era he lived in, was it really necessary to stabilize the food prices? At this time, the food in the Tang Empire was mainly in the hands of landlords. After the farmers paid the rent, most of the food left in their hands was only enough for their families to survive. Very few of them would sell their food. If he persuaded Li Er to stabilize the food prices, the landlords would be the ones who would benefit. Cough cough, although he was also a landlord now. In view of this, instead of stabilizing the food prices, he might as well use this opportunity to buy more food and save it for next year's locusts. After sending Xiao He away, Li Zishuan rode his horse back to Chang'an to find butler Wang Zhong. Uncle Wang, help me contact the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce in these 2 days. Tell them that I want to buy a large amount of food and ask for their help. At the same time, I will also get people to build a large granary at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan found Wang Zhong in the front yard of the Li residence and went straight to the point. Chapter 878. Young Master, why are we buying so much food? When Wang Zhong heard that Li Zishuan wanted to buy food, and it seemed that he wanted to buy a lot of it, he was immediately puzzled. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Uncle Wang, you don't have to ask. You'll know the reason when the time comes. Wang Zhong was still worried and said, Young Master, if we buy so much food, won't the government find out and cause the emperor to punish us? It must be known that in ancient times, the government had always strictly prohibited ordinary people from hoarding food, which was a relatively important resource. Buying food without restraint like Li Zishuan did was still somewhat against the taboo. Uncle Wang, you don't have to worry. His Majesty won't blame us. Li Er probably couldn't wait for him to purchase more food for the disaster relief next year. Perhaps old Li was doing the same thing as him now. Wang Zhong had nothing else to say. He nodded and went out to make the arrangements. Now that Li Zishuan had established the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, many things were much easier. This was the power of an alliance. Li Zishuan's guess was right. Li Er was also thinking about taking advantage of the fall in grain prices to buy a large amount of grain. Minister Xiao, do you know about the recent drop in the price of food in Chang'an? Li Er called Xiao Yu over and asked after the morning assembly in Ganlu Hall. Xiao Yu seemed to have realized something. He frowned and said, Your Majesty, I've heard about it. From what I see, the fluctuation in the price of food in Chang'an is mainly caused by the excess food brought back by the fleet going south. However, this is only a temporary effect. Once the excess food is digested by the merchants, the price of food in Chang'an will definitely return to normal. Li Erei smiled inexplicably. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said to Xiao Yu, Minister Xiao, you're right. But in order to stabilize the grain price as soon as possible, I'd like to transfer some money to purchase the extra grain in Chang'an. What do you think? Xiao Yu's eyebrows twitched. As expected, Li Er was thinking about the national treasury again. As the butler of the Tang Empire, he was in charge of the entire country's money bag. Normally, he would spend 1 copper coin like 2 copper coins. When he heard that Li Er wanted to transfer money, Xiao Yu felt his heart ache. How much money does your Majesty intend to take away? Xiao Yu said helplessly. This sea trade has brought huge profits to the imperial court. Now, there should be a lot of money left in the national treasury. I want to take out 50,000 strings of cash to buy food and stabilize the price of food. Minister Xiao, you must arrange this as soon as possible. Li Er calculated in his heart and ordered. The 50,000 strings of cash should not be underestimated. At the current price of 2 copper coins per bushel of rice, 50,000 strings of cash could buy more than 2 million dawn of grain. A month ago, the Great Tang's treasury wouldn't have been able to transfer so much money. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Yu inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. A month ago, the national treasury was indeed unable to take out so much money. But now, 50,000 strings of cash was nothing. Where's Changqian? In the afternoon, Li Er finished his work and let out a sigh of relief. He looked around and suddenly asked Zhao Song, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince should still be in the academy." Zhao Song bowed and replied, "In the academy? What's he doing in the academy?" A month ago, Li Chengqian had entered Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. He had gone through thick and thin with the students of the academy and had undergone military training together. But now that a month had passed, Li Chengqian should have returned to the palace to continue being the crown prince and do what he should do as the crown prince. However, it had been a few days since the end of the military training in Yanhuang College, and Li Er had barely seen Li Chengqian. After serving Li Er for so many years, Zhao Song had a rough idea of what Li Er was thinking. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "The crown prince should be playing Kuju with His Highness King of Wei and His Highness King of Han at the academy." Kuju? Li Er was even more confused. In his eyes, Li Chengqian had always been diligent and eager to learn. How could he forget about work because of a moment of fun? He stood up and said, "Come with me to take a look. These guys are not returning to the palace during the holidays. They're playing Kuju at the academy. This is outrageous." Zhao Song quickly said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and the others are playing Kuju. It's not the Kuju you saw before. It's a new type of ball made by the Marquis of Yong and is very elastic. I heard that they call it a soccer ball." "Soccer ball? Then all the more I want to take a look." Hearing that it was Li Zishuan's new toy, Li Er's interest was piqued. He was wearing casual clothes and did not need to deliberately change. He directly brought Zhao Song out of the palace. "Go on. Cut off his ball. Wow, it's really broken. His Highness King of Han is too fast. What a good ball. His Highness King of Han may be young, but he's too ferocious when he plays. He's as good as two players. Oh no, Cheng Chumo is catching up. I'm afraid His Highness King of Han won't be able to bring him out." Yanhuang College on the sports field. Although it was the holidays, there were still many students gathered there. There was no other reason other than the fact that they could see Li Chengqian, Li Ku, and Cheng Chumo playing soccer. Compared to the last time, the current sports field was undoubtedly more formal. There were already lines, bottom lines, center lines, and center circles on the grass. Moreover, there was no one in the entire college who did not know about soccer. The students were all looking forward to the batch of soccer balls that Li Zishuan had promised to come to the college as soon as possible. Before that, they could only watch Li Chengqian and the others play for fun. At the same time, when one of them got tired of playing, perhaps they could go up and play for a while? "Bao Lin, catch the ball." In the middle of the field, Cheng Chumo patted his horse and charged forward. With a feint, he skillfully intercepted the football at Lika's feet. Then, without stopping, he sent a flying pass directly to Yuchi Baolin at the back. Speaking of which, this was the advantage of having long legs. In a soccer game that did not allow the use of internal energy, apart from personal fitness, the most important thing was the length of one's legs. This was a natural advantage. Yuchi Baolin's reflexes were not as agile as Cheng Chumo's. He had just received the ball when he was already surrounded. "Baolin, quick! Pass it to me!" Iron Egg shouted anxiously from outside the crowd. He did go home during the holidays, but the Han village was only a few hundred steps away from Yanhuang College. He could come here whenever he wanted. The field was in full swing. The spectators outside the field were watching with great interest and cheering from time to time. No one noticed that at this moment, a handsome middle-aged man came to the sidelines with a skinny old man. Then, he stared intently at the group of young people playing soccer on the field. Chapter 879. Huff huff. Take a break. Take a break. I'll take a break. Who will help me play for a while? After kicking for nearly an hour, Sun Zifen couldn't take it anymore. He panted and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" He used to be a fat otaku. In terms of stamina and physical fitness, he couldn't be compared to people like Li Ku and Cheng Chumo who had martial arts. "Hey, I'll do it." Di Jishuan didn't go home during the holidays. He was anxiously watching from the side. When he heard that Sun Zifen was going to find a substitute at the last minute, he was the first to react. He ran forward and volunteered himself. He had been drooling over football for a long time, but this thing couldn't be bought with money. He couldn't bring himself to borrow it from Li Zixuan. After all, his friendship with Li Zixuan hadn't reached that level, so he could only come here to be a spectator. He used to live in Bingzhou, where he was quite successful. However, he was not familiar with the top foppish circle in Chang'an. As a result, he could only pitifully look for opportunities to be a substitute outside the arena. If Di Xiaoshu knew that his son was so useless, he would probably punish Di Zixuan again. Haha. Okay, brother, help me play for a while. Sun Zifan stood on his tiptoes and patted Di Zixuan on the shoulder with a smile. Then he said a few words to his teammates and turned to leave the field. They were just fooling around now. There was no team uniform to hand over, so it was easy to change players. Of course, in this situation, it was easy to not distinguish between friend and foe. It was common for the football to be passed to the opponent's feet. Damn it, your Majesty. Sun Zifan had just turned to leave the field when he inadvertently saw Li Er and Zhao Song outside the field. He was so scared that he almost peed. But even if he didn't pee, he was so scared that he couldn't walk. What are you talking about? Zifan, are you tired and muddle-headed? Cheng Chumo happened to be closer. He patted Sun Zifan on the back and wondered. Her Majesty is here. Sun Zifan took a deep breath and said. Cheng Chumo almost tripped. He looked in the direction where Sun Zifan was looking, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. After being stunned for a while, he hurriedly ran up with Sun Zifan and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, I am Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan. Your Majesty? The students around Li Er turned pale with fright. One by one, they hurriedly took a few steps back and bowed to Li Er. Student greets Your Majesty. It was not their fault that they were slow to react and did not recognize Li Er earlier. Although Li Er was present at the military training demonstration, how many students dared to look directly at the dragon face? Most people only saw Li Er's figure and did not completely see his face. Li Er was now wearing casual clothes. How could they recognize him in such a short time? Furthermore, the football match on the field was so exciting that they did not have time to pay attention to what the people around them looked like. Your son greets father. With such a big movement here, it was impossible for the people playing football on the field not to notice. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku hurriedly trotted over and bowed to Li Er. No need for formalities. I am just going out of the palace in casual clothes. You can play by yourselves. There is no need to pay attention to me. Li Er played the friendly card and smiled gently at the students around him. Thank you, Your Majesty. One was willing to hit and the other was willing to be hit. The students enjoyed Li Er talking to them like this, and the expressions on their faces suddenly relaxed a lot. Is this the football that made you addicted to it and unwilling to go back to the palace during the holidays? After greeting the students, Li Er walked to the lawn and came to the front of the football. He turned his head and said with a smile that was not a smile. Your son was just having fun for a while and missed the proper business. Please punish me, father. Li Chengqian immediately reacted and hurriedly apologized. Without waiting for Li Tai and Li Ku to agree, Li Er waved his hand and said, All right, there will be no next time. Besides, I am not here to punish you today. He kicked the football at his feet and then said with a smile, The football that Li Zixuan made is indeed extraordinary. The elasticity is dozens of times better than before. No wonder you guys are reluctant to go back to Chang. Li Chengqian and the other two stood on the spot and laughed dryly. Li Er said again, After watching you play for so long, I am also a little itchy to play. I have seen the rules of football for so long and have some understanding. The weather is good today. I will play with you guys. Your Majesty, you can't. Zhao Song was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Li Er ignored him and took off the cloak on his back. He handed it to Zhao Song and said, Why not? Don't tell me you think you can hurt me with just the few of them? This old servant dares not. Zhao Song was sweating profusely. All right, all of you go on the field. I will replace Sun Zifan's position. Come. Continue playing. A smile appeared on Li Er's face. He loved Kuju when he was young, but in order to fight for the world, He could not remember how many years it had been since he last played football. Li Zishuan's method of playing football made him somewhat unable to hold back and wanted to try it out himself. It was just that the tragic Di Zhishuan had fought so hard for a chance to be a substitute, but before he could touch the ball on the field, he was replaced again. The other party was the person with the highest power in the country. He could not be angry at all even if he was robbed. After the teams were regrouped, the two teams started a fierce competition again. As Li Er's sons, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku knew that Li Er did not like others to deliberately let him win. Therefore, when Li Er went on the field, not only did they not secretly let him win, but they also played even harder. At this moment, Li Er was dribbling the ball alone, trying to break through the opponent's defensive zone. Li Chengqian and his brothers were desperately running toward Li Er, trying to intercept the football at his feet. Bang! In the end, Li Er was still inexperienced and was intercepted by Li Ku when he was 5 feet away from the penalty area. With the help of a strong force, the football flew rapidly to the back. Hey, you want to intercept the ball like this? How can it be so easy? Iron Egg at the back roughly judged the landing point before the football landed. He kicked his legs hard, jumped from the ground, and directly hit his head toward the football in the sky. Boom! Due to the momentum of the football, Iron Egg did not use much strength, but the football flew back in the direction it came from. Your Majesty, catch the ball! Li Er was overjoyed. He estimated the trajectory of the football in the sky, and then without saying anything, he exerted his strength and feet and spiraled from the ground to the sky. Watch me shoot for you guys, Li Er muttered. When the football was about to reach him, he happened to have reached the highest point. He bent his knees slightly and gave the football a hard kick. With a bang, the football flew toward the opposite goal like a cannonball. Li Er felt that this kick was very satisfying, and everyone on the field was stunned. Chapter 880. In the first football match, Chang Chumo was too excited and used all his internal energy. He kicked the ball in the air and almost caused Chu Yanfu to be seriously injured. At that time, Li Zishuan made a rule that in official football matches, all players were not allowed to use martial arts. Violators would be banned for life. Although Chang Chumo and the others felt that playing in this way was not satisfying, they also felt that Li Zishuan's concerns were reasonable. If the ball was infused with internal energy and hit an ordinary person, it was completely possible to kill them. Therefore, they had always followed the rule set by Li Zishuan. This rule was also widely spread among the students of Yanhuang College. No one would have thought that after so many days, there would be another person who openly used martial arts on the field. Moreover, this person was the current emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Moreover, Li Er's ball was like a dragon coming out of the sea. It rushed towards the goal with an indomitable will. The strong wind around the ball swept the air and even made a woo-woo sound. This power made the players in the path of the ball tremble in fear, afraid that they would not be able to avoid it. Today, the goalkeeper on Li Chengxian's side was Zhang Sun Chong. When this kid saw Li Er's body flying in the air, he already knew that something was wrong. At this time, he did not care about the stupid goal and directly rolled and crawled to the side of the goal. Pong! Seeing Zhang Sun Chong run faster than a rabbit and out of the goal range, Li Ku, who originally wanted to use martial arts to dodge the ball, immediately put away this idea. Therefore, the ball rushed into the net without any suspense. However, its momentum did not decrease. The net was brought along by the ball and wanted to continue to rush backward. Helpless under the restraint of the goal, it struggled for a while before stopping. Even so, the goal was still shaken a few times by the impact of the ball. Ha ha! Good ball! Li Er clapped his hands and stood on the spot, laughing. That kick just now released a lot of his depression and fatigue from so many years. Football really reduced stress. However, the expected cheers did not come. Instead, the previously noisy field suddenly fell into a mysterious silence. Li Er realized that something was wrong and could not help but feel puzzled. Zhao Song's old face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid. In the end, it was Li Ku who ran over and whispered to Li Er, "Father, Yamacho said earlier that martial arts are not allowed on the football field to avoid hurting people. Those who violate this rule will be banned from football for life. It was only then that Li Er understood where the problem lay. No wonder he had been watching from the sidelines for so long, but he had not seen Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Li Ku, or any of the other martial artists using their martial arts. Thinking of this, he could not help but glare at Zhao Song. If there was anyone to blame, it was Zhao Song's fault for not telling him clearly before coming. Zhao Song, on the other hand, was full of grievances. When he came, he did not expect Li Er to suddenly become teenage maniac and play football himself. Cough, cough. This rule was unreasonable. If you have kung fu, why can't you use kung fu? Besides, this is just a game, not a competition. Why should there be so many rules? I still intend to introduce this football into the army to help the Tang soldiers hone their martial arts. If I can't use martial arts, how can I train? Li Er's face was slightly red, but he still forced himself to be calm and justified himself. Li Tai immediately flattered. Father's words make a lot of sense. This football is interesting and can train people. It's just right to introduce it into the army. Yes, yes, yes. Father is indeed farsighted and always worried about the country's affairs. I'm impressed. Li Ku came to his senses and hurriedly agreed. The rest of the students also began to sing praises. Only then did Li Er's expression look much better. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly said, "But Li Zishuan's worries are reasonable. When people who know martial arts play football, they don't know how to control their strength. It's very easy to injure people. Therefore, I feel that martial arts cannot be used in official football matches in the future. When people who know martial arts play football in private, there's no harm in using internal energy." The emperor's words were not to be taken lightly. Every word was an imperial edict. Li Er's words basically set the rules of Tang's football world. In official competitions, they would follow the rules set by Li Zishuan. In private competitions, martial artists could use their kung fu. This meant that Tang's football would be divided into kung fu and civilian versions in the future. Your Majesty is wise. Zhao Song saw that Li Er had walked out of the awkward situation and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He came over and bowed. Father, Your Majesty, is wise. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Li Ku, and the surrounding students all agreed. Li Er smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "There's no point in playing football like this. Zhao Song, go and find a few guards with good kung fu to play with me. Kurer Chumo, Bao Lin, Iron Egg, the four of you stay back. The rest of the students who don't know kung fu can take a break." That mid-air shot just now made Li Er exclaim in his heart. For a moment, he also felt like having fun. How could he return to the palace at this time? Another round of unrestrained kung fu football was what he wanted in his heart. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is not appropriate." Zhao Song stood beside Li Er and reminded him in a low voice. He was worried that if the imperial censors in the imperial court knew that Li Er was actually playing football with people in the academy, they would most likely write a letter to remonstrate, impeach him. Li Er frowned and said unhappily, "What's wrong? As the ruler of a country, can't I play football?" Zhao Song quickly said that he didn't dare. In order not to dampen Li Er's spirits, he could only find a few guards of the academy who were good at kung fu. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and Pang Feiji were among them. He wasn't worried that these guards would hurt Li Er when they played football. This was because, firstly, Li Er's kung fu was better than these guards. Secondly, as a kung fu master, he wasn't just there for show. In the end, Li Zishuan and Li Er were in the same team. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the other followers of the school of Mo were in their team. Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Iron Egg were in the same team as Pang Feiji. The remaining people in their team were mostly the personal guards of Li Zishuan. Go all out and play well for me. Don't hold back. If you can beat me, there will be rewards. In order to let Chang Chumo's team play with all their might, Li Er gave an empty promise. Your Majesty, if our team wins, will there be rewards? Mo Zhong waited for a long time but didn't hear the second half of Li Er's sentence. He mustered up his courage and asked, No. Li Er replied impatiently. With a master like him in charge, how could they not win? Unless these followers of the school of Mo deliberately didn't put in effort. Hence, he added, if my team loses, the few of you will be punished. Ah? Mo Zhong and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Why was the treatment different? Chapter 881. Captain Pang. Catch the ball. 22 martial arts experts, including Li Er, started a battle of the century on the field of Yanhuang College. Chang Chumo's side snatched the right to kick off, and Yuchi Baolin was in charge of kicking off. He was afraid that others would not know who he was going to pass the ball to, so he specially roared. Then, the ball did not roll towards Pang Feiji, who was beside Yuchi Baolin. Instead, it flew directly towards the opponent's goal. Boom! The whole stadium was in an uproar. Everyone, including Pang Feiji, was caught off guard by Yuchi Baolin's very unusual kick-off. The ball that had already flown out did not care about what the players thought. It flew out at the same speed as how much force Yuchi Baolin had just exerted on it. The ball that Yuchi Baolin kicked out with all his strength was not much slower than Li Er's kick just now. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the goal. Although Yuchi Baolin's reaction was a little slower, his strength was really great. If there was a high-speed camera recording at the side, it would be able to see that the moment the ball was kicked out, 1/5 of it had already been flattened. It was obvious how terrifying this kick was. The opponent's player's attention was still on Pang Feiji. No one would have thought that Yuchi Baolin, this big blockhead, would actually play a diversion trick, so no one went to block this ball at the first moment. The goalkeeper on Li Er's side was Mo Zhong. This guy was still feeling depressed after hearing Li Er's words just now. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that the opponent would threaten his side's goal so quickly. He hurriedly gathered his chi in his dantian and pounced towards this menacing ball. Bang! It had to be clear that they were playing a kung fu football now. How could this ball that Yuchi Baolin had kicked out with all his strength be blocked by Mo Zhong, who had rushed over in a hurry? They saw the ball enter Mo Zhong's arms with a loud bang. Immediately after, Mo Zhong's face turned the color of pig liver, and his body involuntarily retreated. Chi! The tremendous force carried by the football caused Mo Zhong to glide on the grass for a distance. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Mo Zhong actually held the football and slid back into the goal. It's in, it's in. Yuchi Baolin stared blankly for a moment, then cried out loudly. When he had just kicked off, he suddenly remembered that Li Zishuan had told them about the rules of football the last time. He had said that they could directly score from the kickoff. So, he had a brainwave and thought of such a mischievous trick to create a diversion. However, he did not expect it to work. F***CK. Baolin, you're really something. Too awesome. We've just started and we've already scored. Chang Chumo ran over and jumped onto Yuchi Baolin's back, patting the latter's head as he spoke in ecstasy. The other team members followed suit and ran over to hug the two living treasures, cheering loudly. Oh my God, he scored just like that? What kind of fighting style is this? Does this ball count? Di Jishuan shook his head and said to the students next to him, of course it counts. The football has already crossed the line. The onlooking students outside the field were stunned. They could not believe their eyes. Of course, there were also people who questioned the goal. At this moment, Mo Zhong got up from the ground and shouted at Yuchi Baolin, It doesn't count. It doesn't count. I've just blocked your ball. How can it count as a goal? The cheers gradually stopped. Chang Chumo stood out from the crowd and retorted, Why doesn't it count? According to the rules set by Yamacho, as long as the football crosses the goal line, it counts as a goal. So what if you've hugged the football? Chumo is right. The football has already entered the goal. How can it not count? This is the rule set by Yamacho. Pang Feiji also ran out to help. Haha, a goal from the kickoff. Good goal, good goal. At this moment, there was a burst of laughter outside the field, and the crowd automatically made way. It's Yamacho. Yamacho is here. Let's see what Yamacho has to say now. It was Li Zishuan who heard that Li Er had come to the academy. He came down from his office and saw Yuchi Baolin create a diversion to the east and attack in the west. This scene was a little familiar. In his previous life, he saw it in the movie Shaolin Soccer. In the movie, Stephen Chow scored a goal from the midfield. However, that was when Stephen Chow received the kickoff from his teammate in the midfield. Yuchi Baolin was even more ruthless. He shot from the kickoff and caught everyone off guard. "Greetings, Your Majesty." No matter what, Li Er was the emperor. As a subject, it was impossible for him not to greet him. "No need to be so polite. Li Zishuan, tell me, does this goal count?" Li Er waved his hand and asked casually. Li Zishuan raised his head and answered, "Of course it counts, Your Majesty. As long as the ball enters the goal, it counts as a goal regardless of the method used." Li Er was not angry. He nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. The game continues. Mo Zhong, if you don't guard the goal well again, I'll ask Mr. Yen to deduct all of your salary for this month." Yen Silu was the dean of teaching in the academy. At the same time, he was also the butler of the academy. He was in charge of everyone's salary. Yes. Mo Zhong's face was full of bitterness. He was also complaining incessantly in his heart. Li Zishuan smiled and walked to Pang Feiji and Cheng Chumo. He said, "Play well. Let His Majesty see the glory of the Academy's football team. If you win, each of you will be rewarded with a football." Li Zishuan had just reached a foreign trade agreement with Jinla and Piao. He had temporarily found a source of rubber, so he became more generous. What the F***CK? Yamacho, is what you said true?" Cheng Chumo widened his eyes in disbelief. "Of course it's true. You can do it, Cho Nyo." In a moment of carelessness, he even said "good luck," which made Cheng Chumo a little confused. "What the F***CK? Yamacho, you can't do this. Why do they get a football if they win?" Li Tai, who was outside the field, shouted that it was unfair. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know martial arts, he would have rolled up his sleeves and come up to play no matter what. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He turned around and wanted to leave the field. "Master, why don't you come up and play?" Iron Egg ran over and whispered. Most of the people on the field were better at martial arts than him. He felt that he was holding them back. "No, you can continue to play. Remember, even if it's kung fu football, you still need to use your brain." Bao Lin's goal just now is a living example. If he, a martial arts grandmaster, went on the field and tortured the other side, Li Er would definitely make things difficult for him in the future. Therefore, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder. He first refused, then said earnestly. At the same time, this was also said to Cheng Chumo and the others. This was because the strength of the players on this side was, on the whole, less than that of the opponents. "Yes, Master, I understand." Iron Egg's eyes turned and he replied thoughtfully. Chapter 882. Have you ever seen a player fly into the air to intercept the opponent's pass? Have you ever seen a golden hook hanging upside down in the air, a whirlwind kick in the air, a backflip in the air, a scorpion swinging its tail in the air, or a rock spreading its wings in the air? It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. Now you can finally see it. This is the legendary Kung Fu football. The players on both sides had a big stick hanging over their heads, punishment of deducting their monthly salary, and a big carrot hanging over their heads, reward football. In short, the players on both sides were now in high fighting spirit and enthusiasm. In the following game, the players on both sides gave it their all. With the support of internal strength and qigong, they constantly made some shocking body movements in the air. Although they were not as enigmatic and superb as in the movies, the Kung Fu football movements that were not processed by computer still made Li Zishuan, who was outside the field, amazed. The rest of the students outside the field naturally feasted their eyes and cheered. Damn! Football can be played like this? Why didn't I practice martial arts in the early years? As a prince of the Tang Empire, Li Tai had seen all kinds of scenes. However, he had never seen such a scene before. The players showed off their skills on the football field to their heart's content. He was simply envious of them outside the field. Li Chengxian secretly curled his lips and thought to himself, "Qin Ke, with your body size when you were young, You still want to practice martial arts? You can't even last a day. On the field, after a fierce battle, finally, when the first half was about to end, Li Ku, Mo Yun, and Li Er, the three of them, did an aerial relay. In the end, Li Er scored and equalized the score. As the goalkeeper, Iron Egg was not only unable to block Li Er's shot in the air, but also suffered a little injury. This was the difference in strength. The players on Chang Chumo's side saw that the lead they had created with great difficulty was equalized and felt great heartache. However, no one blamed Iron Egg because everyone knew that no one on their side had the confidence to block Li Er's shot. After a quarter of an hour of halftime, the players from both sides came on the field again. As soon as Li Ku from Li Er's side kicked off, the players from Chang Chumo's side used all kinds of methods to snatch the ball. They wanted to create another lead. However, the followers were not stupid. As soon as they received the ball, they immediately passed the ball to Li Er's feet. Li Er's kung fu was much better than everyone on the field. When he sprinted, very few people could catch up with him. Chang Chumo and Pang Feiji were able to catch up with Li Er, who was dribbling the ball. However, Li Er had Li Ku and Mo Yun as his protectors. The three of them were running neck to neck. It would be difficult for Chang Chumo and Pang Feiji to catch up with them in a short period of time. It had to be said that Li Er's skills were quite good. He dribbled the football past three opposing defenders in the blink of an eye, and then directly faced the opponent's goal. The students outside the arena immediately let out cries of surprise. He's shooting. His Majesty is invincible. Back in the days when the 18 rebel kings were in a chaotic war, His Majesty pointed his spear and destroyed all the heroes. He was so brave and fierce. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful on the field. Just by listening to this, one could tell that they were Li Er's true fans. His Majesty's political and martial art skills are comparable to Qin Huang and Han Wu. What's so strange about that? After playing football for so long, Li Er was a little hot-blooded. When he heard the praises of the students outside the field, his heart felt as comfortable as if he had drunk iced water. At this moment, he was 30 feet away from the penalty area. He lifted his leg and shot angrily. The football whistled and went straight to the goal. Iron Egg, be careful. Chang Chumo saw the football shoot out and quickly shouted. His shout was to let Iron Egg dodge the football, not to stop it. This was because Iron Egg was already injured in Li Er's previous shot. Li Er's current kick was more vicious than before. If he forcibly blocked it, Iron Egg was likely to be knocked to the ground. The world of Kung Fu football was so cruel. Besides, injuries were common for people who practiced martial arts. There was nothing strange about it. But Iron Egg did not seem to realize the danger of this ball. He still stood at the goal and did not leave. When the football flew into the penalty area, Iron Egg slightly retreated his right foot and put on a Tai Chi fist starting pose. His eyes were fixed on the flying football. In the blink of an eye, the football had flown close to him. The fierce wind around the ball made his hair fly in all directions. The hearts of the students outside the field and the players on the field were in their throats. They saw Bruiser cut horizontally from the side of the football with a Taiji cloud hand. Then his arm bent and shook in a strange way. The speeding football gradually slowed down. Bruiser stood up. At this time, the football was already standing on the fingertips of his right hand, spinning rapidly on its own. Handsome. Too handsome. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Tai Chi. That was Tai Chi. It's Tai Chi. I didn't expect Tai Chi to be used like this. Iron Egg has really learned from Yamacho. He can use Tai Chi as he pleases. Tai Chi is so powerful. It can even block His Majesty's full kick. Oh, if I had known, I would have learned it seriously. The students were amazed. Damn, Iron Egg, you're too awesome. You can even do this. Chang Chumo stared and shouted excitedly. Iron Egg smiled slightly. He shouted to Chang Chumo, Brother Chonyo, tell our people to pay attention to the ball. Don't dribble too much. We'll play the football the way His Highness played last time. Even if we can't score, we can't let them get the football. Catch the ball. After saying that, Iron Egg's left hand turned into a knife and chopped the rapidly spinning football. The football immediately flew in the direction of Chang Chumo. After listening to Iron Egg's tactical analysis, Chang Chumo felt that it was very reasonable. When he received the football, he immediately passed it to Pang Feiji and then shouted, "Everyone, run and pass the ball. Don't dribble too much. Don't let the opponent get the ball." The current situation was very similar to the previous game where he played with Li Changqian and his two brothers. At that time they were strong, but they were no match for the opponent. The reason was that Li Changqian's people had been playing possession tactics. Li Zishuan, who was standing outside the field, nodded with satisfaction. Although modern football originated in London in the 19th century, and the people of the Tang dynasty had never come into contact with it before, once he introduced modern football to the Tang dynasty, the people of the Tang dynasty did not need to deliberately guide them. They could figure out some tactics on their own. Some of the tactics were very similar to modern football tactics. This was the wisdom of the ancients. They were not stupid at all. Most of the time, what they lacked was knowledge. On the field, Chang Chumo wanted to play possession tactics. Of course, the players would cooperate. Under such circumstances, the players ran more actively. Today's game was similar to the last time, but there were also differences. The similarity was that the two sides of the game were still one weak and one strong. The weaker side wanted to use possession tactics to defeat the stronger side. The difference was that the stronger side today was undoubtedly stronger. However, Chang Chumo was not afraid. Today, everyone can use their internal strength, they can run faster and jump higher. If the ball is passed over the top, it will be easy for you to jump in the air to intercept it. That's fine, we will use a short-distance ground ball. At most, we will need to run a few more steps. It doesn't matter if you are skilled in martial arts and can run fast because we can also use martial arts. Our running speed is not much slower than yours. At worst, we will pass the ball out before your players catch up, of course. The opponent's biggest threat was Li Er. Therefore, wherever Li Er was, Chang Chumo's players were determined not to pass the ball to their teammates who were closer to Li Er. They all avoided Li Er when they played. There was no other way. To defend against old Li, they needed at least 3 people. They could not allocate so many people. As a result, the audience outside the field saw a dazzling passing game. No one dribbled the ball. Basically, the ball was passed out as soon as it touched the foot. No matter how fast Li Er and Li Ku were, they could not catch up. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the football hitting the ground and the shouts of the players were endless. The scene was very lively. However, the second half played for nearly half an hour and there was not a single goal. Damn! The ball is being passed around, but there is no goal. Yes, no matter how beautiful the ball is, it is useless if there is no goal. What are Chang Chumo and the rest thinking? Di Jishuan curled his lips and said, "What do you know? Until now, neither side has scored. This is already a victory for Chang Chumo and the rest." On the field, Li Ku was somewhat anxious. He had never expected that the tactics he had used to deal with Chang Chumo would now be used against him and his imperial father. He found an opportunity to urgently say to Li Er, "What are you doing? Father, we can't go on like this. Time is almost up." Li Er's expression did not change. After all, he did not care about winning or losing this game at all. He was just here to play. Hearing Li Ke's words, he nodded and said, "Kerr is right. I thought that with our strength we could crush the other side. I didn't expect the other side to bring so many surprises. Moreover, this football can also contain the art of war. It is really beyond my expectations." This was an unexpected gain for Li Er when he came to the academy today. Seeing that the football could be used as a battle formation, he was even more determined to bring the football to the army. At this time, looking at the situation on the field, he continued to say to Li Ku, "Kerr, go and tell Moyun and the rest to keep an eye on the people on the other side. Our strength is stronger than the other side. Each of us will keep an eye on one person. Let's give them a one-on-one victory and make them unable to pass the ball." Li Ke's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Father is wise. This is really a good idea. I will go and inform them now." Therefore, under Li Ke's instructions, the players on this side gradually began to change their tactics. They no longer chased after Chang Chumo's people to pass the ball back and forth. They spread out, and each of them was only responsible for one player on the other side. When they received the ball, they would harass them. As a result, Chang Chumo's smooth ball control tactics suddenly became stuck. Once the machine was rusty, it was easy to have all kinds of problems. It was the same for the football. The players could not pass the ball comfortably, and naturally, there would be all kinds of mistakes. As a matter of fact, Pang Feiji's Wu Ho originally wanted to pass the football to Yuchi Baolin, who was in front of him on the right. However, after being snatched by Mo Zhong, he panicked and passed the ball in the wrong direction. He actually passed the ball to Li Ke's feet. Li Ke was inexplicably stunned. But in an instant, he moved. With a pass, he passed an opposing player beside him. At the same time, Li Er had already given up on keeping an eye on Chang Chumo. He directly ran towards the opposite side's back. Return to defense. Everyone returned to defense. Chang Chumo saw that the situation was not good. As he shouted at his own players, he chased in Li Er's direction. Sure enough, when Li Ke saw that Li Er had already run to the opponent's goal area, he channeled his strength to his feet and sent the football to Li Er's position. Bam! When Chang Chumo heard the muffled sound of the football being kicked out, he turned his head to take a look. In an instant, he did not care about anything else. He roared loudly and used his feet to stomp on the grass. His whole body rose into the air. He wanted to intercept this high-altitude long pass. Oh wow! It's coming! It's coming! Chang Chumo is flying again. For many students from ordinary families, martial arts masters were relatively distant existences. However, in today's Kung Fu football game, they directly saw more than 20 martial arts masters compete with each other. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground, fighting fiercely. It was really not satisfying to watch. Seeing Chang Chumo rise into the air at this time, the students could not help but cheer again. He wants to stop His Royal Highness King of Han's pass. But this pass is so high. Can he really stop it? The movement of the football in the air was in a parabolic shape. It was divided into the ascending and descending stages. Chang Chumo's position happened to be in the descending stage of the parabolic curve. However, it had only just descended, so the height of the football in this position was still very high. It's close. Closer. It's still not enough. F***CK. Chang Chumo's eyes stared unblinkingly at the football flying towards him. He felt the air around him brush past his cheeks. The height of his body was getting higher and higher, but it was still not enough. Chang Chumo even felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could block the football. This was really within reach. However, he was not a goalkeeper. He could not touch the football with his hands. Therefore, he could only watch as the football flew over his head and rushed towards Li Er's position. Iron Egg! Get out of the way! This ball is not something you can stop. Li Er lived up to everyone's expectations. He flew up and met the flying football in the air. He looked at Tai Dan and roared. Then, he aimed at the lower right corner of the goal and shot angrily in the air. Bam! Bam! Two loud sounds rang out on the field. One was the sound of Li Er's foot colliding with the football, and the other was the sound of Li Er landing on the ground. The football whistled towards the goal. Its speed was much faster than the previous two goals. It could be seen that Li Er used more force this time. Iron Egg gritted his teeth. He did not listen to Li Er's words and chose to retreat. He put on a Tai Chi starting pose again, wanting to repeat the same trick and stop the football. When the football flew into the penalty area, Iron Egg chose to take the initiative to attack. His body rose into the air, his palms together, and he faced the flying football. Bam! Another loud sound rang out. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Iron Egg's mouth. He groaned and wanted to use the Tai Chi entanglement technique to entangle the football and neutralize the force in it. But at this time, he was in mid-air and had no place to exert force. The effect of the Tai Chi entanglement technique was greatly reduced. The force on the football was neutralized by less than 1/5. Then, it hit him, causing him to fly backward towards the goal. Tai Chi could indeed allow the weak to defeat the strong, but there was a limit to everything. If the opponent was too strong, it would be useless no matter how well Tai Chi was used. Bang! Iron Egg was like a baby eagle that had been hit hard in the air. He crashed into the goal with the ball. The ball is in. Beep! At this time, Zhao Song, who was acting as the temporary referee on the sidelines, blew the whistle to end the game. 2-1. Li Er's team won. However, the students outside the field did not cheer loudly. They looked at Iron Egg and Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others who rushed towards Iron Egg. Although they lost respectfully. Iron Egg, good job. It's okay to lose. We'll try again next time. Yes, what a wonderful game. Winning or losing is not important. Amidst the encouragement of the students, this kung fu football game of gods fighting finally came to an end. The ending was within everyone's expectations, but the process was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 883. Hey, Iron Egg, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. I told you to move aside. Why didn't you listen? It's just a game. Why do you have to be so reckless? After the game ended, Li Er felt refreshed. He came to Iron Egg, who was being helped up by Cheng Chumo and the others, and said helplessly. Iron Egg pushed away Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's hands, forced himself to support himself, and cupped his hands towards Li Er. Your Majesty, I'm fine. I just don't want Brother Chon Yo and the others to lose the game because of me. What are you talking about? Iron Egg, although we lost this game, it's definitely not your fault. It's us who didn't defend well. Besides, a loss is a loss, isn't it just that there's no football? Everyone doesn't care, right? Baolin? As soon as Iron Egg finished speaking, Cheng Chumo came up and said, but why did his last sentence make his heart ache so much? Yes, Chon Yo is right, isn't it just a football? Iron Egg, don't take it to heart. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly nodded and chimed in. Li Er saw that Iron Egg's injuries weren't very serious, and that Cheng Chumo and the others were comforting and taking care of him, so he brought Li Zishuan out of the field. Li Zishuan, I want to promote football in the military. Firstly, it can ease the boredom in the military camp, and secondly, it can train the soldiers to work together. What do you think? Li Er asked as he walked. Li Zishuan was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Majesty, when you say to promote football, are you referring to today's Kung Fu football? Of course. This way, it can also train the soldiers' martial arts. Li Er chuckled and said. Li Zishuan said seriously, Your Majesty, the reason why I forbade the players from using martial arts on the field was because I was worried that the players would get hurt. But now that Your Majesty wants to promote this kind of Kung Fu football, it's fine if it's a small fight like today. But if there's a grudge between the players, it's very likely that there will be deaths and injuries after the game. In this way, it's against my original intention of inventing football. So if Your Majesty decides to promote football in the military, we have to guard against this problem. After all, every soldier is a citizen of the Great Tang. Football was a highly entertaining sport, but at the same time, it also contained violence. Even if it was an ordinary football game, it was easy for players to get injured. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had heard the news of a goalkeeper being kicked to death by the opposing team striker in the Swiss Serie B League. If a normal football game was already like this, then what was the difference between a kung fu game and a duel of life and death if the rules were not strictly regulated? Li Zishuan's main reason for introducing football was to develop football in the Great Tang, and not to let the Tang people fight and kill each other. So he needed to clearly explain the seriousness of the matter to Li Er in advance. Li Er frowned. In this era, population meant the strength of the country. Human life was very precious. After a long while, Li Er said, Then in your opinion, what should we do? I still feel that Kung Fu football is still necessary. We can't give up eating for fear of choking. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. We can't give up eating for fear of choking. In fact, even if we don't use Kung Fu, it's very easy to get injured in an ordinary football game. So I think that no matter what kind of football it is, we should set strict rules for it. Those who comply will be rewarded, and those who violate will be punished. as long as we can guarantee that there won't be any intentional injuries due to personal grudges on the field. What he meant was that he didn't need to care about how others played football in private. He couldn't blame others for playing football in private. Could he? Then what about those people who sold swords and sabers? In terms of danger, football was less dangerous than swords and sabers, right? Yes. Then we'll do as you say. Li Er nodded in agreement. Then he glanced at Li Zishuan and said, "You were the one who created football. I'll leave this matter to you. Within 3 days, set the rules for both types of football games and show them to me." Li Zishuan's face darkened. He really didn't know if he should curse. Cough, cough. There was no need to ask. He definitely couldn't say it. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'll obey your orders, but I feel that no matter how good the rules are, to fully implement them, there must be a department to supervise. Otherwise, no matter how good the rules are, they will become empty words." When he squatted, Li Er knew what he was going to say. Old Li rolled his eyes and said unhappily with his hands behind his back, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't beat around the bush with me." Li Zishuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Cough, cough. What I mean is, if your majesty really wants to promote football, not only must there be a set of rules for football games, there must also be a department to supervise football games. A while ago, I was thinking of using Yanhuang College's name to set up a football association to manage football games and players' rewards and punishments. So, your majesty..." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan lightly and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You want to let the entire Tang Empire's football games to be managed by your football association?" Li Zishuan didn't care about modesty at this time. He nodded and said, "That's right. In the future, I plan to promote football in the entire Tang Empire. Every year, football leagues will be held regularly. When the time comes, as long as you are a football enthusiast, you can sign up to participate. As for people from other countries, if your majesty allows, they can also participate. After all, this way we can also exchange the feelings between the two countries." Li Tai, who was tailing behind the two of them, had a bright light in his eyes. He really wanted to shout, "This idea is great." The little fatty was undoubtedly excited. After Li Er heard it, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a comprehensive plan. I approve it. But now, the 6 departments of the Imperial Court have long been separated. I can't set up another department for football. Therefore, the Football Association will still be under Yanhuang College's name. I will have someone draft an imperial edict to order the Football Association to be in charge of football games in the world." Li Zishuan was delighted. Although Old Li didn't have a formal organization for the Football Association, he gave him an imperial sword. In this way, it could be considered legitimate. Besides, as Yanhuang College's reputation grew in the future, the number of awesome students it taught would increase. With the golden signboard of Yanhuang College, why would it need an organization? Your Majesty is wise. I will do my best to manage the Football Association well. Li Er flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "All right, it's getting late. I should return to the palace. You brat, don't be distracted by trifles and forget your duty." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I respectfully send your majesty off." Li Zishuan cursed Old Li in his heart for talking so much nonsense, but he couldn't help but sigh. The Tang Empire's Football Association was finally established. As for why it was the Football Association and not the association, well, the association's scope was too small. Chapter 884. Although the previous football match was very lively, the academy wasn't on holiday at that time. Even if the students were excited and wanted to share it with outsiders, they couldn't leave the academy. But now that they were on holiday, the students could go out if they wanted to. Therefore, the news of Li Zishuan's invention of football and the 2 small-scale football matches held by Yanhuang College were spread out in a very short period of time. But what made Li Er helpless was that when Wei Zhang found out that he went to Yanhuang College to play football with the students, he went to the palace and scolded him. It was said that after Wei Zhang scolded him and left, several cups and vases in the Sweet Nectar Hall were broken. In order to let more people know about this new sport, Li Zixuan first wrote an article on the front page of Datang Daily to introduce the rules of football. In order to make it easier to understand, he also attached a simple diagram. Then he took advantage of the students' holiday and opened the academy for a day, allowing outsiders to come in and watch the match. As for the players on the field, they were all students with good football skills. Wow, this Yanhuang College is really impressive. Isn't that so? It said that Duke Yong and spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash for this academy. Hiss, so much money? Hey, don't make a fuss. We're here to watch the football match today. It's not too late to watch the academy after the match. At noon that day, people who saw the news from the newspaper came one after another. There were men, women, old, and young. A total of thousands of people came, and there was an endless stream of people coming to watch the show. It was a hubbub of voices and an unprecedented grand occasion. Without exception, basically everyone who came to Yanhuang College was first shocked by the magnificent building of the academy. Then, under the guidance of the academy's guards, they came to the academy's field. There, the football players were warming up. This is football. It looks similar to the football we used to play. What do you know? If you look carefully, you'll find that the football is more flexible. Didn't you see that the child flew high with a light kick? Yo, Shui. Now that you mention it, Sai, this football is fun. Hey, I'll ask the servants to buy one later. Buy? Where do you want to buy it? Strange Interest Pavilion, of course. Since this football was made by the Marquis of Yong, and it must be bought from Cork Pavilion. Tisk, how long has it been since you last went out? Who told you that Strange Interest Pavilion sells footballs? Today was the first time Yanhuang College was officially opened to the public. There was no lack of nobles present. Xiao Shui, the eldest grandson of the current Prime Minister Xiao Yu, was also present. This guy just got married not long ago. Recently, he was so bored that his balls hurt. How could he be indifferent when he heard that Yanhuang College was going to have a good show? I haven't been paying attention to these things lately. Why? Shui, are you saying that Strange Interest Pavilion doesn't sell this thing? How is that possible? The other man said in disbelief. Xiao Shui curled his lips and said, Why not? This football is so rare. At present, only the academy has them. It is said that His Majesty personally went to Li Zixuan yesterday and asked for 50 footballs from the military. He said that the military will also implement this thing in the future. There's going to be football in the military? Hey, that's great. I'll ask my father to get me one later. Linggu, you should stop thinking about this. There are only 50 footballs in total, but they have to be distributed to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the 16 guards. There's not enough to go around in the first place. If you continue to think about it, you'll definitely cause trouble for your father. Xiao Shui's expression turned serious when he heard this and warned him. Turned out that the young man next to him was Chai Linggu. His father was the general of the right, Chai Xiao, and his mother was Princess Pingyang. He was a relative of the emperor and had an illustrious family background. However, this kid was clearly not someone who knew his place. Otherwise, he would not have rebelled with Princess Gao Yang and Fang Yai in the 4th year of Yonghui. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This could be inferred from his words just now. Shui, aren't you too cowardly? At worst, I'll just return it when I'm done playing with it, right? Would His Majesty do anything to my father because of a football? Chai Linggu said with a disdainful smile. Xiao Shui shook his head and did not try to persuade him anymore. Coincidentally, the game also started at this moment. Although the crowd who came to watch the fun today had seen the introduction of the rules of the football game in the newspaper, it was their first time seeing a real football game. The feeling was still different. Beep! As a Yamacho from Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan naturally could not be the referee every time. Today's referee was the bearded man. As the only martial arts instructor, physical education teacher, in Yanhuang College, he naturally had to take the field for this kind of thing. The bearded man blew the bamboo whistle, and the game officially began. Boom! Iron Egg kicked off, and Wang Meng dribbled the ball deep. The opposing players immediately came up to snatch the ball. a fierce competition officially began. The players on the field today did not have prominent students like Li Tai, Li Chengqian, and Li Ku. They were basically all ordinary students. After all, with so many outsiders present today, it would be beneath Li Chengqian and the others to play in person. It was the first time that the spectators had seen such a novel way of playing football. At first, they were not used to it, but after a while, they could not help but cheer loudly. Good. This pass is 2F** King beautiful. Wow. This pass is too awesome. Who's the student? The ball went in. Awesome. That kid is too good. He can kick it even from so far away. Godly. That pass is too accurate, right? It passed half the field and still reached his teammates' feet. Are all Yanhuang College students so good at football? The ball went in again. What? It was actually stopped by the goalkeeper? F***CK. I thought it went in. Haha. Speaking of which, this way of playing is more interesting than the way we used to play. Of course. F***CK. I also want to play a game. Sigh. If I had known, I would have gotten into Yanhuang College too. F***CK. Look at what you're saying. Even if you did get in, can you get in? Cheers and shouts filled the stadium. Yunshan, which was originally relatively quiet, suddenly became a sea of joy. It was already lunchtime, but no one was willing to leave for lunch. It was as if they had forgotten about this matter. It was only when the match officially ended at 4:45 p.m. that the crowd felt hungry. They were reluctant to part with the match and left in groups of 3 to 5 to go down the mountain to eat. Along the way, it was inevitable that they would talk about the game just now. As they spoke, they were beaming with joy and were very excited. That was not all. After these people went back to spread the news, this football game would set off a football craze among the people of Chong. Chapter 885. Hey, did you hear? Yanhuang College held a soccer match yesterday. It was so lively. Soccer match? What soccer? Hey, Old Wang, didn't you watch the Datong Daily yesterday? I was too busy yesterday. Old Zhao, can you tell me about it? Hey, that's too long. Let's sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. The next day, the news of the Yanhuang Academy's football match spread throughout Chong, and as expected, many people's eyes widened as they listened to their companions' vivid descriptions of yesterday's football match. They secretly regretted that they had not been there to watch it in person. Unlike modern times where there were computers, mobile phones, televisions, and game consoles, there was a lack of entertainment in this era. Other than watching plays, drinking tea, walking dogs, and cockfighting, the only thing left was visiting brothels. Soccer was a very competitive and confrontational sport. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of people to chase after it. But when everyone calmed down, they realized a problem. What about soccer? Where could they buy a soccer ball? Many people went to Curious Pavilion to ask after returning from Yanhuang College. But they didn't sell any soccer balls there. But where could they buy a soccer ball if even Curious Pavilion didn't sell it? Fortunately, Li Zishuan didn't make them wait for too long. Look, today's Datong Daily said that Curious Pavilion will start selling soccer balls in 3 days. There will be a limit of 100 balls per week. What? Curious Pavilion is finally selling soccer balls? How much is one? 100 strings of cash for one. And soccer balls are temporarily not included in the membership card discount. Huh? 100 strings of cash for one soccer ball? Many people's eyes widened when they heard the ridiculous price. They wanted to say, "Sorry to disturb you. Hey, 100 strings of cash. That's a good price. With this, there will be fewer people fighting with me for the ball." Of course, there were also some rich young masters who didn't care about the sky-high price of 100 strings of cash. Instead, they were secretly happy. After all, there were only 100 balls per week. Cough cough. Under the influence of Yanhuang College, the people of Chong, and had gradually accepted the concept of a 7-day week. Ahem. The newspaper also said that His Majesty allowed Yanhuang College to establish the Tang Football Federation, referred to as the Tang Football Federation for short, which was in charge of all matters of the Tang Football Federation. Marquis Yong-en was the first chairman of the Tang Football Federation. The Tang Football Federation encouraged civil football fans to establish football clubs, which were football clubs, and encouraged businessmen to fund the football clubs. In March of next year, each state government would select the 3 strongest teams to come to Chong and to participate in the ranking competition. The top 20 teams would be classified as First Division teams and could participate in the First Division League organized by the FIFA. The 20th to 50th teams would be classified as Second Division teams and could only participate in the Second Division League in the future. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league tournament according to their own team's level. The champion of League One would be awarded with a trophy and a prize of 5,000 strings of cash by the Tang Football Association. The runner-up would be awarded 3,000 strings of cash, and the runner-up would be awarded 1,000 strings of cash. At that time, the players of the top 3 teams would enjoy the privilege of traveling around Chong and in special carriages. At the end of every season, the bottom 3 First Division teams would automatically be relegated to the Second Division League of the following year, while the top 3 teams of the Second Division League would be promoted to the First Division League of the following year. Marquis Yong-en plans to hold a championship league at the end of July next year. The top 10 teams of First Division teams would be able to participate. The champion would be awarded 10,000 strings of cash, the runner-up would be awarded 5,000 strings of cash, and the runner-up would be awarded 3,000 strings of cash. They would also be able to enjoy the privilege of being paraded through the streets. In the future, a championship league would be held every year, and the prize money would increase year by year. When this news came out, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that shocked everyone. Hiss! 10,000 strings of cash. Did I hear wrongly just now? Are you crazy? You can make money by playing football? Isn't this nonsense? Isn't that obvious? If football doesn't earn money, where did the sky-high transfer fees come from? Many businessmen were tempted when they saw the news. Only then did they realize that there was such a huge business opportunity in football. Should they form a team to try their luck? Those rich young masters' faces darkened when they heard this. If they did that, it would attract even more people to go to the Strange Taste Pavilion to snatch the football. Then, their chances of getting it would be even lower. However, they thought about it again. According to what the newspaper said, wouldn't there be a lot of football matches to watch in the future? Wonderful. It's simply wonderful. Hey! Don't worry, it's not over yet. The newspaper also said that in the future, all football teams in the Tang Empire must be registered and recorded by the FIFA. The registered teams can directly receive a football from the FIFA at a discounted price of 50 strings of cash. There's no need to rush to buy it. In addition, the Strange Taste Pavilion will provide a batch of football for rental. The rental is about 100 copper coins a day, and they must be returned on time. If they are lost, they will be compensated at the original price. In 2 days, the FIFA will announce the detailed football rules, management system, and league system. If you need it, you can buy it from the Strange Taste Pavilion. The main reason for introducing these 2 systems was that Li Zishuan wanted to promote football to every place in the Tang Empire as soon as possible. Although the raw materials for football were not easy to obtain, he also wanted to let the majority of people be able to afford football. Besides, now that he had the support of the rubber supply from Jinla and Piao, he had the confidence to mass-produce a batch of football. By then, they would be able to watch football matches. Moreover, football could also stimulate the local economy. This was a great thing that would benefit millions of people. Sure enough, after hearing the news, many people cheered. When the rich kids heard that they could directly receive a football from the FIFA, they were immediately tempted. In their opinion, how much could it cost to raise a football team? Not only could they directly receive a football, but the team could also bring them some entertainment. If they were lucky enough to become a League One team, they would be very proud. They could also brag to their friends when they went out, right? Hey! Don't miss this opportunity. My young master wants to form a football team to participate in the ranking competition in March next year. Those who are below 30 years old and above 12 years old who can play football can come and sign up. As long as you are chosen by my young master, your monthly salary will be at least 500 copper coins. Come and sign up. As a matter of fact, some of the more quick-witted people had already instructed their servants to start recruiting people on the streets. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Hey, isn't this Master Chen's servant? His young master wants to form a football team. Hey, that's a good place to go. Unfortunately, I don't know how to play football. Tisk TSK, 500 copper coins a month. You don't have to do anything except play football every day. This is a great job. I want to sign up. For a moment, there was a craze for forming a football team in Chang'an City. As the news spread, this wave was about to sweep across the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 886. While the people of Chang'an were talking about football, the students of Yanhuang College in Yunshan, outside of Chang'an City, finally welcomed their first class after coming to the academy. The previous 3.5 days of vacation had ended. This was also the first class of engineering after being brought to this world. It was very significant, so Li Zixuan chose to teach this class in person. The venue was the recently built auditorium of the academy. The architectural style of the auditorium was designed by Li Zixuan by imitating the Beibei building in his previous life. It was a magnificent palace-like building, and the second floor could accommodate more than 600 people at the same time. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan chose to teach here. His class was for all the students. More than 600 students and more than 70 teachers gathered together, making the newly built auditorium very lively. Li Zixuan saw that Mo Zhong had brought the tools over. He coughed lightly and said, "Okay, quiet down. The class has started." The noisy classroom suddenly became silent. Currently, in the academy, no one dared to challenge Li Zixuan's prestige. Li Zixuan stood on the podium and looked at the more than 600 students below. After a moment of silence, he said, "From the day you decided to enter Yanhuang College, I believe you already have some understanding of engineering. But that was just a simple introduction I made on Datang Daily. What you understood was just the literal things. Today, I will let you see what real engineering is like with your own eyes. Everyone, brace yourselves and open your eyes wide. You are about to enter a new world." Seeing that Li Zixuan was so serious, the students all raised their spirits and stared at the podium without blinking, afraid that they would miss some magical phenomenon. The teachers of the academy also looked at Li Zixuan curiously. Today, they came to listen mainly because they wanted to learn from Li Zixuan's teaching style. According to the rules, the academy would have a title evaluation at the end of the year. Who didn't want to improve their title quickly? On the podium, Li Zixuan smiled unhurriedly and asked first, "Everyone here has learned mathematics. Do you know what the ancestral ratio is? If you know, raise your hand and answer." Zhu Chongji was the first to calculate the value of pi to 7 decimal places in the history of mathematics in the world. This achievement was ahead of the world by nearly 1,000 years. Later generations advocated that the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle be called the Zhu ratio, which was the predecessor of pi. As soon as he finished speaking, 40 to 50 students below the stage immediately raised their hands. Li Zixuan casually pointed at a skinny student and said, "This student? Why don't you say something? By the way, tell me your name." Although he had the ability to remember everything he saw, he had never taught a class before. How could he know the names of all the students? When the student was pointed out by Li Zixuan, he didn't have stage fright. Instead, he was faintly excited. He stood up and saluted Li Zixuan, saying, "Student Sun Zhongji." In response to Mr.'s question, it has been recorded in the fixing technique that the ancestral rate is approximately 3.1415926 to 3.1415927. Li Zixuan nodded and continued to ask, "Not bad. Then do you know how this result is calculated?" That student's face suddenly became awkward. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Teacher, I forgot about this." "Haha, it's okay. It's already very good. Sit down first." Li Zixuan comforted her with a smile, then looked at the others and asked, "Does anyone know how the ancestral rate is calculated?" After a moment of silence, a dozen students raised their hands. Li Zixuan pointed to Jia Jiayin, whom he had met several times before. She was also the fourth in the opening examination of Yanhuang College and said, Jia Jiayin, you say something? Jia Jiayin stood up and said unhurriedly, Sir, during the Wei and Jin dynasties, the master of arithmetic, Lu Hui, used the circle-cutting technique to calculate the ancestral rate. He first calculated from the inside of the circle to the inside of the circle to the inside of the circle to the outside 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 of the circle. He once said that if you cut it thin, you will lose less. If you cut it again and again until it cannot be cut, then you will merge with the circumference and nothing will be lost. Based on his method, Ancestor Chongzhi went one step further and obtained an even more accurate result. Zhu Chongzhi once wrote a mathematical book, Pi Technique, which recorded his research and results on pi. But at that time, scholars couldn't delve into the profoundness of it, so they ignored it, and it was later lost. Because the pi technique was lost, how Zhu Chongzhi calculated pi to the 7th decimal place, and how he found the accurate and convenient ratio, was still a mystery until the 21st century. But many mathematicians speculated that Zhu Chongzhi was likely to use 12 circular cuts on the basis of the circular cutting method, using the inscribed circle and the circumscribed circle to approximate the circumference of the circle in both directions. A total of 14 square cubes were needed, and the precision of the square cubes had to be at least 14 decimal places to determine pi between 3.141, 5926 and 3.141, 5927. Li Zixuan smiled inexplicably and continued to ask, Then do you have any other methods to obtain the ancestral rate? Suddenly, Jia Jiayin, who was known as a child prodigy, was stumped. I don't know. Please enlighten me. Li Zixuan said, Sit down first. Let's put this matter aside first. Next, let's play a little game together. After that, Li Zixuan picked up a piece of paper from the podium. There were black lines drawn on the paper, all parallel lines, and 2 parallel lines were equidistant from each other, and then took out a box of thin needles. The length of the thin needles was equal to half the distance between the parallel lines. After doing all this, he raised his head and said, Next, every student and teacher, come up according to the order of your seat and throw these thin needles on this piece of paper. Everyone throw once. Come up quickly. Wang Meng, start with you. Everyone was confused. They didn't know what kind of trick Li Zixuan was playing. Wang Meng was the same, but he was the first in the first row. Since he was called, of course, he had to come up obediently. When he came to the podium, he took out a thin needle from the needle box and hesitated. Yamacho, do I just throw it casually? Yes, just throw it casually. You can throw it with your eyes closed, as long as you can throw it on the paper. Li Zixuan said with a smile. This was an experiment that involved probability. If everyone deliberately threw the needles, it would affect the results. Wang Meng was also a joker. When he heard Li Zixuan say that, he actually closed his eyes. Show! The thin needle fell on the paper, and then he patted his butt and went back to his seat. The students in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Next, continue. In this way, it took more than half an hour for everyone to go up and throw the thin needles one by one. The students and teachers who returned to their seats all looked at the podium. They saw Li Zixuan with his head down as if he was counting something. Although they were curious, they didn't disturb him. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not long after, Li Zixuan raised his head. He picked up the chalk and wrote on the blackboard as he said, I just calculated the results of your needles. The total number of times you threw the needles is 713, and the number of times you intersected with the black line is 227. The ratio of the total number to the number of times you intersected with the black line is 3.1496. At this point, he deliberately paused for a moment, and then said coolly, This is the approximate value of the ancestral rate. Chapter 887. Boom! Li Zixuan raised his hands and made a gesture of embracing the world. His posture was extremely dashing. However, what he had just said was tantamount to dropping a deep water bomb, causing everyone in the auditorium to lose their composure. the ancestral rate. This was the ancestral rate that had troubled the ancestors for who knew how many years. Even now, there were very few people who could accurately calculate the ancestral rate. However, Li Zixuan had easily obtained an approximate value of the ancestral rate just by playing a small game with everyone. This was simply a miracle. How is this possible? It should be a coincidence, right? But Yamacho mentioned the ancestral rate to us first. If it really is a coincidence, then wouldn't all the things that Yamacho said before be in vain? It's definitely not a coincidence. Yamacho's expression was that of certainty from the beginning to the end. How can it be a coincidence? The students discussed animatedly below the stage, all of them feeling incredulous. In fact, it wasn't just them. The academy teachers present also felt incredulous. How could the ancestral rate, one of the biggest problems in the field of mathematics, be calculated so casually? Li Zixuan thought to himself. No one guessed correctly, because the answer he got was both a coincidence and not a coincidence at the same time. This experiment was the famous Buffon needle throwing experiment in his previous life. On a day in 1777 AD, the French scientist D. Buffon invited guests to do the same experiment that Li Zixuan had done previously at home. In the end, the guests threw in a total of 2,212 needles, of which the needles intersected with parallel lines 704 times. The ratio of the total 2,212 needles to the number of intersections 704 was 3:142. He said loudly to the guests, "Gentlemen, this is the approximate value of pi." The guests were in an uproar, and there were doubts for a while. Everyone was baffled. Pi? This game has nothing to do with circles at all. The appearance of pi on such a chaotic occasion was really unexpected, but it was absolutely true. Since the problem of the needle-throwing experiment was first proposed by Mr. Buffon, it was called the Buffon problem in the history of mathematics. The general result obtained by Buffon was, if the distance between two parallel lines on the paper was d, the length of the small needle was L, and the number of times the needle was thrown in was n, so the number of times the needle intersected with the parallel lines was m. Then, when n was relatively large, it was pi is almost equal to 2ln dm. The needle length L used here was exactly half of the distance d between parallel lines, so substituting the above formula was simplified to be pi is almost equal to nm. This formula could be completely proven using the knowledge of probability and geometry, so I won't go into detail here for the time being. It was worth mentioning that later, many people followed Buffon's footsteps and used the same method to calculate the value of pi. The most amazing of them all was the Italian mathematician. In 1901, he claimed to have conducted many needle-throwing experiments. The number of needles thrown in each experiment was 3,408 times, and the average number of intersections was 1,808 times. Substituting it into the Buffon formula, he got pi is almost equal to 3.1415929. The needle length L he used was not equal to half of the distance d between parallel lines. Compared with the accurate value of pi, the difference only appeared up to the 7th decimal point. Using such a simple method to obtain such a high precision value of pi, this was really a work of God too beautiful. If Zhu Chongji were still alive, he would be flabbergasted. However, people had always criticized Lazrani's results, but it was not unreasonable to get such a result because it could be proved in mathematics that the fractions closest to the true value of pi, but with a smaller denominator, were sad-face 22/7 almost equals 3.14. Probability 333. 106 is almost equal to 3.1415. 355. 113 is almost equal to 3.1415929. Probability 103993. 33102 is almost equal to 3.141592653, and Lazrani actually threw the probability. For a throw within 10,000 times, it was impossible to get a better result. No wonder many people doubted. Could it be such a coincidence? But most people thought that Lazrani was really lucky, because he had been diligent and cautious all his life. As for the truth, there was no way to investigate it now. Therefore, the result that Li Zixuan had just obtained was both a coincidence and not a coincidence. If he had been unlucky, the error in the result would have been slightly larger, but not by much. This was a probability problem. In the auditorium, Su Hongji, who had been studying mathematics for most of his life, was the most shocked person. At this moment, he did not care about being polite. He instantly stood up from his seat and walked directly to the podium. Halfway there, he realized that he had been rude. He quickly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Yamacho, can I go up and take a look?" "This. I don't mean anything else. I just want to go up and take a look with my own eyes." The second half of his sentence seemed to be a cover-up. After all, if he had not seen such a miracle with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Li Zixuan was amused. Is this old man still suspecting that I cheated? So he laughed and said, "Mr. Su, if you want to take a look, please come up and take a look. Not only that, other teachers or students who have doubts can also come up and take a look. Be careful not to touch the podium and mess up the position of the thin needles." "Thank you, Yamacho." As soon as he finished speaking, a few people immediately came up from below. There were students and teachers from the academy. Li Tai was also among them. Several doubters quickly came to the podium and began to count the thin needles that fell on the parallel lines on the paper. 1, 2, 3, 225, 226, 227. There are exactly 227 thin needles on the black line. After a quarter of an hour, 4 or 5 doubters walked up to the podium and counted the numbers. They could not help but exclaim. Su Hongji was completely convinced at this moment, but he still could not understand how a simple game could be related to the ancestral rate. So he looked at Li Zixuan next to him and said excitedly, "A few years ago, my teacher had also used the circle cutting technique to calculate the ancestral rate. However, after 3 days of calculation, only the first 4 digits after the decimal point were exactly the same as the ancestral master's calculation. Many times, if one careless miscalculation was wrong, it would lead to a complete miscalculation. Today, Yamacho casually played a game and accurately calculated the first 3 decimal places. I am deeply impressed. I wonder if Yamacho can explain the principle to us?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Li Zixuan. Obviously, they also wanted to know the theory behind this. However, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Everyone, please go back to your seats first. Let's put this question aside for the time being. I will play a small game with you. F***CK your game. We want to hear the truth." When everyone heard this, they almost vomited blood. They were all going crazy in their hearts. However, Li Zixuan was the one who spoke. If he did not want to say it, they could not find someone to beat him up and force him to say it, right? Who in the auditorium had the guts to do that? Besides, who could beat him? Therefore, they could only sit down obediently and wait to see what Li Zixuan would do next. Chapter 888. Mo Zhong. Come here. Li Zixuan, who wanted to play a new game, didn't move immediately. Instead, he called out to the dumbfounded Mo Zhong next to him. "Here." Mo Zhong quickly recovered from his shock and ran to Li Zixuan's side. He bent his back and looked like he was all ears. Li Zixuan leaned over to Mo Zhong's ear and whispered something. Then, "Huh? Yamacho, this. You're not joking with me, right?" Mo Zhong's eyes widened. His mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. "Who has the time to joke with you? Hurry up and go," Li Zixuan said in annoyance. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this. They didn't know what Li Zixuan had instructed to make Mo Zhong show such an expression. However, their doubts didn't last long. About half a cup of tea's time after Mo Zhong ran out, the crowd noticed something unusual, and cries of surprise rose from all directions. Mo Zhong had actually run up to the roof and started to peel off the tiles. There was a saying that went, "If you don't teach me a lesson for 3 days, I'll peel the tiles off the roof." The teachers and students in the audience couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. Did Mo Zhong lose his mind? He actually dared to go up to the roof and peel off the tiles? "Yamacho, do you think it's okay to peel off this tile?" Mo Zhong, who was on the roof, leaned over and shouted to the people below. It was only then that the students and teachers in the auditorium understood that Li Zixuan had instructed Mo Zhong to peel the tiles off the roof. They couldn't figure out what Li Zixuan meant by this and couldn't help but discuss it among themselves below. No, move it a little further back. Li Zixuan glanced sideways and then replied, yes. Mo Zhong, who was on the roof, had no choice but to cover the tile that had been peeled off. He then peeled off another tile and asked, Yamacho, is this okay? It's okay. Then I'll go down. Stay up there first. I'll need you later. The strange conversation between the two shocked everyone. Fortunately, after saying this, Li Zixuan finally became normal. He took out a piece of bright triangular glass from a box on the podium and said to the people in the audience, this is the first time I've heard of your name. I've heard of your name before. Does anyone know what color the sun is? The Academy's first volume of physics textbooks didn't cover optics. Do you still need to ask? Of course, the sun is white. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but laugh. It's obviously red. The sun in the morning, how can it be white? Another student retorted immediately. What red? It's obviously yellow. Can't you tell the difference between red and yellow? After a while, there was an uproar. Li Zixuan coughed softly and said, okay, quiet down. There's no need to argue. Next, I'll show you what color the sun is. The students immediately quieted down. They held their breath and stared intently at the podium. Li Zixuan first set up a stand on the podium with white paper pasted between the stands, acting as a white screen. Then, he faced the sun with the triangular glass. At this time, everyone understood why Mo Zhong went to the roof to remove the tiles. It was to let the sun in. A magical scene appeared. Okay, do you see what it is? Li Zixuan pointed at the white screen on the podium and laughed. Wow! The teachers and students were in an uproar. They actually saw a 7-colored light spot appear on the white paper. Wasn't that a rainbow? A rainbow? It's not raining. How can there be a rainbow? Yes, it's still sunny today. It's a miracle. Yamacho can actually create a rainbow? No, Yamacho must be trying to tell us that the sun is 7-colored. How is that possible? Why is the sun white when I see it? What white? It's obviously yellow. It's red. The students were amazed for a while. Then, a few of them began to argue again. Li Zixuan said, quiet down. Through this little game, I want to tell you that many times, what you see with your own eyes may not be true. Take sunlight, for example. Some of you think it's white, red, yellow, or even transparent. But what about the truth? He was a mixture of 7 different colors. Another example, have you ever thought about what kind of substance light is? Is it as illusory as sound? Or is it like the rice and flour that we eat? Is it a substance that exists? When everyone heard this, they all fell into deep thought. After a while, a skinny student stood up and asked, my name is Li Yan. I'm Yamacho. What is light? Li Yan. This is Li Chuanfeng's son. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Li Yan on the entrance exams report card and knew that this kid was Li Chuanfeng's son. However, this was the first time he had met Li Yan. But, that's a good question. But let's put this question aside for now. Next, I'll play a little game with you. It was Li Zixuan who revealed a mysterious smile again, and then said with a cheap tone, Li Yan. Even as a Taoist, Li Yan, who had been cultivating his body and mind for many years, could not help but jump up and down at this moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse, but after thinking about it, he sat back down. If he was like this, the rest of the students would be even worse. Yamacho, please explain it to us first. That's right. Explain it clearly before we play the game. F***CK. This again. You only know how to play games. Play your sister's game. This was what Li Tai, the king of younger sisters, muttered in private. Li Zixuan's face turned serious as he gestured with his hand and said, quiet down. A good meal isn't afraid of being late. Haste makes waste. What's the hurry? All of you take a good look and learn. Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to explode, the students wisely shut their mouths. Mo Yun, Pass this to Mo Zhong. Li Zixuan took out a wooden board. There was a small hole in the board, and passed it to Mo Yun as he ordered. Then, he ordered the students to close all the curtains. There were glass windows in this hall. At this time, Mo Yun had already brought the wooden board to the roof and passed it to Mo Zhong. Mo Zhong used the wooden board to cover the hole in the roof. Li Zixuan ordered again. Mo Zhong did as he was told. Suddenly, the entire hall was plunged into darkness. Only Li Zixuan's side had a very thin beam of light, which looked very conspicuous. Then, everyone heard Li Zixuan say, "I'm holding a piece of paper in my hand now. There are two narrow slits on the paper that are very close to each other. I'll put the slits under the beam of light later. See what happens." The students and teachers were all puzzled. What kind of phenomenon can there be? Isn't it just one beam of light turning into two beams of light? However, reality once again slapped everyone in the face. In the dark, there were bright and dark stripes on the white screen. There were more than two bright stripes. However, everyone clearly saw that the paper that Li Zixuan held above only had two beams of light. Why are there so many stripes below? Chapter 889. In the early days of the development of optics, the interpretation of color was particularly difficult. Before Newton, the Aristotelian view of color prevailed in Europe. Aristotle believed that color was not an objective property of an object, but a subjective perception. The formation of all colors was the result of the proportional mixing of light and darkness, white and black. At the beginning of 1666, Newton made a triangular glass prism and used it to study the color of light. For this purpose, he painted the room black and made a small hole in the window to let in the right amount of sunlight. He then placed the prism at the entrance of the light so that the refracted light could be projected to the opposite wall. Through this experiment, he obtained a colored spot on the wall. The arrangement of the colors was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Newton called this color spot the spectrum. Later generations called this experiment the dispersion of light experiment. In 1830, the British doctor and physicist Thomas Young made a small hole in the window to let light pass through, and used a mirror to reflect the light that passed through. Then he used a piece of paper about 130 inches thick to split the light into two beams. The result was that he saw the intersecting light and shadow. This was the famous Young's double-slit experiment, which showed that two beams of light could interfere with each other like waves. This experiment also played a crucial role in the creation of quantum science a century later. Li Zixuan moved these two experiments to the Tang dynasty to let the students of the academy understand that the sunlight they saw every day was not as simple as it seemed. Light was a very mysterious substance. Understanding its inner workings would give rise to many amazing things. At this moment, the curtains in the auditorium were drawn, but most people were still in a daze. They could not understand why there were only two beams of light, but it seemed like there were many beams of light shining on the paper. How did Li Zixuan do it? Yamacho, how did that just... A student could not help but stand up to ask the truth, but halfway through, he stopped because he felt that Li Zixuan would definitely beat around the bush like before. Sure enough, Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Let's put this aside first. I'll take you. Let's play a little game." Before the last few words could be said, all the teachers and students in the audience had already helped Li Zixuan say it in unison. Moreover, their voices were so loud and so angry that Li Zixuan, who was on the podium, could only feel a strong sense of resentment rushing towards him. "Ahem, so you all knew." Li Zixuan's forehead sweated and said awkwardly. Then he took out two iron boxes and shouted to the side, "Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, you two come here." The two brothers had already come down from the roof, but when they heard that Li Zixuan had something to do again, "Both of you carry one box each. Pay attention to the string in the middle. Don't be too far away from each other. Otherwise, I won't forgive you if you break the string." "Yes, yes, yes, Yamacho." The two brothers quickly agreed and each took a box. "Now, you two stand over there." Li Zixuan pointed to the last corner of the auditorium and said. The two brothers did as they were told. Everyone was confused, but there were two exceptions. Li Tai and Chang Chumo. Not only had they seen this thing before, but they had also played with it before. Li Zishuan took out 2 more iron boxes. One contained a voltaic battery, and the other contained a telegraph. After the wires were connected, he looked up and said, "The next little game is going to be even more interesting. Have you ever thought that one day, 2 people thousands of miles apart will be able to send messages to each other? Sun Zifan, send a letter. Wang Meng, you can also send a letter by pigeon." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "How long would it take to send a letter and a pigeon over a distance of 1,000 miles? The 2 things you see today will be able to instantly send messages across 1,000 miles in the future." Wow, how is this possible? Instantly sending messages across 1,000 miles? Isn't this the work of an immortal? The audience was in an uproar again. Speaking of which, the number of times they were shocked today was more than the previous days combined. Li Zishuan was always full of surprises. Due to the limited space, let's first do a message transmission experiment with a distance of 10 feet. Next, whatever sound my box makes, Mo Zhong's box will make the same sound. Li Zishuan opened the iron box and started to send the telegraph. Beep, 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 beep. 2 short sounds and 3 long sounds. Almost at the same time, Mo Zhong's iron box also made beeps. Beep, 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 beep. 2 short sounds and 3 long sounds. Although the students and teachers felt that it was very magical, most of them could not understand it. "Yamacho, how do we send messages with these beeps?" A student stood up and asked. "Haha, good question. Student, think carefully about the sounds you heard just now. Are there long and short sounds?" That student frowned and thought for a moment before replying, "Yes, Yamacho." Then think about it again. If I combine these long and short sounds with each other, and each combination corresponds to a word. For example, the 2 short and 3 long sounds correspond to the word Li. Then, can I send a message through this? As soon as he finished speaking, exclamations of surprise rang out everywhere. Wow, why didn't I think of that? Yamacho's idea is really amazing. I just don't know how far this thing can be transmitted. Li Zishuan said again. According to my current preliminary tests, this thing can transmit messages within a distance of 15 kilometers. If it's improved in the future, it won't be a dream to transmit messages across 1,000 miles. Wow, more than 15 kilometers? That's amazing. Amazing. Too amazing. An iron box can transmit messages across 1,000 miles. The auditorium was once again in an uproar. The older generation of teachers from the academy looked at each other in shock. At this moment, they really felt that they were old and could not keep up with the times. Okay, let's put this aside for now. There's more to come. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, please tidy up these things. Li Zishuan once again revealed a mysterious smile and ordered. It was impossible for him to explain the principle of the telegraph machine in detail now. The students all had an as-expected expression on their faces. However, they were too lazy to complain now, so they remained silent and watched Li Zishuan's performance quietly. Li Zishuan brought a basin of water from under the lectern, then took out a box and 2 tubes of colored glass. Then, he looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Next, it's time to witness a miracle. You will see the real meaning of making something out of nothing." Chapter 890. Creating something out of nothing? Why does it sound like a magic trick? But then again, everything that Li Zishuan said in class today made the students feel like he was performing a magic trick. The casting of needles, the splitting of sunlight, the double slit turning into stripes, and the iron box message just now made them feel like they were dreaming. It was very unreal. At this moment, Li Zishuan put the wire from the iron box into the basin. This basin was not made of wood, but of glass. Then filled the 2 thin glass tubes with water, pressed the mouth of the tubes, and put them into the basin upside down. Then, Li Zishuan inserted the 2 enameled wires into the 2 glass tubes. Everyone, look carefully. There will be some interesting phenomena in a while. Li Zishuan raised his head and smiled. Then he called Mo Zhong over and whispered a few words in his ear. Mo Zhong obeyed and went out. Li Zishuan pressed a button on the iron box next to him. Suddenly, the students in the auditorium found that the enameled wires in the glass tubes began to bubble. Hey, is Yamacho performing bubble blowing for us? Chang Chumo was happy when he saw this and whispered in the audience. The ancients also knew how to blow bubbles. Soak the honey locust in water and cut a thin piece of bamboo, and you can play with bubbles. However, honey locust was too expensive, and not many parents would let their naughty children waste natural resources like this. However, Chang Chumo played with it a lot when he was a child. After about 10 breaths of time, the water in one of the glass tubes in the basin had been completely drained. This tube was filled with hydrogen, but the other glass tube was still half full. Li Zishuan ignored it and let the gas in the glass tube overflow. When the water in the other glass tube was completely drained, Li Zishuan pressed the button on the iron box again, and the enameled wires in the basin stopped bubbling. Yamacho, is this electrolyzed water? Someone in the audience stood up and asked. It was Wang Ji. The experiment of electrolyzing water was mentioned in the first volume of Chemistry of the Academy. However, he had only read the description in the book and had never seen a real person demonstrating it. He had never done it himself because he didn't know where to get electricity. Therefore, it was only now that he felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Mr. Wang, you have a good eye. This is the water electrolysis experiment. Li Zishuan praised and then said to the students, the gas in the 2 glass tubes in my hand was formed by the water I just used. It's different from the air you breathe every day. Tisk, what's the difference? The students shook their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, the 2 glass tubes in Li Zishuan's hands were colorless. Weren't they just filled with air? What was so strange about it? Li Zishuan didn't make any more excuses. At this time, Mo Zhong came in with a brazier. Wherever he went, the students all avoided him because it was hot. Li Zishuan didn't mind the heat. He went forward and wrapped his left hand with a wet cloth. He pulled out a red thin iron wire from the brazier, and then put his right hand into the brazier. He held the glass tube filled with gas with his thumb and took it out. He said, now it's time to witness a miracle. Hearing this, the students all widened their eyes and stared at him. They saw Li Zishuan's right hand releasing his thumb from the glass tube, and his left hand quickly put the red-hot iron wire into it. Tisk, tisk. The red iron wire suddenly burned in the glass tube and emitted a bright fire. Damn, iron can also burn? Am I seeing things? Chang Chumo shouted. The other students were also shocked and felt that it was incredible. After the fire went out, Li Zishuan smiled a little mischievously, and then took out the other glass tube. His left hand took the small burning wooden stick from Mo Zhong. The students didn't know what was going on, but the teachers of the Academy's chemistry department all buried their heads and covered their ears. Boom! The students saw Li Zishuan place the wooden stick with a flame at the mouth of the glass tube. Then, they heard an explosion that wasn't particularly loud, but definitely not soft either. Damn! Except for the teachers of the chemistry department who were already prepared, everyone in the auditorium was shocked. Li Zishuan put down the test tube, clapped his hands, and waited for the crowd to quiet down. He said, now do you believe that I turned water into 2 different kinds of gas? The students were speechless. They thought to themselves, how could we believe you? Why didn't you tell us in advance before playing with the explosion? So the electrolysis experiment recorded in the teaching materials is actually real. This old man is convinced. Yamacho is really a genius, Wang Ji said with emotion. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Then he gave Mo Zhong a look, and the latter quickly nodded and turned to go out. A moment later, Mo Zhong moved in something half the height of a person, covered with a red cloth. Mo Zhong moved this big treasure to the podium and left. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and said to the audience, well, that's all for today's games. Next, I'll show you something good. After that, he lifted the red cloth, and a big blue ball, supported by a bracket, stood on the podium and suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What is this? It's 2 times bigger than a football? Boy, you only know about football. The students were talking about it, but Xiao Dian from the geography department stood up shakily and said, Yamacho, this is… Li Zishuan nodded and said, Mr. Xiao, that's right, this is the Earth. It should be said that it's a model of the Earth. I call it a globe. After that, he looked at the students and said loudly, Students, the Earth under our feet is not flat. The saying that the sky is round and the Earth is round is nonsense. We all live on a big ball like this. As for the details, your teacher will tell you later. From now on, I will put this globe in front of Guanghua Building. Every time you pass by, you must take a good look at it and see the world we live in. This is definitely a new world that you have never known before. Also, the little games that I played with you earlier had a deep meaning. Don't ask me about the specific principles. I hope that by the time you graduate from the Yanhuang Academy, you will be able to fully understand these questions. Then, the painstaking efforts that I and the teachers of the Academy have put in for you will not be in vain. Okay, class dismissed. Go and rest. Today's class is over. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, all the teachers and students couldn't help but stand up and applaud Li Zishuan. Today's class was destined to go down in history. Moreover, this class had given them too much shock. It made them feel extremely lucky that they chose Yanhuang College in the first place. Otherwise, where would they go to learn such advanced knowledge? Chapter 891. This was the students' first class after entering Yanhuang College, and it would be the class that would leave the deepest impression in their lives. Li Zishuan chose some of the more classic experiments from mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. These experiments opened the door to a new world for these students who had been influenced by Confucianism for many years. The charm of engineering was displayed incisively and vividly. At the same time, Li Zishuan's teaching style had given all the teachers in the academy a great inspiration. They realized that when Li Zishuan was teaching, all the students' attention was focused on Li Zishuan. After half a day of class, there was not even a single person who went to the toilet, let alone someone who was absent. Did the students not want to go to the toilet? Obviously not, because after Li Zishuan announced the end of class, the toilets in the auditorium were all overcrowded. Many students had no choice but to rush to the school building to use the toilets. What did this mean? It meant that the students were unwilling to miss a single bit of Li Zishuan's teaching. This could be called a miracle in the history of teaching. Most of the teachers in the academy used to be teachers in local government schools or schools in the countryside. But what was the situation like when they taught students? Other than a few students who really wanted to excel through studying and listening attentively, the rest of the students were either absent-minded or sleeping. They were all hoping that the class would end early. Compared to Li Zishuan's class, the effect of their teaching was like the bottom of the abyss, while the other was above the clouds. Therefore, after Li Zishuan's class, Yan Silu, who was in charge of teaching in the academy, did not even eat lunch. He immediately gathered all the teachers in the academy and held a teaching method improvement and learning meeting. He asked all the teachers in the 5 academic departments to reflect on their teaching methods and improve them within a time limit. The teaching team of the academy would organize teachers to take turns attending classes every week. At the end of the semester, the teacher's teaching ability would play a large role in the final evaluation. Therefore, no one would ignore this matter. Of course, Li Zishuan also sat in on the meeting, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. He was quite impressed with Yan Silu's ability to discover the problem and react quickly. At the end of the day, Yanhuang College couldn't be supported by him alone. He needed all the teachers to exert their subjective power. After the meeting, many of the teachers who had classes in the afternoon didn't even bother to eat lunch and hurriedly went to prepare for class. It had to be said that the competition for teaching in Yanhuang College was really great. There was the most awesome teacher in the Tang Empire, Li Gang, as well as famous people like Yan Silu, Wang Ji, and Xiao Dian. When working with such outstanding people, one would feel embarrassed to slack off. Li Zishuan didn't have any classes. In fact, he didn't substitute for any classes in the past 2 semesters because there were enough teachers in the academy. As the principal, how could he roll up his sleeves and compete with others for a job? When the next batch of students enrolled next year, if there weren't enough teachers, he might consider substituting for the students if he had time. Therefore, he went straight back to the courtyard for lunch. In the afternoon, he still had to go to Chang'an City. Previously, someone from the Ministry of Personnel sent him a letter to collect the official seal of the Ministry of Shipping. It was said that this thing couldn't be collected by others, so he had to go personally. After lunch, Li Zixuan brought Pang Feiji and 2 other bodyguards. The 4 of them rode down from the Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Chang'an. It was now late autumn, and the weather wasn't as hot as before. He didn't like to take a carriage when he went out. Although Don't Touch Me was comfortable, he still liked the carefree feeling of riding on a horse. Hiya! Make way! The people in front, please make way. The 4 of them quickly arrived at Chang'an City and entered the city from the east side of Yanqing Gate. Li Zixuan could gallop on his horse outside the city, but he deliberately slowed down the moment he entered the city. The 4 of them walked on the main road between Xinchang Square and Shengdao Square. Not long after, they heard the rumbling sound of carriages and horses behind them, and a man's request. Li Zixuan heard that the man behind them sounded polite, so he brought Pang Feiji and the rest to the side of the road. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge group of carriages that rolled past them. There were about 40 to 50 people in the group, all dressed in black armor. They were all tall and strong, and their hair was disheveled. They looked ferocious. The leading carriage had a large flag hanging on it, and a majestic Feng character was written on it. The caravan whizzed past, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Li Zixuan and the others far behind. Feng? Is there a family of generals with the surname Feng near Chang'an City? Li Zixuan looked in the direction where the carriages disappeared and asked softly. Pang Feiji thought for a moment and answered, Marquis, although there are generals with the surname Feng in the family of generals, I have seen most of them before. From the way they are dressed, they don't seem to be from around Chang'an City, and they are not even from the Central Plains. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. Not from the Central Plains? Then why was there such a big group of people traveling? Since he was not in a hurry to go to the Ministry of Personnel, he ordered, Feiji, go to the city gate and ask around. Find out where these people are from. Yes. Pang Feiji accepted the order and rode his horse towards Yanqing Gate, which they had just passed by. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he turned around and returned. Marquis, I have just asked the general at the city gate. The group of people just now came from Lingnan. It is said that Duke Gung of Lingnan sent his second son to meet His Majesty. The person in the leading carriage should be Duke Gung's second son, Feng Zhidai. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and answered, Duke Gung? Who is Duke Gung? Li Zixuan frowned and asked. He had heard of the few dukes in Tang Dynasty, but he had never heard of one called Duke Gung. Pang Feiji was sweating. He looked around and explained to Li Zixuan softly, Marquis, Duke Gung is the chief of Lingnan. Feng Ong, chief of Lingnan. Li Zixuan muttered and suddenly realized. His expression changed slightly and he asked softly, Do you know why Feng Ong sent his son to Chang'an? Although Pang Feiji was no longer working in the Wu Ho government, he still frequently looked for his former colleagues to drink. Thus, he was still relatively well informed. He looked around, then went to Li Zixuan's side and whispered, Marquis, in April this year, the provincial governors of Lingnan accused the chief of Gaozhou, Feng Ong, of gathering troops to rebel. Duke Gung must be sending his son to the court to show his loyalty to His Majesty? Chapter 892. At the beginning of the new year, Feng Ong was fighting with Tan Dian and hadn't entered the court for a long time. The various prefectures reported Feng Ang's rebellion more than 10 times. Li Er planned to send the general of the Right Guards, Lin Mu, and the others to the Jiang and Ling provinces to suppress him. Wei Zhang advised, The Central Plains has just been pacified. Lingnan is far away and the terrain is dangerous. There is miasma and plagues, so we can't station a large army there. Also, Feng Ang's rebellion hasn't formed yet, so it's not good to mobilize a large army. Li Er said, There is an endless stream of people reporting Feng Ang's rebellion. How can you say that the rebellion hasn't formed yet? Wei Zhang replied, If Feng Ang rebelled, He would have split up his troops to occupy the strategic areas and attack the neighboring provinces. It's been a few years since he's been reported, but the Feng troops haven't left the country yet. There are no signs of rebellion. The various prefectures already suspect that the Feng family is rebelling, but His Majesty hasn't sent an envoy to appease them. The Feng family is afraid of death, so they don't dare to come to the court. If His Majesty sends an envoy to show his sincerity, the Feng family will be happy to avoid trouble. This way, they won't have to use the army to make him obedient. Thus, Li Er ordered the troops to withdraw. At the same time, he sent Wei Shushuan and Li Gongyan to Lingnan to express their condolences to Feng Ong. At the end of the 10th month, as Wei Zheng expected, Feng Ong sent his second son to the capital to show his loyalty. In essence, he used his second son as a hostage to express his intention to surrender. After asking about the cause and effect of the incident, Li Zishuan mounted his horse and slowly moved forward. He fell into deep thought. Li Zishuan, who had read a few transmigrating Tang novels in his previous life, knew a little about Feng Ong. This person was the undisputed king of Lingnan. The so-called Lingnan referred to the 5 ridges: Yueqing Ridge, Dupang Ridge, Mengzhu Ridge, Qitian Ridge, and Daiyu Ridge in southern China. It included all of modern Guangdong, most of Guangxi, southeastern Yunnan, and northern Vietnam. Feng Ang's father used to be the governor of Gaozhou. At first, he used his ancestors' merits to become the county magistrate of Song Kong. In the second year of Renshou's second year, Chao, Cheng, and the other provinces rebelled. At that time, Feng Ong personally went to the capital to ask for an imperial decree. Emperor Wen summoned his left servant Yang Su to discuss the enemy's situation with him. Feng Ang's analysis was clear and logical. Yang Su was very surprised. Thus, he ordered Feng Yi to lead the Jiangling troops on a crusade. After the rebellion was quelled, he was given the title of Golden Purple Guanglu Daifu and Hanyang Prefect. In the 7th year of Dai, Feng Ong followed Emperor Yang to Liaodong and was later promoted to general of the left Wu-wei. In the 2nd year of Yi Ning, the Sui dynasty was destroyed. Feng Ong and his second son, Feng Zhidai, fled back to Lingnan. They gathered the chiefs of the various tribes and had 50,000 soldiers to guard the land and prevent chaos. Not long after, Feng Ong used Kangwu, Gaoliang, Zhuya, and Panyu regions to rely on Lin Shihong, who had set up a separatist regime in Lingnan. In the 3rd year of Tang Wuda's reign, Gao Faqing and Xian Baoche of Panyu and Xinzhou rose up and killed the officials of the imperial court. Feng Ong led his troops to quell the rebellion of Gao and Xian. Later on, Xian Baoche's nephew, Xian Jichen, gathered his troops at Xinzhou and refused to fight. Feng Ong led his troops on an expedition. During the battle, Feng Ong took off his armor and shouted, "Do you know me?" When Xian Jichen's soldiers saw that it was the famous Feng Ong, they immediately put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Xian Baoche, Xian Jichen, and the others were all captured by Feng Ong. From then on, from Panyu to Kangwu, Guangxi Wuzhou, to Zhuya, Laizhou Peninsula, and Hainan Island, they all submitted to Feng Ong. Feng Ong proclaimed himself to be the chief steward. He ruled over 20 prefectures and thousands of li of land. His territory was even larger than Zhao Tuo's, martial emperor of South Yu, Qin dynasty's southern sea dragon Chuan commander, founder of South Yu Kingdom, and former Qin dynasty general. He was the undisputed king of Lingnan. Not simple. This matter shouldn't be as simple as it seems on the surface. Li Zishuan sat on his horse and muttered softly. Heroes were born in troubled times. For Feng Ong to be able to rule Lingnan and govern it well, he was definitely not an easy person. It was not an exaggeration to call him a hero of a generation. Li Zishuan believed that such a person would not be as cowardly as Wei Zheng said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not believe that Madame Feng was afraid of death and did not dare to come to the imperial court. This time, when Feng Ong sent Feng Zhidai to the capital, in the eyes of others, it might be Feng Ong showing his loyalty to Li Er by sending his son over as a hostage. However, in Li Zishuan's eyes, this move might not be without the intention of spying on the imperial court. Li Zishuan had always disdained those who sent their sons to the capital as hostages to show their loyalty. A few hundred years later, Zhu Di sent his sons to Jinling as hostages to the Jiangwen emperor. Was that enough to show his loyalty? In the end, he still usurped the throne. If someone really wanted to rebel, they would not stop just because their sons were in someone else's hands. Moreover, Li Zishuan had heard that Fengong had more than 30 sons. If he really wanted to rebel against the imperial court, would he give up his throne for a son? Obviously not. Li Zishuan was not measuring the stature of a gentleman with his own yardstick. It was just that, in this feudal era, he felt that there were very few people in the world who had no ambition like him. There were even fewer people who had great power but no ambition. Lingnan was a dangerous place, and the emperor was far away. Li Zishuan did not believe that Fengong did not have the slightest bit of ambition in his heart. Your Majesty, Fengong has sent his second son to Chang'an. He is now outside the palace and asking for an audience. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er had just finished his afternoon nap. Zhao Song hurried in and bowed before he could even warm his seat on the dragon bed. Li Er was shocked. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "They're finally here." Feng Zhichen and his men had to pass through more than 10 prefectures from Lingnan to Chang'an. As the supreme ruler of the world, there was no way that Li Er did not receive the news in advance. Summon. After a few breaths, Li Er came back to his senses and ordered, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, a bronze-skinned, tall, and strong young man walked in. Although he was tall and strong, his clothes and hair accessories made him look like a Han Chinese scholar. Apart from being bold and strong, there was also a hint of elegance. "Your subject, Feng Zhichen, pays his respects to Your Majesty." The young man walked up to Li Er, bowed deeply, and said respectfully. Li Er looked at Feng Zhichen for a while before smiling. "At ease. Tianxi must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest at the inn for a few days before coming to see me?" Feng Zhichen, courtesy name Tianxi, courtesy name Fuan. Feng Zhichen immediately bowed and said very sincerely, "Your Majesty, my father is being attacked by scoundrels. As a son, there is no time that I do not want to help my father clear his name as soon as possible so that Your Majesty will not be suspicious. Therefore, I rushed all the way here to ask for forgiveness on behalf of my father. How would I dare to rest at the inn? Here is a letter written by my father. It explains the situation in Lingnan in detail. I hope Your Majesty can read it." At this point, Feng Zhichen took out a painted letter from his sleeve and raised it above his head with both hands in a very respectful manner. Chapter 893. In the Ganlu Palace. Zhao Song took the letter from Feng Zhidai and used his internal energy to check it. After confirming that there was no problem, he handed it to Li Er. Li Er opened the envelope, calmed himself down, and began to read it carefully. The palace fell into silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Half an hour later, Li Er put down the letter and raised his head to look at Feng Zhidai. With a kind smile, he said, "I've finished reading Duke Geng's letter. As for the matter of the provinces accusing your father, I'll have someone investigate it thoroughly and give your family an explanation." In fact, the content of the letter was not important. It was enough that Fengong was willing to send his son to Chang and to show his loyalty. The rumors of rebellion would be dispelled. Feng Zhidai cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for trusting my father, Your Majesty." Li Er waved his hand and smiled. Hai Duke Geng is loyal to the country. He guarded Lingnan for many years and made hundreds of thousands of people in Lingnan live in peace. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. I'll remember all these. Tianxi, you must be tired from your long journey. Go to the post house and have a good rest. I'll arrange a position for you tomorrow morning. Feng Eng's letter clearly stated that Feng Zhidai would stay in Chang and accompany Li Er from now on. Feng Zhidai did not show any surprise. Obviously, he already knew about Feng Eng's arrangement. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." He took the official seal from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs and asked someone to send the Kung Fu/non-Kung Fu football management rules that Li Er asked him to write to the palace. According to the type of game, there were strict rules on the behavior of the players. Anyone who violated the rules would be severely punished. It was considered a regulation of the Tang Empire's football to reduce malicious behavior on the football field. When he returned to the academy, the bearded man reported, "Yamacho, after the Datong Daily was sent out today, 28 people came to register their teams and received their football." Li Zixuan had asked Zhang Zhongjian, the PE teacher of the academy, to manage the affairs of the football association. This bearded man looked rough and uncouth, but if one talked to him in detail, one would find that he was not only uncouth, but also proficient in the art of war and strategy. Which uncouth from Jianghu could be better than him? Li Zixuan personally poured a cup of wine for the bearded man because he knew that the bearded man did not like to drink tea like himself. In comparison, the old man preferred to drink strong alcohol like drunken immortal. However, where would Li Zixuan's office have such a thing? The bearded guest took the wine glass. Li Zixuan then said, "I didn't expect so many people to have formed their teams today." The bearded man grinned and said disdainfully, "Hey, from what I see, these people are most likely here for the football. They formed a team, came here to take the football at a cheap price, and then took it out to sell. They can make at least 50 strings of cash. Then they can just find a reason to disband the team. Wouldn't they be making 50 strings of cash for nothing? Yamacho, I see that your method doesn't seem to work. You should change it. Otherwise, wouldn't you be benefiting those villains for nothing? Scalpers." When the bearded man said this, Li Zixuan instantly thought of the scalpers in his previous life. He did not expect that there would be such annoying people in ancient times. 50 strings of cash for a football. The workshop would still make a lot of money, but Li Zixuan did not want these scalpers to make his money and thus disrupt the market. Then, in Mr. Zhang San's opinion, how should we prevent these people from maliciously reselling the football? Li Zixuan asked modestly. Recently, when he had nothing to do, he had chatted with the bearded man many times. He was mainly asking the bearded man for advice on the art of war and strategy. The master of this body, spiritual master Ling Su, had taught him some military tactics, but it was not comprehensive. The bearded man, who was once all-powerful and wanted to compete with Li Er for the world, had entered the academy. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity to get some useful information from the bearded man. Although he did not intend to go to the battlefield, who knew what would happen in the future? One must know that, in the face of war, the role of individual bravery was very limited. Even if he became a great grandmaster, he could not rely on his own ability to determine the outcome of a war. Besides, there was no harm in learning more skills. Of course, it was not only him who learned from the bearded man. As a person of two lives, spiritual master Ling Su had also taught him some military tactics in this life. Sometimes, the bearded man felt that his views had benefited a lot. Therefore, the bearded man was usually very willing to ask Li Zixuan for advice on the art of war. At this moment, when he heard Li Zixuan's question, the bearded man seemed to have been prepared. He answered without thinking, "In my opinion, Yamacho, you should add a clause to the original notice. Any team that comes here to register and collect the football must ensure that the team has been maintained for more than a year. If there is a violation, the Football Association will cooperate with the government to pursue the responsibility." Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Cooperate with the government? Mr. Zhang San, we have no way to mobilize the government." The bearded man chuckled and said, "Yamacho, His Majesty personally issued a decree for the Football Association to manage all the affairs of the Tang Empire. The local government naturally has the responsibility to cooperate. Even if they don't cooperate with Yamacho's current imperial favor, it is easy for you to go to the palace and ask for an imperial edict. Besides, I don't think that the government will deliberately offend you for such a small matter." After that, he rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since ancient times, the people have been afraid of the government. We can scare away most of the businessmen who want to speculate by just saying that. The deterrent power of this notice is greater than its meaning." Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He secretly thought that this old man was indeed full of guts. A small notice could make him play psychological warfare. It was a waste of his talent to be a pirate at sea. Mr. Zhang San is very talented. This junior admires you. In a while, I will have someone modify the original notice according to your meaning." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said politely, "Haha, Yamacho, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. Besides, the people who came to pick up the football are not purely speculating. I reckon that there are many who sincerely want to start a football team. After all, Yamacho, this football you made is really interesting. A few of my little bastards came to me today to ask for a football to play with, but I kicked them away." The bearded man stroked his beard and laughed. "Mr. Zhang-san, you don't have to be like this. If your brothers want to play football, you can just give them a few. It's not worth much." Li Zishuan persuaded. The bearded man waved his hand and said resentfully, "I can't give it to you, I can't give it to you." When these little bastards heard that I was going to be a teacher at the academy, they almost wanted to slit their own throats. They felt that I had embarrassed them, and now they want to ask me for a football? No way. Chapter 894. Back then, the bearded man had agreed to Li Zishuan's request to stay in the academy as a private individual, so he was the only one who stayed in the academy. Most of his subordinates were still at sea helping him manage his family business, while a small number followed him to Chang'an, wanting to stay behind to take care of him. It was impossible to say that all of these people agreed to let the bearded man stay at the academy as a guard for a year. There would definitely be voices of opposition. However, the bearded man had been at sea for so many years and had long been infamous. Even if they didn't agree in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out loud. However, later on, these pirates heard that the bearded man had become a teacher at the academy. Moreover, they had stayed in Chang'an for so long and had heard a lot about Yanhuang College. As a result, they weren't so opposed to their boss staying at Yanhuang College. Moreover, the bearded man had told them that as long as they stayed at the academy for a year, they would be able to obtain detailed sea maps of all the seas. At that time, the world was so big that they could go anywhere. Recently, they heard about the new sport of football. Moreover, the bearded man was a manager of the football association, so they thought of coming over to ask for a football to play with. After all, they were new here and were unfamiliar with the place. Even if they were to line up at the Strange Interest Pavilion, they reckoned that they wouldn't be able to find the right door. Even if they found the right door, they wouldn't be able to line up faster than those rich young masters with membership cards. However, they never expected that after their boss found out about the situation, he actually chased them out without saying a word. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Hee. Then I wonder how Mr. Zhang-san feels about his life at the academy? Li Zishuan asked tentatively. The bearded man looked deeply at Li Zishuan and then laughed loudly. "Haha, Yamacho, don't try to test me. Since I, Zhang Zhongjin, have agreed to stay at the academy for a year, then I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities within this year. Yamacho, if you want me to go east, I definitely won't go west. Besides, I have good wine to drink and fresh meat to eat in the academy. My days here can be considered carefree and happy. If it weren't for the fact that I still want to wander the sea for a few more years, I'd rather retire on the Cloud Mountain." Li Zishuan's expression did not change when his thoughts were seen through. He smiled and said, "Well, when Mr. Zhang-san is tired of life at sea, the academy will always welcome you back." "Haha, then I would like to thank Yamacho." The bearded man's eyes flashed. He raised his wine cup and saluted Li Zishuan from afar. Then he laughed loudly. He wasn't kidding when he said that he wanted to retire at Yanhuang College. He had long known that Li Zishuan was an extraordinary person. Yanhuang College would one day become the holy land of learning in Tang Empire. He would have no regrets if he could retire at such a place. "Your Majesty, is there something on your mind?" At midnight, in the west court of the Imperial Palace, the Empress' bedroom, Empress Zhangsun, who had rested for more than 2 hours, inadvertently woke up. She found that Li Er, who was lying beside her, was still awake. His dark eyes reflected the light of the fire outside the bedroom, looking particularly bright. She was moved and asked aloud, "Oh, Maid Guanyin, why are you awake now? Is it because I—" "No, Your Majesty. I woke up by myself," Empress Zhangsun hurriedly explained without waiting for Li Er to finish. "Oh." Li Er leaned against the headboard and sighed faintly. After a while, he said, "Today, Feng Ong sent his son to the capital. I met his son in the afternoon. Like father, like son." Empress Zhang's son was also a quick-witted person. She thought about it and understood what Li Er was worried about. So she said, "Your Majesty, are you worried about Lingnan? But since Feng Ong is willing to send his son to the capital, it means that he has no disloyalty to your Majesty. Why are you still worried?" Li Er shook his head and said in a dull voice, "Feng Ong would rather send his most valued son to Chong and as a hostage than to personally come to Chong and to see me. I feel uneasy. Just because he is a hostage doesn't mean that he has no ambition." In the past, Qin Shi Huang's father Qin Zhuangxiang, Qin Shi Huang's great-grandfather Qin Zhaoxiang, and Yen Crown Prince Dan of the Warring States period were all hostages. But what happened later proved that all of them were ambitious people. It's really hard to guess what Feng Ong is thinking. Empress Zhang's son was silent for a while and then comforted, "Your Majesty, why are you so worried? At present, my great Tang's treasury is abundant, and we have produced many talented people. We also have no shortage of brave and skilled generals. Even if Feng Ong is disloyal and decides to take the risk, this servant is confident that he is no match for the imperial court. Your Highness should relax and rest early." Li Er nodded and praised, "Maid Guanyin is right. I only hope that Feng Ong can understand the current situation. Otherwise, the Tang Empire will fall into serious internal friction." The next day, a piece of news in Datong Daily once again caused an uproar in Chang. It was Ma Zhou who sorted out the content of Li Zishuan's class yesterday morning. After Li Zishuan approved it, it was published on the front page of Datong Daily. The title was Engineering, New World. What? How could a small needle-throwing game calculate the approximate value of the ancestral rate? How is that possible? That's right. That's the ancestral rate. How can it be calculated so easily? The newspaper must be bragging. Yes, it's bragging. Hey, that's not right, is it? If you don't believe it, you can follow what the newspaper said and do it yourself. You didn't even do it yourself. What right do you have to say that the newspaper is bragging? That's right. If you don't believe it, you can find a few hundred people to do an experiment. Humph. Let's do it. When I return to the Imperial College, I will gather my classmates to do a needle game for you to see." After saying that, this person left with his companions. TSK, so it's from the Imperial College. When the Duke of Yong'an was teaching at the Imperial College, it was really lively there. What a pity. Now, our Hongwen Library is still using the blackboard chalk invented by the Duke of Yong'an. We still use the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty compiled by the Duke of Yong'an. Many people reminisced about the time when Li Zishuan was teaching at the Imperial College. Hey, look, this news isn't over yet. The Duke of Yong'an can create rainbows? There's even a metal box to send messages? The Duke of Yong'an said that this thing can allow two people thousands of miles apart to communicate. Hiss, that's too magical. The Duke of Yong'an can even turn water into two types of gas. One can make iron burn, and the other can explode upon contact with fire. This is like magic. This piece of news, Engineering a New World, really brought everyone into a new world. The influence of engineering once again spread. Chapter 895. When the news from the Tang Daily reached the Imperial College, it caused another uproar, especially in the School of Mathematics, which caused an unprecedented shock. Li Zishuan had resigned in anger. Not only did he take all the students from the School of Mathematics, but he also poached the original teacher, Su Hongji. The School of Mathematics was once in an awkward situation where there were no teachers or students. Left with no choice, Kong Ingda personally came forward and invited the retired professor of mathematics, Lu Hongyuan, Su Hongji's mentor, to come out of seclusion once again. He also selected a group of students from the various prefectures to fill in the gaps. After all, the majority of students were still willing to go to the Imperial College these days. Although Yanhuang Academy was very famous now, its reputation among the people was still not as good as the Imperial College, the #1 official school of the Tang Empire. It was worth mentioning that the enrollment scale of the School of Mathematics this time was about 2 times larger than before. A total of 71 students were recruited. It was as if they wanted to compete with Yanhuang College in the field of mathematics. Other than the increase in students, Kong Yingda also hired 3 teaching assistants to help Lu Hongyuan teach the School of Mathematics. Therefore, the School of Mathematics was now more than 1 level higher than before in terms of both the number of students and the number of teachers. Inside the School of Mathematics. Hey, did you hear? The Marquis of Yong and made a simple needle-throwing game and was able to calculate the approximate value of the ancestral rate. It's amazing. I saw the newspaper, but I think it must be a coincidence. After all, whether the needle is thrown or not depends on luck. He was able to get such a result because of luck. I also think it's a coincidence. If he did it again, the result would definitely be different. I don't think so, since the Marquis of Yong and dared to announce this experiment on Datang Daily. He must be prepared to be questioned. This means that this experiment can be questioned. Speaking of which, why isn't Mr. Lu here yet? In the past, he would have already arrived at this time. Mr. Lu is here, Mr. Lu is here. Just as the students were discussing, an old man in white clothes made of rough cloth came in. Together with his white hair, he looked inexplicably weathered. There were 3 middle-aged scholars following behind the old man. They all deliberately stayed half a step behind the old man to show their respect. The classroom, which had been noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Haha, this old man heard you all talking about the needle experiment in the newspaper just now. Presumably, you all want to know whether the results in the newspaper are a coincidence or not, right? The old man stood on the podium and chuckled as he looked at the students below. This old man was Lu Hongyuan. He had already reached the age where he could enjoy the rest of his life, but he was invited back. He had stayed in the Imperial College for more than 10 years, so he was still reluctant to leave this place. No students responded. After being in the Imperial College for so long, they all knew that the majority of the teachers in the Imperial College did not like students discussing matters related to Li Zixuan. This was already an unspoken fact. Although they couldn't make a sound, the students' eyes were all shining as they looked at Lu Hongyuan. Lu Hongyuan did not have any prejudice against Li Zixuan. On the contrary, he had bought a copy of Li Zixuan's new mathematics textbook and studied it. Seeing that the students wanted to speak but did not dare to, he smiled and said, "Actually, it's not just you all who want to know. This old man also wants to know whether the results obtained by the Marquis of Yong are a coincidence." Before class, this old man prepared a piece of paper with lines drawn on it and a bag of thin needles. The distance between the lines and the length of the needles are exactly as described in the newspaper. Thus, today, our Imperial College will also conduct a needle experiment to see if the results in the newspaper are a coincidence. As Lu Hongyuan spoke, he took a gray cloth bag from an assistant teacher. Inside was a piece of paper with lines drawn on it and a bag of thin needles. The reason why he was late for class today was to prepare these 2 things. When the students heard this, they could not help but whisper among themselves. "Wow, we are also going to conduct a needle experiment?" Mr. Lu is really open-minded. "Hey, if we can prove that the results in the newspaper are a coincidence, won't our Imperial College become famous this time?" Haha, in my opinion, it is most likely a coincidence. Haha, I don't think so. Lu Hongyuan patted the table and signaled for the students to be quiet. Then, he said, "There are a total of 71 students in the Imperial College of Mathematics. The number is still a little small. In order to match the total number of needles in the newspaper, you will all come up in order to cast the needles. Each of you will cast 10 times. Be careful not to use too much force and throw the thin needles out of the paper. The 3 teachers and I will help you count the number of times you cast the thin needles. Yao Yuanhe, come up. We will start with you." Then Lu Hongyuan spread out the paper and instructed a student sitting at the door. "Yes, Mr. Lu." The student responded and ran up excitedly. The other 3 assistant teachers took a pen and paper and stood behind Lu Hongyuan, ready to take notes. The verification experiment of the needle-throwing experiment was officially launched in the Imperial College of Mathematics. The whole experiment lasted for more than an hour before it was announced to be over. Since it was a real-time count, the assistant teachers immediately counted the number of needles cast by the students each time they cast the thin needles. Therefore, the final results were tabulated not long after the experiment ended. Lu Hongyuan checked his own statistical results with the 3 assistant teachers. When he found that the results were the same, he turned to the students and said, "We have a total of 71 students. Each of you cast 10 times, which means that you cast 710 times in total. After the 3 teachers and I tabulated, you cast the thin needles in the center line a total of 226 times." As soon as his voice fell, a student with a slightly better memory immediately exclaimed, 710, 226. The results on the newspaper are 713, 227. Our results are so close to the ones in the newspaper. Wow! All the students in the hall were in an uproar. The 3 assistant teachers on the podium were also stunned. This was because at this time they also recalled the data in the newspaper. Lu Hongyuan's expression didn't change. He turned around, picked up a piece of chalk, and started calculating on the blackboard. When the students saw this, they hurriedly stopped their discussion and quietly watched Lu Hongyuan calculate. 710,226 is equal to 3.14159292. When he reached the 7th decimal place, everyone's expressions became interesting. Lu Hongyuan, who had always been calm in the face of changes, was no exception. At this moment, the old teacher was so excited that he was trembling all over. He didn't even notice that the chalk in his hand had fallen to the ground. A miracle. I actually calculated the 6th decimal place of the ancestral rate. This. Chapter 896. The results of the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics shocked the entire Imperial College. The professors, teaching assistants, and Confucian scholars who were unhappy with Li Zixuan and mocked Li Zixuan for getting such a result were all slapped in the face by the results of the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics. Didn't you say that Li Zixuan was lucky to get the approximate value of the ancestral rate to 3 decimal places? Then Lu Hongyuan used the same method to get the ancestral rate to 6 decimal places. What should you say? This could completely prove that Li Zixuan's calculation of the ancestral rate of the needle experiment was reasonable. Those who understood the key points were all scared silly. One of the biggest problems in the history of mathematics, ancestral rate, was actually able to get the approximate value through a simple needle game. The circle-cutting technique was simply too weak in front of this. Perhaps if Zhu Chongji was alive, he would be shocked speechless for a long time after hearing such a seemingly absurd method of calculating ancestral rate. It was terrifying to think about. If even a needle could be used to calculate ancestral rate, then wouldn't it be true that Li Zixuan used a glass mirror to create a rainbow, double slit to create stripes, iron box to communicate, and water to create 2 gases? What kind of knowledge was engineering? How could it be so magical? At this moment, even the Confucian scholars who had been influenced by Confucianism for more than 10 years were a little shaken in their hearts. They felt that engineering seemed to be more advanced and useful than Confucianism. But they didn't dare and didn't want to say these thoughts out loud. Because they were the disciples of Confucianism, they were also the defenders of Confucianism, and they were also the beneficiaries of Confucianism. But just because the Confucian scholars didn't dare to say it, it didn't mean that the other students didn't dare to say it. In the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics, as soon as class ended, Lu Hongyuan and the 3 teaching assistants stepped out of the classroom, and the students in the classroom immediately went into an uproar. Too magical. This experiment is too magical. Even with the circle-cutting technique, it is very difficult to accurately calculate the ancestral rate to 6 decimal places. But this simple needle experiment actually did it. Yes. At first, I thought that the results recorded on Datang Daily were a coincidence. But not only did we do it, but the results we obtained were even more accurate. How is this a coincidence? This means that Marquis Yong's method can really be used to calculate the ancestral rate. This is unbelievable. The Marquis of Yong is truly a genius. I've also read his new mathematics textbook, and the content is amazing. Now, with this needle experiment, His achievements in mathematics are something that we can never hope to achieve in our lifetime. I really don't understand how the Marquis of Yong and connected Zhu LV to the needle-throwing experiment. The two are completely unrelated. That's true. I didn't even see a single circle from the beginning to the end of the experiment. I don't know how the ancestral rate could be obtained through this method. I don't get it. I don't get it. The other experiments recorded in the newspaper are also very interesting. The students of Yanhuang College are so lucky. I want to go to Yanhuang College to see what the globe in the newspaper looks like. I want to go too, Brother Yanghe. This break coincides with Yanhuang College's weekend. How about we go together? Haha, let's go together. When the results of Lu Hongyuan's needle-throwing experiment were spread, it caused a huge commotion among the people. Li Zishuan's erudition and the magic of engineering once again refreshed people's understanding. Before Li Zishuan, who would have thought that a small game could solve one of the biggest problems in the history of mathematics? Who could create rainbows? Who could obtain two types of gases from water, one to burn iron wires and one to cause explosions? Li Zishuan, who had been quiet for more than half a month, once again created a big piece of news, pushing him, Yanhuang College, and engineering to the forefront of the storm once again. However, Li Zishuan had already expected this effect. The reason why he agreed to Ma Zhou's release of this news was because he wanted this effect. Confucianism had been developed for nearly 1,000 years and was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wanting to shake its position was tantamount to a fool's dream. Li Zishuan also didn't want to shake the position of Confucianism in a short period of time. He wanted to let engineering appear in people's sight once in a while to make its presence known. As time passed, more and more people would naturally know about engineering. This was a process where dripping water could penetrate a stone. Li Zishuan wasn't very anxious. He was currently recruiting people for the Football Association. Until now, there were only 2 people in the Football Association, him and the bearded man. This wouldn't do. The Football Association was in charge of all the football competitions in Tang Dynasty and the rewards and punishments for players. In the future, it would be necessary to set up a Football Association branch in various places. The number of people needed was far from what he and the bearded man could handle. Moreover, the bearded man was only temporarily helping the Football Association. This old fellow would have to run away after a year. First of all, we need to recruit scholars. It doesn't matter if their articles are good or not, but they must be upright, hardworking, and not greedy. In the principal office, Li Zishuan found the bearded man and Ma Zhou and was explaining the Football Association's recruitment principles to them. Why did he call Ma Zhou over? The main reason was that Li Zishuan trusted Ma Zhou's ability to judge people. Previously, the scholars that were recruited by the editorial department of Datang Daily were all recruited by Ma Zhou. Moreover, until now, there hadn't been any major problems. Therefore, now that the Football Association was recruiting people, Li Zishuan asked Ma Zhou to help the bearded man check. Lord Marquis, I can understand the first part, but is there a need for you to not be greedy? After listening to Li Zishuan's request, Ma Zhou was somewhat speechless. Li Zishuan answered without thinking, "Of course it's necessary. Brother Ma, you don't understand now. But in less than a year, you will understand why I have such a request." Now, very few people could see the huge market wealth behind football. Why was there endless corruption in football in modern society? Wasn't it because of the money that could be made from football? Ma Zhou could only nod and agree. Then, he thought for a while and said, "Previously, when the editorial department was recruiting people, there was a group of good scholars that were not recruited because of the limited quota. Why don't I let them come over again to solve Marquis' urgent need?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Sure, as long as they can pass Brother Ma's eyes, then recruit them. Otherwise, how inappropriate would it be to leave such a big football association to Mr. Zhang-san?" Being trusted by Li Zishuan so much, Ma Zhou suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He secretly thought to himself that he had to check again later. He couldn't let evil people sneak in and ruin Li Zishuan's big plans. The bearded man laughed and said, "Ha ha! Thank you for your understanding, Yamacho. Brother Ma, get them to come over as soon as possible." I've been so busy these 2 days that I don't have time to drink with old Wang Ji." When Li Zixuan and Ma Zhou heard this, they immediately laughed. Speaking of which, when these two drunkards got together, it could be said that they had met a bosom friend. Chapter 897. Brother Ma, after you recruit them, you must immediately organize them to undergo training on the rules of football and select a group of people with excellent training results to be their coaches. Let's first set up the headquarters of the Football Association, and then find a way to set up the Football Association in the various states of the Tang Empire. In the office, Li Zixuan continued. Ma Zhou nodded and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I understand what you mean." After that, he suddenly thought of something and smiled. "Oh right, Marquis. After the content of your class yesterday was spread by Datong Daily, it caused a huge reaction in Chang'an City, especially your needle-throwing experiment. It is said that Dr. Liu from the Imperial College of Mathematics did it himself. He threw the needle 710 times and pressed the line 226 times. When the two are divided, it is equal to 3. 1% 1. 25 92. 92. It is even more accurate than the result you got last time." Li Zixuan was a little surprised. Density rate, this Dr. Liu actually got the density rate. Back then, Buffon proposed the needle-throwing experiment, and the Italian mathematician Lazzarini coincidentally used the needle-throwing experiment to get the density rate. Now, he proposed the needle-throwing experiment and Dr. Liu got the density rate. It had to be said that history was always surprisingly similar. There were many coincidences in the unseen world. Oh, then this Dr. Liu is really lucky. Li Zixuan sighed with a calm expression. Ma Zhou continued excitedly, "Marquis, after Dr. Liu's result was spread, the scholars among the people were more convinced by the other content in the newspaper. Now, the reputation of our Yanhuang College will be even more prosperous." After Ma Zhou finished speaking, the bearded man looked at Li Zixuan thoughtfully. No one knew what he was thinking. "Marquis." At this moment, there was a knock on the door and Pang Feiji's voice. Ma Zhou and the bearded man looked at each other and found an excuse to leave. They understood that Pang Feiji did not come in directly but chose to knock on the door. It meant that he had something to talk to Li Zixuan alone. "Feiji, what's the matter?" After the bearded guest left with Ma Zhou, Pang Feiji walked in. Li Zixuan looked up at Brother Chicken and asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, I've received news that Feng Zhidai was conferred the position of Vice Minister of Guards by His Majesty during the morning court meeting. He was also given a mansion. It seems like he's really going to stay in Chang'an for a long time." Vice Captain of the Imperial Guard? Li Zixuan searched for relevant information in his mind and said softly, "It seems that he really is here to be a hostage." The guard office was one of the 9 temples. Northern Qi established the guard office, and the guard was renamed the Minister of the Guard Office or Minister of the Guard. The deputy was called the Vice Minister of the Guard. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, it became a non-official position. It was mainly in charge of the palace ceremonies and ceremonial ceremonies. It lasted until the Southern Song dynasty when it was incorporated into the Ministry of Works. Li Er gave Feng Zhidai such an easy job. Anyone with a little political brain could understand the deep meaning behind it. There's no need to pay attention to this person anymore. All we need to do is to take care of our own land. Li Zixuan recovered from his thoughts and said to Brother Chicken. Li Er was definitely not a stupid person. Li Zixuan believed that if he could think of something, Li Er would be able to think of it as well. Hence, he felt that there was no need to worry about it. Pang Feiji replied, "Yes, Marquis." Outside the palace, after the morning court meeting, Feng Zhidai came out of the palace. The guards who followed him to Chang and quickly greeted him. "Second young master, are you all right?" The leader of the black-faced guards hurriedly asked. "Ha! What can happen to me? Amu, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Feng Zhidai chuckled disapprovingly. The black-faced guard said seriously, "Young master, we're in Chang'an now. It's not like Lingnan. I have to ensure your safety." Feng Zhidai helplessly waved his hand and said, all right, go to the inn and pack your luggage. We have a new mansion." The black-faced guard cupped his hands and agreed. On the way, Feng Jidai sat in the carriage and inadvertently heard that the pedestrians on the road seemed to be discussing the same thing. He opened the window and shouted to the guard outside, "Ah, Mu! Come here!" "Young master, what's the matter?" The black-faced guard called Amu came to the window and asked. Feng Jidai said, "What do the people on the road mean by the needle experiment? Why do I feel like everyone is talking about this?" Amu frowned and replied, "Young master, I've asked them earlier. They're talking about the content of today's Datong Daily. It seems like the Duke of Yong and has made an incredible discovery again." Datong Daily? Oh, isn't Chong and the origin of Datong Daily? Along the way, Feng Jidai had seen the Datong Daily in other states. This was also thanks to the help of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Otherwise, he could only read the newspaper in Chang'an. "Amu, send someone to buy today's Datong Daily for me. Go now." Feng Jidai ordered again. "Yes, young master." After Amu agreed, he sent someone to buy the newspaper. After a while, he returned with a copy of the Datong Daily. Feng Jidai took the newspaper, and the carriage started moving again, heading in the direction of the post house. Feng Jidai, who was in the carriage, read the headlines of today's news and thought about the content of the passersby's discussion. His eyes narrowed instantly. Li Zishuan, I've heard some of your deeds in Lingnan. Now that I'm in Chang'an, how can I not take this opportunity to understand you better? Feng Jidai's eyes were deep as he muttered to himself. "Young master, we've arrived at the post house." After an unknown period of time, Amu knocked on the window of the car and shouted, I know." Feng Jidai put down the newspaper, lifted the curtain, and jumped off the carriage. "Amu, come with me." Unexpectedly, Feng Jidai was not in a hurry to enter the post house. Instead, he walked to a quiet bamboo forest and ordered. Amu hurriedly followed. "Young master, help me gather some information about the Marquis of Yong'an. As long as it's about him, I want it. The more detailed, the better." Feng Jidai ordered with his hands behind his back. Amu's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Young master, you're thinking of—" Feng Jidai turned his back to Amu and said, "You don't need to know what I'm thinking. Be careful when you're trying to gather information. This is Chang'an and His Majesty has many spies. Don't let anyone find out. Don't look for Li Zishuan's people to gather information about him. That will easily expose you, understand?" Amu cupped his fists and said, "I understand. Don't worry, young master. I won't cause you any trouble." Chapter 898. The mansion that Li Er gave to Feng Jidai was located in Yongxing Square, which was in the east of the imperial city. Coincidentally, this mansion was right next to Wei Zheng's house. Feng Jidai could be considered to be Wei Zheng's neighbor. "Young master, old master has some old friends in Chang'an. When do you want to visit them?" Feng Jidai and the rest brought their luggage to the new mansion. After settling their luggage, Amu came over and asked. Feng Jidai thought for a while and said, "No need to go first. We need to be clear about our current status. Rashly making friends with the officials will only be disadvantageous to us. Furthermore, isn't there a ready-made one right next to this mansion? Amu, prepare the visiting card. We will visit Minister Wei in the afternoon." His current status was a hostage. As a hostage, if he frequently visited the officials, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Furthermore, this would also expose his father's connections in Chang'an. If Li Er knew, wouldn't he be even more suspicious of his father? "Young master is wise. Young master, the royal prince is here. He is waiting for you in the main hall. This afternoon." Li Zishuan had just woken up from his afternoon nap when he heard Xiao Shi whispering to him, "Oh, I'll be right there." Li Zishuan shook his groggy head and replied, after a while, "Hee, Prince, you are here? How have you been?" Li Zishuan came to the main hall and saw Li Xiaogong drinking tea. He smiled and greeted him. Li Xiaogong put down his teacup and pointed at Li Zishuan. He said unhappily, "You brat. If this prince didn't take the initiative to look for you, you would have already forgotten about your current position. right? Since ancient times, there was probably only one official who was as lazy as Li Zixuan, to the point that his superior had to personally come and look for him. How could that be? Prince, you are wronging me. I just want you to rest in the mansion for a few more days. After all, you have been out at sea for almost half a year. Li Zixuan walked to the seat next to him and sat down, grinning as he passed the buck. When Li Zixuan proposed the establishment of the Department of Shipbuilding and appointed Li Xiaogong as the head of the department, he said that since Li Xiaogong had just returned from the sea, he would allow Li Xiaogong to rest for a month before starting the establishment of the Department of Shipbuilding. That was why Li Zixuan said that. Li Xiaogong stared at him and said, "Kid, don't push the blame onto this king. It's true that this king has been out at sea for months, but do you really want this king to rest at home for a month? I'm not that delicate." He really didn't know how to appreciate good intentions. Li Er really found a good employee. But you didn't even want to give him a break. Your Highness is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. You work hard day and night and do your best. This young one admires you. Admires you, Li Zixuan said as he gave a flattering reply. Facing such a slippery kid, Li Xiaogong felt helpless. He sighed and said seriously, "The previous sea trade brought in a very rich income for the imperial court. His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court are beginning to pay attention to the sea trade. Yesterday, the envoys from the Nanyang countries all left the capital. Before that, they all came to visit this king, hoping that this king can help them in the future sea trade." Saying this, Li Xiaogong paused. As if he knew what Li Zixuan was thinking, he chuckled and continued. "Although this king is usually a bit greedy, this king will definitely not accept this kind of money. They are trying to bribe this prince to gain more benefits for themselves in the future sea trade. However, if they gain more benefits, then the imperial court will naturally gain less benefits. This prince will definitely not do something like sacrificing the country's interests to enrich themselves." Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands in praise. "Your Highness is righteous. This young one admires you." Li Xiaogong laughed and scolded, "Don't flatter me. This king is telling you this not to boast, but to remind you that as a person in this position, don't be greedy for money that you shouldn't be. Although the borders of the Tang Empire seem stable, there are actually turbulent undercurrents. Moreover, our internal affairs are not peaceful either. The imperial court can use the sea trade to save more money, and we will have more confidence in the war." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. This young one knows the importance. As the saying goes, every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. This young one hopes that the Tang Empire will always be prosperous. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong's eyes lit up. He praised, "You're quite accomplished in the art of craftsmanship. A few days ago, the entire Chang'an city was talking about your class. I didn't expect you to be so accomplished in the art of writing as well. This sentence is well said. Haha, I don't know how spiritual Master Ling Su taught such a monster like you." That's right. Li Xiaogong could only think of the word monster to describe Li Zixuan. He was well versed in both the pen and the sword, and was proficient in too many things. "Your Highness, you flatter me. This young one's ambition is not in writing." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Oh, why?" Li Zixuan thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "In this young one's opinion, writing can only be used to arm a person's thoughts, but not to strengthen a country. Engineering is enough." Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. "If those rotten scholars heard this, you will be in big trouble. Alright, this topic is off topic. Now that the envoys of the various countries have left, we should start to establish the Department of Shipping. To be honest, it's fine if you want this king to lead troops to war, but to let this king manage a yamen is too difficult for this king. This Department of Shipping is now a blank piece of paper. Xiaoxian, you have many ideas. First, think of the regulations of the Department of Shipping, then write a copy for this king. If there are no problems, we will show it to His Majesty for a look. Strive to have the Department of Shipping open before the end of the year." Li Zixuan was helpless. He had not finished the matters of the Football Association, and now he was asked to establish the Department of Shipping. It was really one wave after another. However, this was something he had promised Li Er before, and he could not go back on his word now. Yes, this young one will draft the regulations of the Department of Shipping as soon as possible. Your Highness, please wait for the good news. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still had to do what needed to be done. Haha, this king knows that you are unwilling, but you are being loyal to the country. In the future, this king will personally go to Guangdong. In comparison, the burden on you is still light. Li Xiaogong seemed to have seen through Li Zishuan's thoughts and could not help but laugh. Li Zishuan inexplicably shuddered. Li Xiaogong was right. He was only giving ideas in Chang'an, and it was far better than Li Xiaogong going to Guangdong for a long time on a business trip. To Li Zishuan, in this era where there were no trains or planes, he was not willing to go far even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 899. By the way, Xiaoxian, the football you've been working on seems to be quite interesting. I heard that His Majesty even came to Yanhuang College to play a game. If I didn't have to go south soon, I would probably form a team to play too. In the main hall of the Yunshan residence. After Li Xiaogong finished talking about business, he suddenly talked about the recent football. His face was full of regret. Obviously, he should have heard a lot about the 2 football games of the academy. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since your highness likes football, I'll give you 2. You can take them to the south to play. Besides, when everything is settled there, His Majesty will definitely summon you back." As a prince of the Tang Empire, Li Er would not let Li Xiaogong stay in the south for a long time. At most, he would be summoned back by Li Er after the business of the shipping department in Guangdong port stabilized. This was something that everyone could see clearly. Haha, then this prince will accept your kind intentions. You don't know that my subordinates have been drooling for this football for a long time. Li Xiaogong laughed heartily. He had an expression of disrespect, which made Li Zishuan feel that he had been deceived. When Li Zishuan first started to make football, he just wanted to play with it for himself. He did not intend to mass-produce and sell it because there was no stable rubber supply at that time. The rubber in his hands was used up little by little. Later, after reaching a trade agreement with Jinla and Piao, Li Zishuan had rubber supply. In addition, Li Zishuan also intended to promote football. Li Er then established the Football Association and decided to mass-produce football and promote it to the whole Tang Empire. Therefore, football now was not as precious as it was in the beginning. Li Tai had already asked for football from him. Cheng Chumo, Li Chengqian, and Iron Egg also got football as they wished. They did not have to wait until the top 3 in the monthly exam to get football. Seeing Li Zishuan's gloomy face, Li Xiaogong stood up and smiled. Haha. Okay, you should hurry up with the shipping department. I won't disturb you anymore. Hey, your residence is built well. When your construction team finishes, lend it to me for a few days. The residence is old and needs to be renovated. Li Zishuan was speechless. It was not like he had never been to the Duke's residence. It was magnificent inside. How did it look like it had been in disrepair? Li Xiaogong obviously wanted to renovate his residence according to the architectural style of the Yunshan residence. He had to admit that, in terms of personal enjoyment, he and Li Xiaogong. Yes, the construction of the academy has basically been completed. If your highness needs manpower, you can choose from the construction team at any time. I'll give you a few sets of furniture furnishings. Since Li Zishuan wanted to give him a favor, then he would give him the full set. Li Zishuan had a good impression of Li Xiaogong. Haha, good. You're the right person. Li Xiaogong laughed heartily and left with a gratified expression. At night, in the new residence of the Feng family, the study was brightly lit, indicating that the owner of the residence was still awake. Curved Yuan Plow, Immortal Drunken Wine, Soft Village, Detang Daily, Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan built such a huge foundation in Chang, and in less than a year. He is indeed different from ordinary people. Feng Jidai muttered to himself in the study under the candlelight. There was a thick stack of documents on the table in front of him. It was the information about Li Zishuan that his guards had gathered. Lingnan was relatively uninformed. He had heard of Li Zixuan's name and had used Li Zixuan's items, such as Detang Daily and Immortal Drunken Wine. But after reading the information, he realized that Li Zixuan had done a lot of things in the past year. The more he read the information, the more shocked he was. The speed of Li Zixuan's rise was beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Li Zixuan descended from the sky and wiped out the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect with his own strength? After turning to the next page and seeing the note on it, Feng Zhidai's eyes narrowed and his face turned solemn. He quickly read it carefully. The study was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of insects and the sound of Feng Zhidai turning the pages could be heard occasionally. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Zhidai put down the documents and raised his head. His eyes were deep and his face was very ugly. He muttered, "Immortal lamp, true Qi iron ball? How is this possible?" "Amu, young master." Feng Zhidai was in a daze for a while. Then, he called Amu and asked in a deep voice, "Do these immortal lamp and true Qi iron ball really exist?" Amu bowed and replied, "Young master, these immortal lamps do exist. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Marquis of Yong and brought his wife and sat on the immortal lamp to tour around Chang'an City. Countless people saw it. As for the true Qi iron ball, it was only passed down from the imperial court. As for whether it is real or not, this subordinate has no way of knowing. There really is a divine object that can take people to the sky." Feng Zhidai's face showed a trace of disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked anxiously, "How many of these true Qi iron balls does Li Zixuan have?" Amu was stunned and then replied, "According to the Marquis of Yong'an, there is only one true Qi iron ball. His master, spiritual master Ling Su, poured all his strength into it before he passed away." Feng Zhidai's face turned ugly. "Nonsense. This young master has never heard of true Qi that can be stored for a long time. Li Zixuan must be lying." Seeing that Feng Zhidai didn't believe him, Amu added, "Young master, this subordinate heard that on the night the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed, many people saw flames soaring to the sky from the northeast of Chang'an City. There was also a loud sound of thunder. A few days later, some villagers went up the mountain to check and found that the entire mountain peak had turned into ashes. If the Marquis of Yong and didn't use the true Qi iron ball, this subordinate really can't think of any weapon that could have such terrifying power." Hearing this, Feng Zhidai couldn't help but become absent-minded. Flames? Thunder? How could such a divine method be in the hands of a mortal? After a while, he came back to his senses and ordered, "Amu, find an opportunity to send a message to my father. Tell him not to move. He can't be defeated." After saying this, a trace of loneliness suddenly appeared on his face. "Young master, why, no matter how powerful the Marquis of Yong and is, he is only one person. The terrain of Lingnan is dangerous and we have thousands of warriors. What is there to be afraid of?" Amu glared at him, somewhat unconvinced. Feng Zhidai angrily said, "Shut up, do as I say." Seeing that the usually gentle Feng Zhidai was angry, Amu didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly cupped his fists and replied, "Yes, young master." Chapter 900. The reason why the imperial court isn't willing to easily send troops to Lingnan is because of the steep terrain and dense forests. As long as our men hide in the forest, they can rely on their familiarity with the terrain to make it impossible for others to find them. If the imperial court insists on sending troops to Lingnan, it will definitely consume a lot of money and soldiers. At that time, the northern Turks won't let go of the Great Tang. This is also the main reason why the imperial court has always ignored the conflicts between the various tribal chiefs of Lingnan. But now, the imperial court is in control of the immortal lamp, as well as weapons of mass destruction similar to the true Qi iron balls in Li Zixuan's hands. The imperial court can send an army to destroy any place in Lingnan from the air at any time. If we dare to make any moves, we will very likely become the next 7 cultivators of true virtue and be annihilated overnight. Thus, Lingnan can't be touched and the imperial court can't be an enemy. Inform father to end the conflict with Prince Tan as soon as possible and stop testing the imperial court's patience. The Great Tang's current strength is not something a trifling Ling Nan can provoke. In the study of the Feng residence, Feng Jidai was silent for a while before speaking. The Prince Tan he spoke of was a tribal chief in the western part of Guangdong during the Sui and Tang dynasties. He was active in the northwestern part of Gaozhou and the northeastern part of Huazhou. He was a tribal chief on the same level as Feng Ong in Gaoliang. In the first year of Zhengguan, due to the issue of territory in the northern part of Gaozhou, the Lingnan tribal chief Feng Ong and Prince Tan repeatedly attacked each other and did not enter the imperial court for a long time. The various prefectures reported that Feng Ong was plotting rebellion dozens of times. Only then did Li Er become suspicious and decide to send troops. In the study, after hearing Feng Jidai's analysis, Amu's face was full of shock. The fate of the 7 cultivators sect was right before his eyes, so he had to believe that what Feng Jidai said was very likely to happen. At that time, the imperial court would send a group of divine soldiers to descend from the sky on the back of the celestial lamp and throw some of them down. Li Zishuan was able to destroy the 7 cultivators sect with 2 Grandmaster realm experts by himself. If the imperial court's army could imitate Li Zishuan's method of attack, it would be too terrifying. Thinking of this, Amu's back couldn't help but be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Young master's foresight is truly admirable. Amu bowed and cupped his fists. Feng Jidai nodded. After a long while, he sighed softly and said, "Go! Based on the current strength of the imperial court, we are definitely not their match, so we cannot act rashly. Find a chance to pass the news to my father as soon as possible. The situation in Lingnan must be stabilized as soon as possible." Yes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, in addition to the increasingly heated discussion about Li Zishuan's engineering enlightenment class, the influence of football had further expanded and had begun to affect the states and counties near Chong. As of now, there were more than 100 teams registered with the FIFA, including 11 states and counties including Chong'an. As Datong Daily gradually spread the news of football to remote areas, it was believed that more and more teams would come to sign up. Of course, how many teams would still exist after a year was another matter. After all, when the league ranking tournament was held in March next year, only 20 teams could enter League 1, 30 teams could enter League 2, and the rest could only be regarded as amateur teams. They would face the situation of no prize money and no sponsorship. It was worth mentioning that Chung Chumo also formed a team, but his team was mostly playful because the players were all second-generation Chong, and rich second-generation like Yuchi Baolin, Wang Meng, Sun Zifan, Zhang Sun Chong, and even Li Tai. In fact, Li Tai himself also wanted to select a group of guards to form a professional football team, but his identity was too special. If he formed a team and no one dared to play against him, then it would be bad. Therefore, he and Li Chengqian consciously did not form their own team, but only played in Chung Chumo's team occasionally. On this day, Li Zishuan was working in the office of the academy. Previously, Li Xiaogong had asked him to draft the structure and management regulations of the Department of Shipping, and now it was basically in the final stage. It was strange to say that this guy's work efficiency was highest only in the academy, and he was too lazy to move at home. This was one of the reasons why he always liked to work in the principal's office in Guanghua Building. As for the Department of Shipping, its function was somewhat similar to the modern customs. Therefore, Li Zishuan divided the Department of Shipping into 4 departments according to the structure of the customs and the current situation of the Tang Empire: the General Department, the Inspection Department, the Tax Department, and the Inspection Department. The General Department was jointly led by the left and right secretaries of the General Department. The Inspection Department had a general supervisor and 2 deputy supervisors, who were mainly responsible for investigating the smuggling of goods or goods that were prohibited by sea. For example, the Tang Empire's curved plows, cement, celestial lamps, weapons, and other things that contained a certain amount of technical content and were extremely beneficial to the people or the army. These goods were definitely not to be sold to other countries. The Tax Department had a general supervisor and 2 deputy supervisors, who were mainly responsible for collecting taxes on sea trade goods. Of course, these goods included both imported and exported goods. As for the tax rate, it was different for different goods, but overall the difference was not too big. Excluding the tax, the merchants were still very profitable. As for the inspection department, it was mainly responsible for supervising the daily behavior of all the officials in the Department of Shipping and whether they were honest or not. It was directly responsible to the left and right secretaries of the Department of Shipping, which was a bit similar to the modern Commission for Discipline Inspection. In addition to building the framework of the Department of Shipping, Li Zixuan also sorted out some details, such as the list of prohibited goods, the import and export tax rate of various goods, and so on. He wrote down a voluminous 70 to 80,000 words, which was enough to fill a short story. Yamacho, Mr. Su is looking for you. At this moment, Mo Zhong pushed the door open and came in. Mr. Su reported, and then he hesitated to speak. What's the matter? Li Zixuan asked casually, and then put down the pencil, tidied up the regulations of the Department of Shipping he had just finished, and put it in a file bag made of craft paper. His current office was becoming more and more like a modern office, and basically had everything. Yamacho, Mr. Su also brought Dr. Liu from the Imperial College of Mathematics. What do you think? Mo Zhong said in a low voice. Having been in the academy for so long, he knew that Li Zixuan and the Imperial College had a bit of enmity, so he was not sure whether to let Su Hongji and Dr. Liu in. Li Zixuan was startled, and then he laughed and scolded. When did you learn to be tactful? Quickly invite the two gentlemen in. Chapter 901. Li Zixuan didn't have any grudges against the Imperial College. At most, some people in the Imperial College didn't like him. He didn't take these things to heart. Back then, when he had angrily resigned, it had not been to deliberately target Kong Ingda. On the contrary, when he had been teaching at the Imperial College, Kong Ingda had taken good care of him. In the end, he had just been a little dissatisfied with the Imperial College, where Confucianism was prevalent. Besides, it had been so long. He only wanted to do well at Yanhuang College. How could he have the time to care about these small grudges? Ha! Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, come in and have a seat. Mo Zhong, serve the tea. Mo Zhong welcomed Su Hongji and Lu Hongyuan in. Li Zixuan hurriedly stood up and greeted them warmly. Su Hongji cupped his hands and said sincerely, Yamacho, this is my teacher. He has something to ask you. I hope you won't mind. Hey, Mr. Su, you're too serious. This is the first time I've met Dr. Liu. There's no such thing as past grudges. Come in and have a seat. Dr. Liu, please. Li Zixuan interrupted Su Hongji without waiting for him to finish. Lu Hongyuan looked at Li Zixuan appreciatively and followed Li Zixuan inside. He smiled and said, Marquis Yong and is so young, but you have such a big heart. No wonder you can build up such a big business in just a few months. They sat down one after another. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Dr. Liu, you're too kind. You've been working hard at the Imperial College for decades, teaching and educating people. You're the role model of my generation. Li Zixuan knew that Lu Hongyuan was Su Hongji's teacher. He also investigated Lu Hongyuan's past deeds. He was a respectable teacher of the people. Seeing Li Zixuan's kind face without any displeasure, Su Hongji, who was still worried, was relieved. Lu Hongyuan said, Ha! Forget it. That's all in the past. Don't mention it again. Today, this old man has come to find the Marquis of Yong, and because I have a request. The old man had been teaching for his entire life, but he did not put on any airs at all. His attitude was also quite humble. He was completely different from those rotten scholars. Li Zixuan admired him in his heart, but he quickly said, Old mister, you're too kind. If you have something to ask, just say it. There's no need to talk about asking for it. Isn't this too much for this junior? When Lu Hongyuan heard Li Zixuan's reply, he didn't bother to be courteous. His pale old face was now flushed red. He was probably very excited at this moment. A few days ago, I saw the needle toss game that Marquis Yong and made. Out of curiosity, I also made a similar game at the School of Mathematics. I'm sure Marquis Yong and has already heard of the results. To be able to accurately calculate the 6th decimal point of the ancestral rate in my lifetime, this old man is naturally excited, but... Speaking of this, the old man paused for a moment. Li Zishuan cooperated and asked, "But what, Professor Lu, there's no harm in saying it directly." Lu Hongyuan nodded and continued, "But no matter how much I thought about it, I still couldn't figure out how to calculate the ancestral rate through a simple needle toss game. This seems like child's play." This old man thought about it for 4 whole days and still couldn't figure it out. Thus, I shamelessly came here to ask Marquis Yong for advice. I hope you don't blame this old man for coming uninvited. So it was for the needle toss experiment. After hearing this, Li Zishuan finally understood why the old man came. However, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny to be troubled over a question for 4 whole days. This was really a stubborn old man. Actually, regarding the theory behind the needle toss experiment, many teachers from Yanhuang College, including Su Hongji, had come to ask him. However, he didn't say anything. He wanted to let the teachers from the college slowly find the answer themselves. Now that the old man came all the way here just for this, Li Zishuan couldn't continue to keep him in suspense. Since Professor Lu wants to know the theory behind this game, then this junior will explain it today. If there are any mistakes, I hope the 2 of you can point them out. Li Zishuan said politely. Then, he took out a pencil from the pencil box on his desk and a piece of white paper. He began to explain as he drew. Let's assume that there is an iron wire bent into a circle. Its diameter is exactly the distance between the parallel lines that I drew on the paper when I was doing the needle toss game. We will use d to represent this distance. It can be imagined that for such a circle, no matter how it is thrown, there will be 2 points of intersection with the parallel lines. Thus, if the circle is thrown n times, then the total number of intersection points must be 2n. Cough cough. The people of Tang Dynasty didn't understand English, let alone the pronunciation of the English alphabet. Thus, when Li Zishuan set the unknown variables, he used Hanyu pinyin to read it so that others wouldn't understand. To make it easier to read, there will be no additional labels for the letters. Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji both nodded thoughtfully. Both of them had learned Li Zishuan's new mathematics and had read about equations in the textbooks, so they could understand Li Zishuan's method of setting the unknown variables. Li Zishuan continued, "Let's now imagine that the circle is straightened, then the length of the iron wire is pi d. Oh, right, I usually like to use pi to represent the ancestral rate. After the circle was straightened, the situation of such an iron wire intersecting with parallel lines when it was thrown down was obviously more complicated than that of a circle. There might be 4 points of intersection, 3 points of intersection, 2 points of intersection, 1 point of intersection, or even no intersection at all. Since the length of a circle and a straight line are both pi d, according to the principle of equal opportunity, when they are thrown a large number of times and are equal, the total number of intersection points between the two and a set of parallel lines is approximately the same. That is to say, when a wire of length pi d is thrown n times, the total number of intersection points between the wire and a set of parallel lines should be approximately 2n. Now let's talk about the case of the iron wire length L. When the number of throws n increases, the total number of intersection points of the iron wire with the parallel lines, m, should be proportional to the length L, thus, m equals kl, where k is the coefficient of proportionality. In order to find k, we only need to note that for the special case of L equals pi d, we have m equals 2n. Thus, we get k equals 2n pi d. Substituting the former formula, we get m is almost equal to 2ln pi d, and thus pi is almost equal to 2ln dm. When the length of the line is half the distance between the parallel lines, the above formula can be written as pi is almost equal to nm. These are the 2 needle throwing games we did before. There were some beyond the scope of the knowledge, so Li Zishuan forgot to explain. He didn't care whether they could understand or not, he just said it all. Sure enough, Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji both frowned. The 2 silently digested the information. After a while, Lu Hongyuan asked, I have something I don't understand. What is the principle of equal opportunity? Chapter 902. In the office. When Li Zishuan heard Lu Hongyuan ask about the principle of equal opportunity, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This problem was too complicated to explain. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know where to start, so he could only say, Dr. Liu, the so-called equal opportunity, I can't explain it to you at the moment. In the future, another field of mathematics will be derived, called probability theory and mathematical statistics. After you finish reading that book, you will roughly understand what equal opportunity is. In addition, when mathematics is developed to a higher level, the same result can be derived through pure mathematics. That method is more complicated, so I won't take it out. In fact, the Buffon needle throwing problem could be completely proved using pure mathematics. Two mathematical abstractions were used in the middle. First, let the needle rotate around a point on the basic unit segment. Through definite integration, the ratio of the two areas was obtained. Then, let the needle translate on the basic unit segment. Using definite integration, the ratio of the two volumes was obtained. Finally, the relationship between the probability of the fine needle pressing the line and pi was obtained. However, this process required knowledge of trigonometric functions and calculus, so it would be more troublesome to explain. But then again, when a person reached a high level in mathematics, they wouldn't use such a stupid method like the needle throwing experiment to find pi, because trigonometric functions and infinite series methods could be used to obtain a more accurate pi. According to records, in 1706, the British mathematician Melchin used the formula pi equals 16 arctan, 15, 4 arctan, 1239, to calculate the value of pi, which broke through the 100-digit decimal mark. The value of arctanks could be calculated through the Taylor series. At this time, Liu Hongyuan couldn't help but be shocked. Listening to Li Zixuan's words, the new mathematics that everyone thought was very advanced was only in the beginning stage. In the future, there would be a whole set of advanced theories, and other knowledge would be derived. How old is Li Zixuan this year? How can there be such a terrifying amount of knowledge in his brain? Is he going to establish his own school of mathematics and become a founding figure in the field of mathematics? At this moment, Liu Hongyuan didn't care about the equal opportunity principle anymore. His heart was only filled with horror. He looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at a monster. Gulp! Su Hongji was stunned for a while and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. When he first met Li Zixuan, when he was checking the accounts of the shop, he wanted to give Li Zixuan some pointers. Only today did he realize that he was not on the same level as Li Zixuan. The difference between them could be described as heaven and earth. Yamacho, have you mastered the advanced level of mathematics? Su Hongji came back to his senses and asked tentatively. Li Zixuan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, 70 to 80%. Back then, I wasn't interested in learning mathematics, so I only learned about 70 to 80% of it. What he said was the truth. When he was in high school and university, his math grades were not outstanding. At most, he was considered excellent. He could not be compared to those straight-A students who could get full marks every time. However, in this life, his spiritual power was so strong that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to compete with the top students in his class. Su Hongji and Liu Hongyuan nearly vomited blood. Firstly, they were depressed. Depressed that Li Zixuan had only learned 70 to 80%. Yet he was still able to hang and beat the two of them. Secondly, they were angry. Angry that Li Zixuan had the conditions to learn such knowledge, yet he didn't study it properly. What a waste. Then, with Duke Yong's current proficiency in mathematics, can you calculate the ancestral rate to more than 7 decimal places? After struggling for a long time, Liu Hongyuan asked this question. He mainly wanted to see if advanced mathematics was really as powerful as Li Zixuan said. He didn't want to make things difficult for him. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. Now he could act tough again. In his previous life, he had especially memorized this thing to act tough, but until his accidental death, no one had given him a chance to act tough. Now, old Liu was simply here to deliver a pillow to him. Ha! Of course. In my spare time, I've calculated a few times. Now I'll share it with the two of you. Please listen carefully. Li Zixuan chuckled and stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. Then he began to act tough. 3 points for points, 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 for points. Lu Hongyuan was just casually probing, but once Li Zixuan opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan had memorized 8 decimal places, 9 decimal places, 10 decimal places. This had already exceeded the accuracy of Zhu Chongji's Zhu rate, but Li Zixuan still didn't stop. 37510, 5829, 74944. As they listened, Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji felt that something was wrong. Although Li Zixuan spoke very quickly, they could tell that Li Zixuan seemed to be reciting according to some kind of rhythm. That's right, rhythm. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. They suspected that Li Zixuan was just randomly reciting. 3, 4, 8, 2, 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7, 6, 7, 9. Phew, alright, this junior will only remember the first 100 names for now. You two gentlemen can record them down for future verification. There is absolutely no mistake in the first 100 names. I, Li Zixuan, guarantee with my own integrity. After reciting for a while, Li Zixuan finally stopped. He let out a sigh and said to the two people in front of him. The reason why he could memorize the first 100 digits of pi in his previous life was mainly because he used an opportunistic method. First, imagine a drunkard drinking in a mountain temple and dying in a ravine. A pot of wine in a temple on the peak 3. 1 for 159. Heirloom 26. 3 pots of wine are not enough for me. 535897. Wine kill. 932. Unkillable. 384. Lu. 626. It's fine if you die. 43383. Heirs abandoned ravine. 279. Then, imagine the mood of the deceased's father after learning that his son had died. I love my son. 502. It's sad enough to die in vain. 884-1971. Leaving him to the ravine. 69,399. Then imagine the scene of the deceased's father going to the ravine to look for his son. My back hurts when the mountain turns. 37510. I'm afraid you'll be frozen for a long time. 58209. Long sad Sisi. 74,944. Then, the scene of the father finding his son in the ravine and saving him, and the son realizing his mistake and turning back. I save my son. 592. The cave turns. 307. It's not good to stay. 816. The 4 neighbors are happy. 406. Heirs not happy. 286. Heir dotes on father for a long time. 20,899. Father Lu doesn't understand. 86,280. Think thrice. 348. Sun Wu. 25. Think thrice and be reluctant. 34211. Wife waits for a long time. 70,679. Just like that, wouldn't the first 100 digits of pi be easy to memorize? Ha! I'm just asking you guys if you're 6 or not. Su Hongji and Lu Hongyuan didn't know if they should slip away or not. But when they heard Li Zixuan make such a solemn guarantee, their faces became solemn. This was because Li Zixuan had never used his personality to guarantee anything. This was basically equivalent to swearing to the heavens. Cough. Ancient people didn't know the saying, I use my personality to guarantee. Then, the solemn expression on their faces turned into horror. If what Li Zixuan said was true, It would be too scary. The ancestral rate was 100 digits after the decimal point. This Li Zishuan was going to break through the heavens of the mathematics world. Seeing the shock on their faces, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little proud. He finally had a chance to show off. However, Su Hongji's next sentence caused his face to darken. Ahem, Yamacho, can you say it again? We can write it down. Chapter 903. After sending Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji off, Li Zishuan packed up his things and went home. Li Zishuan made a copy of pi and gave it to Su Hongji. Although no one could verify the accuracy of pi except him, Li Zishuan believed that there would be students in Yanhuang College who could calculate pi to so many digits in less than 5 years. He had just told Lu Hongyuan the same thing. The old man was very excited and said that he hoped that he could live until that day. Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. He wanted to invite Lu Hongyuan to Yanhuang College, but now he only hoped that Lu Hongyuan could retire from the School of Mathematics as soon as possible so that he could go home and enjoy his old age. The old man should teach and educate people all his life. He should have a happy old age. Young master. Oh, Uncle Wang, you're here. Li Zishuan saw Wang Zhong when he got home. He quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. They sat down. Wang Zhong knew that Li Zishuan didn't like to beat around the bush, so he said directly, "Young master, you asked me to buy grain and build a granary. With the help of the college's engineering team, the granary has been mostly repaired. It's at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. The granary door is locked with a special lock made by Mr. Mo. This is the key, please keep it well." Then he handed over a key. Li Zishuan took it and smiled gently. "Haha, Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work." "Not at all, not at all." Wang Zhong replied and said, "Young master, with the help of the Chamber of Commerce, we have bought nearly 400,000 dawn of grain. The granary is full, and this amount is more than enough. We can't buy any more. Besides, it's said that the imperial court has started to buy the surplus grain on the market. They bought more than we did. Because of this, the price of grain, which had dropped to 2 coins a bushel, is now going to rise again. If we buy more, I'm afraid that it will cause the price of grain in Chong and to skyrocket. It'll be bad if the emperor blames us. 400,000 dawn?" Hearing this number, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be shocked. It was true that he had asked Wang Zhong to buy a large amount of food, but he didn't expect Wang Zhong to be able to buy so much food. This was a bit beyond his expectations. It was mainly because he underestimated the ability of the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. "Uncle Wang, give a batch of grain to the winery to make wine. First, increase the production of Drunken Immortal, and second, let them produce a batch of alcohol reserves. We will need it in the near future." After thinking, Li Zishuan gave his order. Logically speaking, 400,000 dan of grain was truly too much. Even if the Great Tang had been caught off guard by the plague of locusts, this amount of grain would have been enough to last 100,000 people for several months. Moreover, the Great Tang had long since made preparations. Not only were the people raising chickens in large numbers, the imperial court had also stockpiled several million dan of grain. Li Zishuan felt that his family really did have a bit too much grain. It was better to use it to make wine. Based on the current financial situation of the imperial court, after the locust plague next year, Li Er might launch an attack on the Turkic Khaganate ahead of time. There would be many casualties in the war between countries. If he stored more alcohol, he could ensure that more of the injured would not die from infection. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wang Zhong's face turned red. He realized that he had accidentally bought too much grain. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, young master. This old man will arrange it right away." The next day, when it was almost noon, Li Zishuan brought him to the Hejian County King's Manor to look for Li Xiaogong. What surprised him was that the County King's Mansion had already begun the renovation of the old house. The houses on the left side of the prince's mansion had all been demolished. Some workers were digging the foundation. Li Zishuan had seen many of these workers before. Well, they were all from the academy's construction team. From the looks of it, Li Xiaogong wanted to imitate the style of the Cloud Mountain courtyard and build a similar courtyard in his prince's mansion. This was because he had already asked Li Zishuan for the Cloud Mountain Courtyard's blueprints and a lot of cement. This old man really did not know how to make himself suffer. Once he had something good, he would immediately bring it to his house. Your Highness, about the regulations of the shipping department, I have already drafted them. Would you like to take a look? The butler brought Li Xiaogong to the back room. Li Xiaogong was drinking tea in the room. It seemed that he had just finished the morning assembly and had not even taken off his court robes. Hey, you brat! If I had known that you were done, I would have brought you to the morning assembly. Now I have to make another trip. Someone, prepare the carriage. Li Xiaogong said helplessly as he beat his legs. The servant beside him quickly agreed and then went to prepare a horse for Li Xiaogong. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, Your Highness, don't you want to take a look first? Li Xiaogong waved his hand and said, No need. What is there for me to be worried about? At most, I will take a look from the carriage. He had always been self-aware. He knew that, in terms of overall planning, Li Zishuan's ideas were definitely better than his. Yanhuang College was a good example. He had never casually interfered in areas that he was not good at. Just like when he brought Li Jing to destroy Shaoxian, he had never interfered in the military deployment and command. He had left it all to Li Jing. You could say that he was leeching, but since ancient times, there had been many superiors who liked to give orders to their subordinates in areas that they were not good at. In the end, it led to the situation becoming worse and worse. Sometimes, leeching was also an advantage. The two of them arrived at the palace in a carriage. After reporting, they were brought to Ganlu Hall. Li Er was there working hard to read the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Zishuan has already drafted the regulations for the Department of Shipping. Please take a look. After greeting each other, Li Xiaogong stepped forward and cupped his hands. This was his second advantage. He had never fought with his subordinates for credit, unlike some leaders in modern times. They were clearly not the ones who did it, but they insisted on putting gold on their faces. Oh, so fast? Zhao Song quickly presented. Li Er's expression lit up as he hurriedly said. Zhao Song took the thick stack of documents from Li Xiaogong and handed it to Li Er. Li Er opened it and saw that it was organized and structured. It looked very comfortable. He could not help but secretly praise Li Zishuan. Once he was serious about something, there was nothing to say. Putting away these complicated thoughts, Li Er calmed down and began to study seriously. As the ruler of a country, he could not think of things as simply as Li Xiaogong. He had to think of a comprehensive plan. After about half an hour, Li Zishuan's legs were a little sore from standing. Li Er finally raised his head and said, Not bad. Not bad. This regulation is well written. Especially this Department of Inspection, it is very necessary. But why are there curved plows and cement in the list of prohibited goods? Li Zishuan stepped forward and explained, Your Majesty, what I am thinking is that in the future, all the advanced farming tools and tools of Tang Empire must be prohibited from being exported to the outside world. We must sell flashy things like colored glass and divine mirror. Only in this way can Tang Empire always remain advanced and strong. Otherwise, once the technology is leaked, we may nurture an opponent that can threaten us. Chapter 904. Li Zishuan was instilling the concept of technology protection into Li Er. There was no other way around it. The ancient people were deeply influenced by Confucianism and were extremely generous to the people of other countries. They couldn't wait to share the best things in their country with others. This could be seen from the generous gifts that neighboring countries gave to the great Tang dynasty. More importantly, with the development of Yanhuang College in the future, there would be more and more academic results. Academic results could be transformed into advanced industrial technology. At that time, there would be an endless stream of high-tech products that involved agriculture, the military, and daily life. If these products were to fall into the hands of other countries, not only would there be the risk of imitation, there would also be technology leakage. In Li Zishuan's view, it wasn't that all industrial products were prohibited from being sold. It was those low-tech and easily imitated industrial products that had to be banned. For example, the moment things like the curved plow and compass were leaked, it wouldn't take long for them to be imitated. By the time Great Tang developed a more technologically advanced replacement, they could sell the products that were previously eliminated to maintain their leading position. For example, they could create a tractor in the future to replace the curved plow and sell the surplus curved plow in the country. If there was a better replacement in the future, they could also sell the tractor because it wouldn't be easy for others to imitate it. What kind of person was Li Zishuan? He instantly understood what Li Zishuan meant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "What you said makes sense. We can sell ordinary products, but we can't sell anything that harms the interests of Great Tang. This constitution isn't bad. We'll follow the constitution of the Bureau of Shipping." After which, he looked at Li Xiaogong and instructed, "Xiaogong, you should quickly establish the Bureau of Shipping. You can choose the officials from the hundreds of officials in the imperial court. After that, you will bring them south to Lingnan and set up the Bureau of Shipping in Guangzhou. You will set up branch offices in Chongzhou, Chaozhou, Quanzhou, and Fuzhou. You will open these 5 ports to the public. In the future, the goods traded by the various countries in Nanyang will have to pass through these 5 ports. Otherwise, it will be considered smuggling. All smugglers, regardless of their identity, will be severely punished. When the time comes, the local officials will cooperate with you. Furthermore, I will instruct Feng Ong and Tan Dian to not cause you any trouble." In the 2nd month of the 1st year of Zhenguan, Li Er issued an imperial decree that the country was divided into 10 provinces and counties, namely Guanyi Dao, Hunan Dao, Hudong Dao, Hebei Dao, Shannan Dao, Longyu Dao, Huainan Dao, Jiangnan Dao, Jianan Dao, and Lingnan Dao. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. Guangdong was part of the Lingnan circuit. Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said solemnly, "This subject obeys the decree." Li Erzwang seemed to be a little worried and said, "Lingnan is not like other places. The situation is extremely complicated. I allow you to bring 3,000 elites. In an emergency, you have the right to act first and report later. You must ensure the normal operation of the Department of Shipping. At the same time, you must maintain the stability of Lingnan." The last sentence had a deeper meaning. Li Xiaogong and Li Zishuan both narrowed their eyes at the same time. They secretly thought that even though Feng Ong had sent his son to Chang'an as a hostage, Li Er still did not let down his guard against Lingnan. "Yes, Your Majesty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as this subject is in Lingnan, the Department of Shipping will definitely operate as usual. Lingnan will definitely not fall into chaos." Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said solemnly, I believe you. All right, you can go back to your work." Li Erzwang nodded and waved his hand. Only then did the 2 of them take their leave. "Your Highness, what kind of person is Feng Ong?" Leaving the palace, Li Zishuan asked Li Xiaogong as they sat on the "Don't Touch Me" of the royal prince's mansion. Li Xiaogong frowned and thought for a while before answering, "Feng Ong. He is a capable and ambitious person." Without waiting for Li Zishuan to ask, Li Xiaogong continued, "In the previous dynasty, Feng Ong started as a small county magistrate and went all the way to the right Wuwei Grand General. Although he had the support of his ancestors, his ability to lead troops and fight wars was unquestionable. After the previous dynasty was destroyed, Feng Ong led the army back to Lingnan. In just a few years, he unified hundreds of tribes and occupied thousands of li. His ability is naturally evident. Then why does Your Highness say that he is an ambitious person?" Li Zishuan asked. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong's face turned cold. He said, "In the 1st year of Wuda, the Tang Empire was founded. Emperor Gaozu and the current His Majesty conquered the east and the west, gradually purging the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire. Of course, there were also many forces that chose to submit to the Tang Empire. But Feng Ong did not. It was not until the 5th year of Wuda that the Tang Empire and the Eastern Turks fought a war. The Turks retreated and the situation in the Tang Empire became clear. Only then did Feng Ong offer up his territory and submit to the imperial court. If he is not ambitious, then what is?" In 617 AD, Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan. Like many other warlords, he chose to ally with the Turks. A year later, Li Yuan ascended the throne in Chang'an and founded the country as Tang. the Tang Empire regime quickly stood out among the warlords. Their conflict with the Turks deepened day by day, and they began to turn from allies to enemies. In the 5th year of Wuda, a famine broke out in the Turks. At that time, Li Yuan wanted to free himself to deal with his most powerful opponent, Lu Haida, so he took the initiative to send large amounts of gold, silver, and treasures to Sheli Khan, requesting peace. Sheli Khan was in a difficult situation because of the famine, but he was happy to push the boat along with the current. The two countries promised to marry and mend their relationship. Li Yuan took advantage of the temporary peace with the Turks to launch an all-out attack on his opponent, Lu Haida. On the 26th day of the 3rd month, Li Shimin defeated Lu Haida. Lu Haida's 20,000 elite troops were almost wiped out. He only took 200 or so people to escape and seek refuge with the Turks. Sheli Khan seemed to have woken up from a dream. He tore apart the peace treaty with the Tang Empire and sent out tens of thousands of troops. Together with the exiled Lu Haida, he launched an attack on the Tang Empire. Li Yuan urgently ordered Crown Prince Li Jianqing to go out of Zhuozhou. Qin Wang Li Shimin went out of Qinzhou to resist the two Turks' armies. In addition, he dispatched Yunzhou Zongguan Guizai to Yunzhong to ambush Sheli Khan's main forces. Zuowei General Duan Datsao went to Xiazhou to cut off the Turks' retreat route. Both sides fought and suffered casualties. However, because at that time the Tang Empire had not completely unified China, Li Yuan tried his best to avoid large-scale conflict with the Turks, so much so that he did not hesitate to sacrifice part of his interests to restrain Sheli Khan. Finally, the Turks withdrew their troops, giving the Tang Empire a very precious opportunity to breathe. It was also in this year that Lingnan chief Feng Ong entered the imperial court and expressed his willingness to submit to the Tang Empire. Li Yuan divided his original territory into Gao, Luo, Chun, Bai Ye, Zhai Lin, and Zhen, 8 prefectures. He appointed Feng Ong as Shangzhu Gua, Gaozhou Zongguan, and conferred him the title of Duke of Yu. He appointed his son Feng Zhidai as the governor of Chenzhou. Inside the carriage, Li Zishuan was silent for half a day. Then he cupped his fists and said, "If it is really as Wang Ye said, then Wang Ye must be careful in everything in Lingnan." Li Shaogong laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha! Don't worry, Feng Ong, won't dare to touch this prince. If he does, then the imperial court will have a reason to send troops to Lingnan." At the end of his words, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 905. Li Zishuan would not be able to help with this. The next step was for Li Shaogong to select suitable officials to fill up this newly established department. Although he knew most of the big shots in the imperial court, it was useless if he was not familiar with them. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. This kind of thing had to be left to Li Shaogong, the old fox in the imperial court. He still had a lot of things to do. On the FIFA side, Ma Zhou was also very efficient. Now, the team of the FIFA headquarters had been set up. More than 30 young scholars had just joined and were learning the football management regulations, written by Li Zishuan under Ma Zhou's organization. They would be assessed in a week. Li Zishuan planned to wait until this group of people had finished their training before selecting some of them to set up local FIFA branches. The Great Tang had 10 DAOs, and he was only planning to set up a FIFA branch in each one, not every province. After all, the Great Tang had more than 300 provinces. How could he find so many people? In addition, because of Li Zishuan's wonderful engineering enlightenment class, Yanhuang College had become famous. Every weekend, students from other places would come to visit. Li Zishuan did not refuse any of them. The two places that most students visited were Guanghua Building and the sports field. There was a huge globe downstairs in Guanghua Building. On it, the location of each province and county of the Tang Empire was marked in detail. The other countries were not marked in detail, but from this globe, it could be seen that the Tang Empire's territory was very small compared to the whole world. This surprised many people. Before Li Zishuan, everyone thought that the Tang Empire was the center of the world. But the reality was not like that. Of course, there were people who doubted the authenticity of the globe. But when there were doubts, There would be Yanhuang College students next to them who would take out the college's geography textbook and debate with them. After a period of time, many people accepted Li Zixuan's Earth theory. The sports department of the academy already had a batch of soccer balls for the academy students to rent for free. Therefore, there were several soccer teams formed by the students in the academy. However, there was only one field, and Li Tai and the other rich second generations could not occupy it every day. In the end, the soccer teams discussed with each other and decided that they could use whatever field they wanted on weekdays, but on weekends, they had to take turns. Therefore, there were football matches on the sports field every weekend. Most of the students who came to visit Yanhuang College liked to come here to watch the fun. Correspondingly, more and more people began to feel the charm of football. Most of these people wanted to buy a football when they went back. But when they saw the high price and the long line outside the strange interest pavilion every day, they dismissed the idea. Since I can't afford it, I'll rent it. Although it cost 100 copper coins to rent a soccer ball for a day, it was still acceptable for several people to share the cost of a dozen copper coins. Therefore, the football rental business of the Football Association became popular. The more than 300 soccer balls in the warehouse could be rented out every day, and they could earn dozens of copper coins in a day. Although this was a small amount of money to Li Zixuan, this small amount of money was more than the monthly profit of some restaurants and shops. It really made many people envious. Phew! The matters of the Academy, the Department of Municipal Imports, and the Football Association have finally come to an end. I can finally do my own things. Li Zixuan sighed and sighed as he walked on the path of Yunshan. During this period, he was very busy for Yanhuang College, the Department of Municipal Imports, and the Football Association of Tang Empire. Now that these three departments were on the right track, he could free up his hands to do some interesting things. For example, supplying electricity to the Yunshan Villa. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. He was tired of the dim candlelight. He wanted to bring light to the dark night of the world. Ahem, he digressed. He just wanted to use a light bulb in his house. It was such a simple request, but there were many difficulties in it. However, Li Zixuan was not afraid of difficulties. After all, now that he had rubber, he could use rubber-coated copper wire as an electric wire. It was more stable than the previous enameled wire. In this way, the medium and long-distance power transmission was guaranteed. Moreover, there was a small waterfall at the top of the west side of Yunshan Mountain. When the time came, he could put a hydroelectric generator under the waterfall and connect a wire back. Then, he could find a way to make a light bulb. Wouldn't he be able to achieve electric lighting? Although he did not have the metal tungsten needed to make the filament of the electric lamp, who said that only tungsten could be used to make the filament. Other conductive materials could be used to make it, but the lifespan was shorter. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of having the opportunity to use the electric lamp in Tang Empire. When this guy returned home, he went straight to his study and ignored the outside world. He was only focused on electricity research. Your Majesty, bad news, bad news. Night fell, Ganlu Palace. A young eunuch suddenly ran in a panic, and said as he ran. Zhao Song, who was standing not far away from Li Er, glared at the young eunuch. He thought to himself that this guy really didn't know how to speak. What did he mean by Your Majesty, bad news? Wasn't he cursing Li Er? Why are you in such a panic? Tell me quickly. Li Er didn't think much of it. He only frowned slightly and asked. The young eunuch hurriedly said, Your Majesty, His Highness King of Wei, His Highness King of Wei is seriously ill and can't get up. What? Qing Ke is ill? Li Er stared and suddenly stood up. He shouted at the young eunuch, Why is Qing Ke ill? Wasn't he fine in the morning? Why is he suddenly so ill and can't get up? Imperial physician? Where's the imperial physician? Why aren't you calling for the imperial physician? The young eunuch said with a sobbing tone, Your Majesty, we have already called for the imperial physician. But the imperial physician said, Clang! At this moment, the sound of a porcelain plate falling to the ground came from the entrance of the palace. Li Er, who was upset, thought that some servant had accidentally broken the flower pot or something. He wanted to reprimand, But when he looked up, he was stunned and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Li Er quickly walked down and greeted the person at the entrance of the palace. He said, "Maid Guanyin, what's wrong with Qing Ke? Tell me what's wrong with Qing Quebec." The person who came was Empress Zhangsun. Seeing that it was already late at night, she wanted to send some refreshments to Li Er. But who would have thought that just as she arrived, she would hear such shocking news? Her entire face instantly turned ghastly pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about being rude. As if she didn't see Li Er, she rushed to the young eunuch and asked with a hoarse voice, "Yes, hoarse. As a mother, there was no news more shocking than this." Chapter 906. This afternoon, Prince Wei, young Master Zhangsun, and young Master Chang were playing football on the lawn outside Plum Village. After returning from the game, Prince Wei started vomiting and having diarrhea right after dinner. At first, the official of the Prince Wei's residence thought that the food was not clean, so he severely punished the steward of the kitchen. The medical officer of the Prince Wei's residence thought that Prince Wei had eaten something bad, so they prescribed a prescription to stop diarrhea. After Prince Wei took it, not only did His Highness's illness not get better, but it became even worse. Now, Prince Wei is about to vomit his bile and poop his intestines out. Li Er and his wife were worried about their son. Ignoring the fact that it was already late, the two of them left the palace. On the way to the Prince Wei's residence, the eunuch who came to report first had the chance to explain the details to Li Er. Li Er's face darkened as he asked, "What did the imperial physician say?" The young eunuch replied, "Replying to your majesty, in a moment of desperation, the Wei Wangfu's official hurriedly went to invite old imperial physician Qin and old imperial physician Wang. However, after the two imperial physicians took His Highness's pulse, they said that His Highness the Prince of Wei is... Empress Zhangsun asked anxiously, "What illness is my son suffering from? Tell me quickly." The eunuch trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, the two imperial physicians said that Prince Wei is suffering from cholera." Cholera. Even though Li Er and Empress Zhangsun were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard these two words. After the shock, Empress Zhangsun's face instantly turned pale. This was because those who contracted this illness were basically half a step into the gates of hell. Bastard! Qing Ke was originally fine. Why would she suddenly have cholera? Investigate. Zhao Song. Bring people to investigate properly. Let's see if there is someone who is so daring as to poison my son. Focus on the food and water sources that Qing Ke has been eating recently. Although Li Er's heart was also very uncomfortable, he was still a man, so his expression was still considered calm. However, as an emperor, it was inevitable that he would have some persecution paranoia. He felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm his son. Therefore, he ordered with a gloomy face and a cold voice, "Yes, sir." At this juncture, Zhao Song did not dare to be careless. He responded and went to make the arrangements. "Duguxian, this general is here. Immediately send someone to invite all the imperial physicians in the Imperial Physician Bureau, regardless of whether they are asleep or not, to the Prince of Wei's mansion. As you command. Also, send someone to the Taibai mountain area and see if they can find Dr. Sun." After Li Er made some arrangements, he was still worried. He placed his hopes on Sun Simiao again. However, this old man was traveling the world with his disciple to save the living beings of the world. His whereabouts were erratic, so how could it be so easy to find him? Duguxian understood this as well. He pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and replying, "This general obeys." Li Tai had contracted such a life-threatening illness. Now that things had reached this point, as his subjects, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. They only hoped that they would not be implicated when the time came. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." A quarter of an hour later, Li Er and Empress Zhangsun finally arrived at the Wei Prince's mansion. Ignoring the servant's salutes, Li Er directly asked with a sullen face, "Where is Qing Ke? Bring me there." "Your Majesty." His Highness Prince Wei is in the backyard. Sigh, your majesty, you and her majesty are of great value. You can't just go there like this. Officer Wu of the Wei Prince's mansion was halfway through his words when he saw that Li Er and Empress Zhongsun were about to enter. He quickly stopped them. Bastard! Get out of my way! Li Er was furious. Although cholera was contagious, it was only transmitted through food and water. Officer Wu was making a big fuss over nothing. Besides, even if there was a risk of him being infected, he had to go there at this time. The young man inside was his son. Therefore, at this moment, he did not care about the harmony between the monarch and his subjects. He directly pushed Officer Wu far away with one hand, and then quickly walked to the backyard with Empress Zhongsun. A large group of people behind hurriedly followed behind. When they arrived at the backyard, they saw that a side room was brightly lit. Without needing to ask, Li Er directly walked to that room. As soon as he got close to that room, he smelled a disgusting stench that almost suffocated him to death. But at this moment, his son was still on the verge of death. How could he have the time to complain about the stench? Empress Zhongsun did not even frown as the husband and wife pushed the door and entered just like that. Since the two of them were already like this, how could the large group of people behind dare to complain about the stench and not enter? Therefore, one by one, they resisted the urge to vomit and all went in. Qingke, how are you? The first thing she saw was Li Tai lying on the bed with a pale face. Beside the bed was a wooden basin and a toilet bowl. The stench in the room came from these two things. Empress Zhongsun saw that her son was weak and on the verge of death. She staggered 2 steps and walked over. She touched Li Tai's cheek and said sorrowfully. Hearing Empress Zhongsun's voice, Li Tai opened his eyes with difficulty and said weakly, Imperial Mother is here. You go out quickly. It stinks here. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Don't worry. Hearing him say that, Empress Zhongsun, a strong woman of a generation, also felt grief from the bottom of her heart. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and immediately burst out. Silly child, Imperial Mother is not afraid of the stench. Qingke, quickly tell Imperial Mother, how are you feeling now? Li Tai forced a smile on his face, but it was a smile that was uglier than crying. Your son is fine. Mother Empress, you should leave quickly. Quickly bring the wooden basin over. Seeing this, Elder Wu hurriedly roared at the maidservants beside the bed. The maidservants hurriedly picked up the wooden basin and brought it to Li Tai's side. Li Tai hugged the wooden basin and began vomiting with heart-wrenching pain. However, Empress Zhongsun could clearly see that Li Tai was vomiting no food at all, only yellow water. He must have already vomited everything in his stomach earlier. Seeing this scene, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be heartbroken. Li Er also saw it, and his face was now darker than the bottom of a pot. He said gloomily, Duguexen, where are the imperial physicians? Why aren't the imperial physicians here yet? Send someone to invite them again. Those who don't come, prepare to be sent to the borders. Duguexen had no choice but to quickly cup his fists and say, Yes, your majesty. Coincidentally, at this moment, a group of soldiers entered the backyard. It was the imperial guards under Duguexen's command. Among the imperial guards, there were many people mixed in, and all of them were disheveled. They must have been caught directly from their beds. Your majesty, all the imperial physicians from the Imperial Physician Bureau have been brought here. A deputy general jogged over and cupped his fists. Li Er nodded and walked around the general. He walked to the front of the imperial physicians and said sternly, Qingke is sick. You all go in immediately for a consultation. Those who can cure Qingke's illness will be heavily rewarded. If none of you can cure her, Chapter 907. In the Prince of Wei's residence. Li Er's cold snort was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he was willing to become a tyrant for his beloved son. The imperial physicians were dragged out of their beds. They were still full of resentment, but Li Er's words made everyone shudder. They quickly perked up and went in to see the doctor. "Your Majesty." At this moment, Zhao Song appeared out of nowhere. He went to Li Er's side and called out softly. Li Er nodded, and the two of them went to another side room. "Have you found out? Was there anyone who poisoned him?" Li Er put his hands behind his back and asked with murderous intent. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty, before you came, this old servant, along with Imperial Physician Wang and Imperial Physician Qin, inspected the food that Prince of Wei had for dinner. We did not find any abnormalities. We also checked the water source of the Prince of Wei's residence. We did not find any abnormalities." Li Er frowned and said unhappily, "Why would the green sparrow suddenly have cholera when it was perfectly fine?" Zhao Song continued, "Your Majesty, I heard from the servant who went out with Prince of Wei that Prince of Wei, Zhang Sunchong, Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the rest felt thirsty after playing football outside Plum Village. They drank from the Ba River beside Plum Village. I think the problem should be there." Li Er said in disbelief, "Then why was Qin Ke the only one?" Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Dugu Xian's hurried voice. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Li Er could only wave his sleeves and say, "Come in." With a creak, Dugu Xian squeezed in from outside the door. Without waiting for Li Er to ask, Dugu Xian cupped his fists and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, this general has just received news that the young masters of the Cheng clan, Yuchi clan, Zhang Sun clan, and Sun clan have all fallen seriously ill. Their illnesses are very similar to Prince Wei's. Now, the state dukes and Sun Shaoqing are all looking for imperial physicians to treat their young masters." Li Er's expression changed. What he said really came true. The current situation was obviously because the water in the Ba River was not clean, causing Li Tai and the rest to suffer from cholera at the same time. The situation had already escalated, and the situation had become even more severe. Li Er furrowed his brows and didn't say a word. At this time, the sound of a few people talking came from outside the room. Li Er flicked his sleeves and went out. He saw the imperial physicians standing in the courtyard, as if they were discussing something. "Do the imperial physicians have a way to cure Qin Ke?" Li Erlong walked over with large strides and asked straightforwardly. The imperial physicians, who had been discussing among themselves, immediately lowered their heads. The entire courtyard was silent. Li Er's face was getting darker and darker. He was about to explode when an old man walked out from the crowd. It was Dr. Qin from the Imperial Medical Department, who had accompanied Li Zishuan to attack Snake Spirit Mountain and tested the poison with his own body. "Your Majesty, according to our joint diagnosis, His Royal Highness Duke of Wei's illness is cholera. It comes with a ferocious momentum and can empty a person's body in an extremely short period of time. According to the ancient books, there is no effective treatment method, so we are not confident that we can cure His Royal Highness Duke of Wei. All I can do is try my best to delay the onset of His Highness King Wei's illness, so that His Highness King Wei can hold on for another 2 days. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." All the imperial physicians cast a grateful look at Dr. Qin and then bowed to Li Er. Li Er's eyes were cold and said coldly, "Imperial Physician Qin, is there really no way? There are still good elixirs in the palace's warehouse. Zhen allows you to take them as you wish. As long as you can cure Qin Ke, Zhen will give you whatever you want." Dr. Qin shook his head expressionlessly and said, "His Highness's illness is not something that can be cured with medicine. Forgive me for being powerless." "You!" Li Er was furious, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. "Your Majesty, please calm down." At this critical moment, Empress Zhangsun came out of the house. In less than an hour, Zhangsun's face seemed to have aged a few years. She looked even more haggard. The tears on her face had not dried yet, and her eyes were red. God knows what kind of rough journey she had experienced during this period of time. When Li Er saw this, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This woman was the devil of his life. "Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Qin and the others have done their best. Please don't punish them." Empress Zhongsun took her husband's hand and said softly. Li Er didn't say a word. He just nodded his head silently. In fact, how could he not understand that the chances of Li Tai's illness being cured were very small? So, he was just angry because he couldn't do anything. He was a dignified emperor, in charge of the fate of millions of people, but in the end, he couldn't save his son. How sad. Imperial physician Qin, I will leave Qin to you. You just do your best. If you can save him, that's the best. If you can't save him, this empress will not blame you. Empress Zhongsun looked at Dr. Qin and said in a kind tone. But when she said the last few words, her heart instantly collapsed. But she forced herself not to cry out. Dr. Qin had lived for a long time. He had already seen too much of the world. So, how could he not hear that Empress Zhongsun was pretending to be kind? They all said that doctors have the heart of a parent. This kind of scene, he also felt uncomfortable. Your Highness, don't worry. This old man will do his best to save Prince Wei. Dr. Qin solemnly cupped his hands, then picked up the medicine box and walked with Dr. Wang to Li Tai's room. Your Majesty. Dugu Xen wanted to say something but stopped. Li Er understood what he wanted to say and said, immediately choose 8 imperial physicians and escort them to Wuji, Jijia, Jingda, and Sun Fujia's houses. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately order the county magistrates to send out bailiffs and prohibit the people from drinking the water of Ba River. Li Er added another sentence. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer his family's matter. As an emperor, he could occasionally be emotional, but most of the time, he had to maintain his rationality. Yes, Your Majesty. Dugu Xian received the order and left. After a while, another soldier came to report, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Changle, and His Highness the King of Han request an audience. Hearing this, Li Er's heart finally warmed a little. He nodded and said, Let them all in. It's good to see Qin. As Li Er expected, the current situation had rapidly deteriorated and was becoming more and more intense. The houses of the Chang, Zhongsun, Yuqi, and Sun families were all brightly lit tonight. The madams of the 4 families shed countless tears. Chang and city at night suddenly had a trace of solemnity. What was more serious was that outside Chang and city, many people were suffering tonight. Unfortunately, the number of people infected with cholera was increasing. Chapter 908. Li Zishuan, who was far away from the commotion, slept very soundly that night. This guy was designing the generator in the study and had used up a lot of brain cells. He also drew a lot of blueprints. He was a little tired and fell asleep on the table. Han Yushi was afraid that it would be cold at night and Li Zishuan would get sick from the cold. In fact, even if this guy was left to sleep outside for a night, he would not get sick. So she called Xiao He and Xiao Shi, and the 3 of them carried Li Zishuan into the bedroom together. Of course, Li Zishuan was conscious during this period. The sharp senses of a martial arts grandmaster were not just for show. However, his nose twitched and he knew who was next to him, so he allowed the 3 of them to move him in. After settling Li Zishuan down, Han Yushi returned to the study and carefully put away the blueprints that Li Zishuan drew. She put them in the small drawer of the desk. After locking it, she double-checked it before returning to the room with the key and lying down beside Li Zishuan. Although she couldn't understand those blueprints, the entire Li family, except for Lan treated Li Zishuan's blueprints with the highest confidentiality standard. They were afraid that others would take advantage of it if it was leaked. Although Li Zishuan had said many times that there was no need to be so serious, the Li family's style of doing things had never changed. The night went by uneventfully. Li Zishuan, who was overworked, didn't even do any exercise in bed. He slept comfortably all the way until dawn. He was truly exhausted from yesterday. It was early in the morning, so little Zishuan was naturally in high spirits. Li Zishuan originally wanted to make up for last night's exercise, but Han Yushi had foreseen it and avoided it. Now that Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Lan were living with them, how could she let her husband do whatever he wanted in broad daylight? Husband, quickly wash up and come down for breakfast. I've put the blueprints you drew yesterday in the drawer. The key is under the pillow. Don't be as tired as yesterday. Han Yushi finished speaking in a panic and then ran downstairs as if she was escaping. Heh! This girl seems to have gained some experience in the revolutionary struggle. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and said shamelessly. Cloud Mountain was filled with warmth. But the situation in Chong and city was not so good. Your Majesty, the civil and military officials are already waiting outside the Taiji Palace. What do you think about this morning court session? Inside Prince Wei's mansion, Zhao Song, with a pair of panda eyes, asked Li Er carefully. In fact, he was not the only one with panda eyes. The entire Prince Wei's residence, including Li Tai, did not sleep for the entire night. Li Tai was no exception. After a night of pooping and vomiting, he felt a burning pain in his anus. He felt that he would rather die than suffer. Inform the officials that the court will be suspended for today. If there are any important matters, submit the memorials to the auxiliary machine, to the Minister of Affairs. Xianling and Ruhui will deal with it on behalf of us. Li Er rubbed his glabella and said in a low voice. He wanted to ask Zhang Sun Wuji to deal with it on behalf of him, but he suddenly remembered that Zhang Sun Wuji was probably in the same situation as him. They did not sleep for the entire night and might not even come to the morning court session. Thus, he changed his words. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, he called a young eunuch and asked him to pass the imperial decree to the palace. He continued to stand beside Li Er and serve him. What's the situation inside now? Li Er sighed and asked softly. Your Majesty, Prince Wei's body is too weak now. We can't use too much medicine. Last night, a few imperial physicians discussed and came up with a compromise. Prince Wei has already taken it. Prince Wei finally fell asleep when the sky was about to brighten. The number of times he went to the toilet has also decreased. Zhao Song hesitated for a moment and cupped his hands to report. Li Er's heart sank. He was not a 3-year-old child. Zhao Song was obviously reporting the good news and not the bad news. It's been so long. Has Qing Ke eaten? Zhao Song's face instantly turned ugly. Seeing Li Er looking at him with burning eyes, he could only tell the truth. Imperial physician Qin said that whatever Prince Wei eats now, he will vomit or poop. For Prince Wei, food is not only unable to replenish his energy, but it will also worsen his body's weakness. Therefore, it is not suitable for Prince Wei to eat at the moment. Humph! But if a person doesn't eat, how long can he live? Li Er slapped the stone table and said sullenly, Your Majesty, please calm down. Imperial physician Qin said that for now, we can only use medicine to keep Prince Wei's life. Then we will think of another way. Zhao Song said carefully, Imperial Father. As the two of them spoke, Li Chengqian, Changle, and Li Ku walked out of the room. The three of them had red eyes. Only then did Li Er put away the gloominess on his face. He turned around and nodded at his 3 children. Qing Ke is asleep? Li Chengqian nodded and replied, Yes, Imperial Father. Li Er looked at Changle. The little girl's face was like a pear blossom in the rain. She must have shed a lot of tears earlier. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. It hurt more than being stabbed on the battlefield. Changle, go back to the palace with your mother to rest. Don't worry. Qing Ke will get better. Li Er said gently. Changle wanted to say no, but when she met Li Er's bloodshot eyes, her heart hurt even more. In order not to worry Li Er, she could only nod silently. The moment she turned around, she could not help but ask, Imperial Father, will Brother Qing Ke really be fine? Ever since Li Tai became Li Zishuan's disciple, his temperament had changed a lot. He doted on his sister even more. Naturally, she respected her brother Li Tai even more. When she suddenly heard the bad news last night, she felt as if the world was falling apart. It was hard for her to accept this reality. When Li Er heard this, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He felt indescribably uncomfortable. Don't worry, Changle. Qing Ke will definitely be fine. Quickly go back and rest. Changle nodded firmly. Yes, Brother Qing Ke will definitely be fine. With that, she turned around and walked into the room. However, she muttered to herself in the air, "If only Brother Xiao Xian was here. He will definitely not let anything happen to Brother Qing Ke." Li Zishuan. The 4 people present were all shocked, and they were all dumbfounded. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. "Zhao Song, quickly go to Yunshan and bring Li Zishuan here." Not long after, Li Er suddenly stood up and ordered Zhao Song. Although he was not sure if Li Zishuan could treat cholera, Li Zishuan had been creating miracles since the moment he entered Chong and City this year. Someone who could cure Qin Qiong, who was covered in injuries, must have a way to deal with cholera. Moreover, Li Tai's life was hanging by a thread. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to try. Otherwise, he would not have sent people to Tai Bai Mountain to look for Sun Simiao last night. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 909. His Majesty is not feeling well today, so he will not attend court for a day. If the officials have urgent matters, hand over the memorials to Minister Fong and Minister Du to deal with them. Outside Taiji Palace, the officials who had been waiting for a long time without seeing Li Zhao and the others enter the palace suddenly received such a decree. They couldn't help but discuss in private. "What's going on today? Duke Qi didn't come, Duke Lu didn't come, Duke Yuqi Jingda didn't come, and now His Majesty didn't come either." In the first year of Jingguan, Zhang Sun Wuji was promoted to Minister of Appointments and was awarded the title of Duke Qi. Something big must have happened. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, he has always been diligent and loved the people. There has never been a situation where he didn't attend morning court. What big thing can happen? Besides, even if something happened, it's impossible for so many officials to not come at the same time, right? Fong Xianling saw the commotion below and couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, "Colleagues, if you have something, please hand over the memorials to me. If there is nothing, please return to your offices and do your duties." As the Prime Minister of the Empire, Fong Xianling still had a lot of prestige. As soon as his voice fell, the officials immediately quieted down. Qin Qiong's eyes flashed and he turned to leave without saying a word. He also felt that something was wrong, so he wanted to go to Cheng Mansion and Yuqi Mansion to take a look. "Damn, you are all a bunch of quacks. You don't give my son food? Do you want him to starve to death?" Cheng Mansion backyard. Chang Yaojin slammed his palm on the stone table in the courtyard and said angrily with his eyes red. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone table exploded from the middle with a bang and scattered on the ground. The imperial physician in front of him said helplessly, "Duke Lu, please calm down. Your son can't eat now. You are harming him by letting people feed him. To tell you the truth, His Highness Prince Wei is also using the same treatment method." Cheng Yaojin said angrily, "Nonsense. I only know that if a person doesn't eat, they won't last many days. You bunch of quacks can't save people. But you are still harming people here. Duke Lu, if you insist on letting your son eat, he won't last 3 days. If he doesn't eat, he can last at least 5 more days." The imperial physician said angrily. Anyone who was scolded by Cheng Yaojin as a quack and a quack would also be annoyed. "Master, don't say any more. Let's listen to the imperial physician." Madame Cheng wiped her tears and pulled her husband who had lost his mind. "Humph, listen to my ass. Steward, immediately send someone to Cloud Mountain and invite little Xian over." Cheng Yaojin flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. Marquis of Yong'an? If Duke of Lu invites the Marquis of Yong and over, there might still be a chance to turn things around. When the imperial physician heard Cheng Yaojin mention Li Zishuan, his eyes lit up as he muttered in his heart, Marquis, bad news. Something big has happened." Cloud Mountain Villa. Li Zishuan was having breakfast with his family in the living room when he heard Pang Feiji's wailing outside. "What's the fuss about? Come. Have you eaten breakfast? If you haven't, let's sit down and eat together." Li Zishuan looked at Pang Feiji, who was panting at the door, and said angrily, "Marquis, what time is it now? You should stop eating. Something big has happened. Quickly follow me into the city." Pang Feiji waved his hand and complained helplessly. Li Zishuan asked curiously, What happened? Why are you so anxious? Pang Feiji saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to care, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Marquis, I've received news that Prince Wei, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Sun Zifan contracted cholera at the same time yesterday. Their lives are hanging by a thread, and they are in imminent danger. Marquis, quickly go and take a look. Cholera. Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and Han Yushi's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Li Zixuan was also shocked. He subconsciously thought that Pang Feiji was talking nonsense. The memory of his previous life told him that cholera was only introduced into China at the end of the Qing dynasty. How could such an acute infectious disease appear in this era? However, from the memory of this body, Li Zixuan found that there were already records of cholera in medical books from before. After carefully comparing the memories of the two lives in his mind, Li Zixuan realized that this cholera was not the same cholera. There was a substantial difference between the two. The cholera that modern people talked about usually referred to Hulila, which was an acute diarrheal disease caused by contaminated food or water ingested by Vibrio cholerae. In the TV series Chuangguandong, the Japanese child Ichiro was saved by Xiao Air, but was thrown out by her father because Ichiro might have gotten Hulila. Scholars believed that the cholera caused by Vibrio cholerae, or Hulila, was introduced into China in 1820, the 25th year of the Qing dynasty. According to Song Rulin in the preface of Lin Sen's Complete Cholera Diseases, he said, in the autumn of Jiaqing Gengchen, 1820, many people vomited and had diarrhea. The following year, Xinxi became even more severe. It also said, this disease began in Guangdong, and this year in Fujian and Taiwan, the patients were especially severe. In the 7 major cholera epidemics in the world, China was always the most severely affected area. During the 2 epidemics, there were many patients and many died. During the Qing dynasty, cholera was very contagious. Sometimes, when a coffin was carried to the funeral, he died before the coffin was carried to the place. This was a situation that occurred continuously in Dandong, called Anong at that time, 20 years after the Qing dynasty. However, the cholera mentioned by the ancients did not completely correspond to Hulila. It could be a simple symptom of vomiting and diarrhea, like the acute gastroenteritis that was common in summer and autumn. The so-called cholera was sudden. The so-called cholera was a sudden illness that occurred suddenly. This term existed before the Han dynasty and was not translated from modern times. As early as in the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor, there were already records of cholera. For example, the Spiritual Pivot 5 Chaos chapter said, when the stomach is in chaos, it is cholera. The Suwen Qi communication theory said, when the earth is not old enough, the people suffer from cholera. The Suwen 6 elements of the righteous era said, when the moon is full of cholera, it vomits. The plague that the army suffered in the process of marching was mostly cholera. When cholera occurred, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Before the war even began, most of them were already dead. With regards to cholera, the ancients mainly focused on prevention and treatment as a supplement. In general, there was no special treatment for this kind of Class A infectious disease. During the Taihe period of the Jin dynasty, the monks of Guangji Temple suffered from cholera. A necromancer used monkshood and dried ginger to cure them. After drinking it, they forced out a few mouthfuls of blood and then died. Therefore, when the medical officials of the Imperial Medical Department faced Li Tai, whose life was hanging by a thread, they were collectively helpless. It was not that they were incompetent, but that the cholera was too strong. Where is the Marquis of Yong'an? His Majesty summons you to return to Chong, and immediately. At this moment, a sharp voice came from outside, waking Li Zixuan from his daze. Chapter 9-10. Just as he finished speaking, the eunuch who came to deliver the edict appeared at the door. Li Zixuan and the rest hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Seeing that there was no way he could continue eating, he said to his father, "Father, you guys continue eating. I'll go back to Chong and to take a look." Li Jingma said worriedly, "Little Xian, that's cholera. Are you confident?" He did not object to his son saving Li Tai, but he was worried that if he could not save him, he would be implicated. After all, the royal family was the most heartless. Li Zishuan understood what his father was worried about. He smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I still have some confidence." Even if he did not have confidence, he should still go to Chang and to see Li Tai. But coincidentally, he did know an ingenious method to treat cholera. "Little Xian, you have to be careful," Madame Li said worriedly. Li Zishuan said, "Mother, it's fine. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he prepared to leave with the young eunuch beside him, who was already anxious to the point of smoke coming out of his head. Who knew at this moment? "Marquis Yong'an, my master invites you to see my eldest young master. May I trouble you?" An old man appeared outside the door. It was the Chang Manor's housekeeper Liang. Li Zishuan recognized him at a glance. Housekeeper Liang was halfway through his sentence when he saw the eunuch beside Li Zishuan. He immediately shut his mouth, not knowing what to do. Obviously, he had guessed that this eunuch was here to ask Li Zishuan to treat Li Tai's illness. How could he ask for it? Was he going to snatch the person in front of everyone? But Chang Chumo was also bedridden. Li Zishuan was his only hope. If he did not invite Li Zishuan back, what would happen to Chang Chumo? "Oh, Uncle Liang, you're here." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and understood the purpose of housekeeper Liang's visit. He took the initiative to welcome him and said, "How is Chonyo? Does the imperial physician have any countermeasures?" Head steward Liang said with a distressed expression. Eldest young master had diarrhea for an entire night and his stomach was empty, but he still couldn't resist going to the toilet. The imperial physician didn't allow him to eat, so old master asked me to invite the Marquis of Yong and to the manor to see if there's a way to treat my young master's illness. The little eunuch beside him immediately became anxious and stepped forward to say, "Marquis Yong'an, His Majesty and Her Highness are waiting for you. You should quickly follow us to save King Wei." Housekeeper Liang pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but at this time he couldn't possibly ask Li Zishuan to go against the order and save Chang Chumo, right? That would be too selfish. Li Zishuan didn't know if Li Tai and Chang Chumo's situation was serious or not. It would be bad if something happened to the other when he went to save one of them. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said decisively, "Uncle Liang, send Chumo to King Wei's manor in a moment. I will treat the two of them together. I will explain the situation to His Majesty." The little eunuch wanted to say something, but he was intimidated by Li Zishuan's reputation and didn't say anything in the end. As long as Li Zishuan could go to King Wei's manor as soon as possible. Head steward Liang said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis Yong. I will go back and tell old master now." Li Zishuan quickly added, "Oh right. I'll have to trouble Uncle Liang to inform Uncle Yuchi, the Sun family, and the Zhang Sun family to send Yuchi Baolin, Sun Zifan, and Zhang Sun Chong over." Saving one person was the same as saving 5 people. He might as well solve them all at once. Head steward Liang naturally agreed. Li Zishuan followed the little eunuch on horseback to Chang'an City. "Your Majesty, the Marquis Yong'an is here." In King Wei's manor, just as Li Er and Empress Zhangsun were panicking, a guard ran over and cupped his fists. Li Er's expression brightened. He raised his head and said hurriedly, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Li Zishuan walked in and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Erda waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Li Zishuan, I'm sure you've heard about the matter. Qin Ke has contracted cholera, and the imperial physicians are all helpless. Although you don't specialize in medicine, you always have some unexpected methods to treat illnesses and save lives. We called you here today to ask if you can treat cholera?" Before this, who would have thought that this half-grown youth would become the last hope of a country's ruler? Li Zishuan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said, "May I take a look at King Wei's current condition?" "Everything will have to wait for me to take a look." Li Er nodded and said, "Zhao Song, bring the Marquis Yong'an in." In the past, he used to address Li Zishuan as a brat. Now that Li Zishuan had become Li Tai's last hope, Li Er's address of Li Zishuan became more formal. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Li Zixuan followed Zhao Song to the side room to visit Li Tai. As they approached the side room, Li Zixuan could smell the stench rolling in. He quickly held his breath. He glanced at Zhao Song from the corner of his eye and saw that the latter's chest was not rising and falling. He knew that this old man must be holding his breath like him. Entering the side room, it was filled with imperial physicians and servants. These people had been exposed to the stench for an entire night and must have developed immunity. No one was covering their noses and mouths. Of course, there were a few familiar faces among these people. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physicians Department who had helped Li Zixuan previously. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded at them. Then, he looked at Li Tai, who was lying on the bed with a weak breath and had already fainted. He was immediately shocked when he saw him. Previously, during the military training at the academy, Li Tai had grown from a fatty who weighed 200 pounds to a normal man who weighed 120 to 30 pounds. But now, after being sick for a day, he seemed to have become even thinner. This cholera was really ferocious. In just one day, it could torture someone to this extent. If this were to continue for a few more days, Li Tai's life would be gone. Xiao Xian, how is it? Is there any way to save him? Unknowingly, Li Er had walked in. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked in a low voice. To his delight, Li Zixuan actually nodded. Your Majesty, from the feces and vomit, we can conclude that Qin Ke has indeed contracted cholera. This subject has a method that may be able to cure this illness, but whether it will work or not, this subject is not 100% sure. Even if it was not 100%, it should be at least 60 to 70%, right? Li Er was ecstatic. Li Zixuan said that he was not 100% sure, but the imperial physicians were not even 10% sure. It was clear who was better and who was worse. Good, good, good. I believe in you. Whatever you need, just let me know. There are many rare herbs in the palace storehouse. I can give them all to you as long as you can cure Qingshua's illness. Chapter 9:11. Your Majesty, I don't need those top-grade herbs for the time being. Let's wait for the others to come first before treating them together. Prince Wei's mansion, back room. Li Zixuan didn't take advantage of the sudden generosity of Li Er. Besides, his method didn't require any precious herbs. The others. Li Er was puzzled and asked, Who else? Li Zixuan quickly explained. Your Majesty, I heard that Chumo, Bao Lin, Sun Zifan, and Zhang Sunchong were all infected with cholera like Qin Quebec treating them is like putting out a fire, so I thought of gathering them together to treat them together. I hope your Majesty will allow it. This was acting first and reporting later. The matter had already been done, and now it was just a formality to inform Li Er. However, Li Er's mood was much better than before, so he said, No matter, then let's wait for them to come together. In the end, wasn't Li Zixuan willing to come here first because he was the emperor? But even if he was the emperor, he couldn't keep hogging Li Zixuan and delay the treatment of the others. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a commotion in the front yard of the Prince Wei's mansion. Immediately after, a guard came in and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Qi, and Sun Shaoqing have brought their respective young masters over. Li Zixuan thought to himself that the speed was fast, while Li Er looked at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan quickly cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, why don't you place them in this room so that I can treat them at the same time? Li Er then instructed the guard, Do as the Marquis of Yong'an says. Yes. Not long after, Zhang Sun Wuji, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Sun Fujia, the four big shots of the imperial court, ordered the servants to carry their sons in on bamboo couches. It was worth mentioning that not only did they carry the people over, but they also brought the toilets and basins. Because their sons had vomited and had diarrhea several times along the way, they couldn't possibly poop on the bamboo couches, right? But their combination looked like they were moving. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the four big shots settled their sons down, they bowed to Li Er one after another. Li Er waved his hand. No need for formalities. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his hands and said, My son's condition is urgent. I didn't receive Your Majesty's summons and sent him here to seek help. I hope your majesty can forgive me. The other three followed suit and cupped their hands in apology. Li Er said warmly, You are too serious. As a father, I understand your difficulties. Zhang Sun Wuji bowed and said, Many thanks, your majesty. Then, he turned to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. Marquis Yong, I'll leave my son in your care. Among the 4 families, he was the one with the most estranged relationship with Li Zishuan. The sons of the other 3 families were all Li Zishuan's first students, so their relationship was naturally not ordinary. Li Zishuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said, I will do my best. Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda came over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulders. With their family's relationship with Li Zishuan, there was no need to say anything more. If they said anything more, it would make them seem estranged. Sun Fujia also thanked Li Zishuan with a haggard face. The previously lifeless room finally had some vitality at this moment. The imperial physicians, servants, the 4 big shots who just arrived, as well as Empress Zhongsun, who was persuaded by Li Er to go back and rest, and Li Er himself, all placed their hopes on Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan felt an indescribable pressure. He turned around and said to Li Er, Your Majesty's treatment method is a little special. If your Majesty raises any strange requests later, I hope your Majesty, Her Majesty, and uncles will not question it. The final treatment effect will only be revealed at the end. Furthermore, the people here must listen to your Majesty's instructions. This was giving an early warning. Although everyone felt that Li Zishuan's words were a little strange, no one raised any objections. Li Er also nodded and said, No problem. Use whatever methods you have. From now on, all the guards, imperial physicians, and servants in the entire estate will be under your command. After saying that, he said to Wei Wangfu's Senior Official Wu, did you hear what we just said? Senior Official Wu hurriedly said, Your Majesty will fully cooperate with the Marquis of Yong'an's treatment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Many thanks for your Majesty's understanding. Now, this subject will begin to treat Qin Ke and the others. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and uncles, please move to the courtyard. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient. Li Er nodded and brought Empress Zhongsun out. Li Chengqian and Li Ku glanced at Li Zishuan and also followed out. As for Chang Lu, she had already been persuaded by Li Er and Zhongsun to go back and rest. Xiao Xian, the best thing my family's Chou Niu did in his life was to have a brother like you. Chang Yaojin was the last to leave. Before he left, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and sighed. Li Zishuan glanced at Chang Chumo, who was lying on the bamboo couch, and thought to himself that after a while, Chang Chumo would definitely jump up and say that the thing he regretted the most in his life was having a brother like him, right? Hey, Xiao Xian, you have a way to treat our illness. That's great. Last night, I almost King pooped my intestines out. Now, my butt is still burning with pain. Chang Chumo said intermittently. Among the 5 of them, he and Yuqi Baolin were in the best condition. After all, the physique of a martial artist was in charge. Li Zishuan didn't waste time talking nonsense with this guy. Instead, he directly instructed the Wei Wangfu's Official Wu, this Marquis needs something. Can you help me find some? Official Wu hurriedly said, Marquis, just tell me what you need. This one will do his best to help you find it. But Li Zishuan's next sentence had the flavor of not giving up until he was shocked to death. Quickly bring some people to help this Marquis find some used toilet paper. And also bring over 4 braziers. Remember, they must be used toilet chips, not new ones. Ah? Elder Wu was dumbfounded. His brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a moment. What does treating an illness have to do with toilet chips? At this moment, he really wanted to ask Li Zishuan, Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Zishuan saw the situation and asked, No problem. Marquis Yong'an, please wait a moment. I'll get someone to do it now. Official Wu wiped his sweat and said hurriedly. Academician Qin couldn't help but ask, Marquis Yong'an, why are you asking people to search for toilet chips? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course it's to treat illnesses. Academician Qin will understand in a while. Xiao Xian, you can't be thinking of using toilet chips to treat our illnesses, right? We are brothers. How can you do this? Even if you have to do this, you should at least let us use those unused toilet chips. Chang Chumo, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly became agitated and said to Li Zixuan intermittently. Chapter 9:12. High Energy Warning. This chapter is a little strange. Those who are misophobic or are eating, please be careful. Elder Wu, what are you carrying? In the backyard of the Prince of Wei's residence, all the parents were anxiously waiting for Li Zixuan's diagnosis and treatment results. However, they saw Senior Advisor Wu instructing people to carry 5 braziers and a basket of unknown objects into the side room. Out of curiosity, Li Er stopped Elder Wu and asked. Elder Wu's face turned bitter as he answered truthfully, Your Majesty, the objects in the basket are toilet chips, the Duke of Yong, and asked me to find them. When Li Er heard this, his face turned ugly. Toilet chips? What does he need toilet chips for? I do not know. The Duke of Yong, and did not tell me. Elder Wu was also puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why Li Zixuan wanted him to find these disgusting things out of the blue. You may go. I will ask him later. Li Er had a bad premonition. However, he had already promised Li Zixuan that everyone would be under his command. How could he go back on his word now? Empress Zhongsun looked at the room with doubt in her eyes. The other big shots also looked at each other in dismay. In the room. Marquis, I've brought you the cutlery and brazier you wanted. What else do you need next? After the braziers and toilet chips were moved into the room, Elder Wu cupped his fist and asked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked and nodded. I do not need them for now. Order people to throw the toilet chips into the braziers and bring the braziers to Qingke and Chumo's beds. Let the heat dry their bodies. Leave 1 or 2 people to add the toilet chips into the braziers. The rest of you go out first. We will come back in half an hour. This was an indigenous method of treating cholera that Li Zixuan heard from the village doctor in his previous life. It was said that it had cured many people. Cough cough, of course there was no such thing as toilet chips in the modern world. He could only use shit stirrer as a substitute. He didn't have much confidence in this kind of crude recipe. But at this moment, he wanted to try it out to see how effective it was. Moreover, he still had other tricks up his sleeve. When Elder Wu heard this, he was stunned. He finally understood why Li Zixuan wanted him to find these toilets. But why did it sound so unreliable? Marquis, there's no need to ask. Just do as I say. Li Zixuan didn't wait for Elder Wu to ask and waved his hand domineeringly. In fact, even he himself did not know that this method of using toilet cubes to treat cholera had a great background. The Compendium of Materia Medica had a record in the Medical Devices Department. Toilet preparation. Attending physician dystocia, cholera, and cold body tendons, burning hot air under the bed and spreading it to the upper body. Also, the attending physician is afflicted with evil spirit energy. This item is the smallest, but its power can be recorded. Hidden artifact. Don't you think it's unbelievable? Regardless of whether this prescription had a scientific basis or not, there were even more shocking prescriptions in the Compendium of Materia Medica. For example, human urine could treat cold and heat headaches. Pig-tying rope was used to treat children's cries of alarm and restless hair. Using the 12th lunar month to burn ashes and drinking a little water. Li Zixuan only remembered that when the old village doctor told him this crude method of using toilet cubes to treat cholera. He secretly laughed in his heart. Those cholera patients must have been cured by the smell of feces, right? Elder Wu saw Li Zixuan's unyielding attitude and could only do as he was told. Chang Chumo, who was lying on the bamboo bed, really sat up in shock. Who knew where this guy got his strength from? He pointed at Li Zixuan and shouted with his eyes wide open, F***CK, Xiao Xian, you can't cheat your brother like this. You're not treating us, you're clearly trying to suffocate us to death. Although he had been suffocated by his own feces for an entire night, how could other people's feces be the same as his own? Many times when you go to the latrine to take a dump, You'll think that the latrine next to you is smelly, but you'll usually not think that your own feces are smelly. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Seeing that you're so energetic now, it means that this toilet cubes are very useful. Elder Wu, remember to close all the doors and windows in a while and keep them sealed. After saying that, he ignored Chang Chumo's shouting and turned to leave. The imperial physicians also hurriedly fled. Li Tai, who was unconscious, was faintly awakened by Chang Chumo's loud voice. He said in a daze, "Suffocate to death? What suffocate to death? Chumo, why are you here?" Chang Chumo saw that the doors and windows were closed and couldn't help but feel despair. He was too lazy to talk to Li Tai. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his stomach. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick, quick, quick. I want to shit. Hurry. Poo." Inside the room, the smell of fresh feces, burning feces, and vomiting mixed together. The stench was overwhelming. Even the maids and servants of the prince's residence who had been suffocated for an entire night couldn't stand it anymore. These people probably wouldn't be able to eat for a month, right? Vomit! Li Tai's stomach churned and he hurriedly turned to the side and vomited into the basin under the bed. The other people lying on the bamboo bed weren't any better. Each of them was suffocated by the stench emitted from the brazier. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but they were already exhausted from pooping for an entire night. How could they have the strength to do that? They could only lie on the bamboo bed and silently enjoy it. Outside the room, Li Zishuan saw Li Zishuan walk out and asked, "Li Zhansher, why did you ask Elder Wu to find the toilet cubes for?" Empress Zhangsun, Chang Yaojin, and the others also looked over. Li Zishuan didn't dare to directly say that he just wanted to test whether or not the local prescription would work. Instead, he seriously spouted nonsense. "Your Majesty, I put these cubes into the fire and burned them. I want to smoke out the damp and evil aura from Qingke and the others' bodies. Then I will supplement it with a few prescriptions to nourish and expel the cold to nurse their bodies and prevent them from having diarrhea." When Li Er heard that Li Zishuan used the cubes to treat Li Tai's illness, his face instantly turned green. He subconsciously suspected that Li Zishuan was purposely messing with his son. But Li Zishuan's later words made it seem like he was serious and reasonable, which made him hesitate for a moment. The main reason was that spiritual master Lingshu's reputation was too great. Otherwise, he would have the thought of chopping Li Zishuan into pieces. After pausing for a moment, Li Er said with a black face, "I will believe you for now. If this still can't cure Qingke and the others, He didn't finish the second half of the sentence, but the threat was obvious. Empress Zhangsun, Chang Yaojin, and the others who originally didn't look good could only swallow their doubts when they heard that Li Er had agreed. Li Zishuan didn't care at all because he was very confident in the other prescriptions in his heart. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Then he turned and ordered, "Elder Wu, please bring me a brush and ink. I will write a few prescriptions and then you send someone to get the herbs." Chapter 9:13. Dr. Wu brought over a brush and ink. The imperial physicians couldn't help but gather around, wanting to see what kind of magical prescription Li Zishuan would come up with. Li Zishuan didn't mind them secretly learning from him. He picked up the brush and began to write. First, use 2 qian of dried ginger and 2 qian of wu zhuyu. Then, use 10 qian of dried ginger and 5 qian of cooked aconite. Fry it for 3 to 4/4 of an hour. Then, add an appropriate amount of rice. Fry it in warm water. Lastly, add an appropriate amount of fresh ginger and hearth soil. Fry it in water and filter it to remove the dregs. Take it once in the morning and once in the morning. Within 5 days, you will be cured. This prescription was the other prescription for cholera that the old village doctor in his previous life had told him about. Although it was a bit of a folk prescription, it was undoubtedly more scientific than using toilet cubes to treat cholera. Li Zishuan's previous body had been taught by spiritual master Ling Su. Although he had never received a complete teaching of medicine, he had been weak and sickly since he was young. It could be said that he had become a doctor after being sick for a long time. Although his medical skills weren't at Sun Simiao's level, he had a good understanding of the medicinal properties of various Chinese medicines. When Li Zixuan had just transmigrated from the modern world, the fusion between his souls wasn't perfect. Therefore, he didn't have many memories related to medicine at first. However, ever since he had broken through to the realm of martial arts grandmaster, his mental strength had increased exponentially. Gradually, his brain began to have more knowledge about medicine and medicinal herbs. Although it wasn't very systematic or comprehensive, Li Zixuan was still very happy to have an additional skill. When Pang Feiji told him that Li Tai and the others had contracted cholera in the morning, Li Zixuan had been thinking about how to treat cholera. He couldn't help but think of the method that the old village doctor had told him about. Although the old man was just a village doctor in the countryside, he had been practicing medicine for his entire life. His medical skills were extremely high. Moreover, he was proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. Many large hospitals couldn't easily treat an illness, but in his hands, he might be able to cure it with 2 injections and 2 prescriptions. Moreover, it didn't cost much. Therefore, the old village doctor was very respected in the village. In his previous life, the old village doctor lived right next to Li Zixuan's house. Therefore, Li Zixuan had more contact with him. That was why he knew so many prescriptions. On the way there, Li Zixuan used the memory of his predecessor and began to analyze the prescriptions given by the old village doctor. The more he analyzed, the brighter his eyes became, and the more surprised he became. Only people who were well-versed in pharmacology would understand the true beauty of these prescriptions. This was also the reason why he was so confident when he made the promise to Li Er. As for the toilet chips, it was just an experiment he wanted to do on the spur of the moment. It would be best if he could smoke Li Tai and the others well. It didn't matter if the smoke didn't work. He still had other tricks up his sleeve. This prescription. Brilliant, brilliant. After Li Zixuan put down the brush, Imperial Dr. Qin was the first to exclaim. However, some people didn't understand, so they asked, "Dr. Qin, how is this prescription so brilliant? It's obviously just some common herbs." Imperial Dr. Qin was embarrassed to say that the last part of the prescription was the stove soil. No matter how he looked at it, it was not reliable. Dr. Qin shook his head and said, "It's because it's just some common herbs. That's why the person who came up with this prescription is so brilliant. His medical skills have reached perfection. Everything in his hands can be used as medicine. This Qin is not as good as him. Dr. Qin, why don't you explain it to us? We can learn from it." When the doctors heard Dr. Qin's words, they couldn't help but feel itchy. Dr. Qin stroked his beard and said, "This prescription was written by Marquis Yong'an. Presumably, Marquis Yong'an is the most knowledgeable about this prescription. This old man will not show off in front of an expert." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Dr. Qin is too modest. For the same prescription, different doctors have different opinions. Why don't you tell me your opinion first, and then this young one will use my own opinion to compare with yours. For this young one, this is also a kind of improvement." Dr. Qin looked deeply at Li Zixuan. The admiration in his eyes became more and more intense. Talented but not arrogant. If this kind of young man can't have a meteoric rise, then it's really unreasonable. Since Marquis Yong'an insists, then this old man will show his incompetence. Dr. Qin was no longer modest. He thought for a while and said, "Ginger is very hot. It can warm the meridians and stop bleeding. It can also replenish the yang energy. Although Fructus cordialis is a little poisonous, ginger can suppress its toxicity. Moreover, Fructus cordialis itself can strengthen yang energy and stop diarrhea. It can also expel cold and relieve pain. Marquis Yong'an's first prescription can cure Wei Wang's illness by more than 30%. It can also replenish the lost energy in his body. This is really good. After replenishing the lost energy, the second prescription is even more powerful. It has the intention of following up the victory. Ginger warms the spleen and stomach. Cooked monkshood restores yang energy and relieves yang energy. And japonica rice relieves diarrhea and invigorates the spleen. This prescription combined with the first prescription can at least cure Wei Wang's cholera by more than 80%. As for the last prescription, this old man doesn't really understand the use of the hearth soil, so I won't comment on it. All the imperial physicians had a look of sudden realization. They didn't think that these ordinary things would have such a strong effect when put together. It seems like the more expensive something is, the better it is. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. Dr. Qin's grasp of the medicinal properties of these herbs is really admirable. As for the hearth soil, it is warm and heavy. It warms the stomach and relieves the vomiting. It is mainly used to treat the weak cold in the spleen and stomach, and vomiting caused by the lack of stomach qi. The main purpose of using it here is to strengthen the efficacy of the previous 2 prescriptions and completely cure Wei Wang's cholera. Dr. Qin's words just now were very correct. As long as one is well versed in medicine, anything can be used as medicine. As a doctor, one has the responsibility to treat the illness of the patient with the least cost. Of course, this is also the most important part of a doctor's ability. If one uses expensive herbs like ginseng and deer antler when they encounter an illness, how many people in the world can afford to treat the illness? Qin Ke, Chu Mo, and the others' cholera was caused by the water of Ba River. However, Ba River stretches for hundreds of li recently. Tens of thousands of people have drunk the water of Ba River. Before long, there will definitely be hundreds and thousands of cholera patients. As long as my 3 prescriptions are effective, we can use the least cost to pacify this cholera epidemic. At this moment, Li Er didn't have time to care about his son, who was suffocating in the room. His face had already become incomparably solemn. Good, 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 very good. What Li Zhanshi is worried about is very likely to happen. Although I have already instructed the county magistrates of the counties around Chang, and to inform the people not to directly drink the water of Ba River, it is hard to guarantee that there won't be patients who have already drunk the water and contracted cholera. If there is a cheap prescription that can allow ordinary people to treat and cure cholera, it will be a blessing for the people of Tang. Elder Wu, quickly go and get the medicine. Chapter 9:14. Wretch, stop burning. Stop King burning. Don't you think it stinks? Qin Ke, you have to control them. Chang Chumo covered his nose and shouted after he finished pooping in the room. You can't blame him for being unreasonable. The smell in the room was 2 King strong. He had never been to such a smelly place in his life. CK. Choax, your own poop is already so smelly, and you still have the cheek to criticize others? CK. It stinks. Li Tai was already suffocating from the smell. He covered his nose and mouth with one hand and fanned the air in front of him with the other. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't run, he would have run out of the room long ago. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tai felt that the blood in his body was about to be smelly. Today's encounter was likely to leave a deep shadow in his heart. I say, you two still have time to quarrel. Yamacho is just outside. Who would dare to disobey Yamacho's orders? I think we should save our energy. Sun Zifen leaned over on the bamboo bed and covered his nose as he spoke to the 2 quarreling men. Yuchi Baolin nodded and agreed. Yes. Yamacho is treating us. Qin Ke, Brother Choax, stop quarreling. Let's just get smelled a little more. Who knows, we might be cured. I'm still young and I don't want to die. Chang Chumo was amused by this idiot. Tisk, Baolin. Only you would believe that this is treating us. In my opinion, Yamacho is purposely torturing us. Who uses the toilet to treat people? Yuchi Baolin raised his head and thought for a moment. Then he retorted, Brother Chonyo, you're wrong. Why would the mountain leader torture us for no reason? He must be treating us. We just have to enjoy it. Enjoy? Chang Chumo's eyes widened even more. He pointed at Yuchi Baolin and said, Damn, Baolin. I just realized today that you're such a hardcore person. I'll send you a few baskets of used toilet paper later. You can put them under your bed and enjoy them. How about that? This fellow could only bully an honest man like Li Tai with his words. If he dared to bully Li Tai like that, Li Tai would definitely retaliate in kind. Bah! Brother Chonyo, the enjoyment I'm talking about is the enjoyment of the treatment process. Once I'm cured, I won't touch these toilet chips anymore. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly said. Have you noticed that the 5 of us haven't had diarrhea for a long time? Zhang Sun Chong, who had been lying on the side and enduring the stench for a long time, suddenly spoke. It was true. I haven't had diarrhea for half an hour. It seems like Yamacho's method is really effective. Yuchi Baolin replied with an excited expression. Chang Chumo rubbed his stomach and carefully recalled. He realized that it was just as Zhang Sun Chong said. He had been lying on the bed for nearly half an hour. But what he said just now was still ringing in his ears. How could he have the nerve to change his words now? He could only mutter, "Ha! Maybe our stomachs are empty and there's nothing left to poop?" Li Tai also felt that his body seemed to have regained some strength, but he wasn't very sure, so he didn't say anything. At this moment, he looked at the servant next to him who was adding toilet paper to the brazier. He then looked at the bamboo basket next to the servant and saw that the toilet paper inside was almost empty. He said, is this all that's left?" The servant had been in Prince Wei's mansion for so long, but perhaps he hadn't been questioned by Li Tai before. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little flattered. He hurriedly said, In reply to your highness, this is all that's left. This lowly one was afraid that you would find it smelly, so I burned it a little faster earlier." Li Tai's eyes turned and glanced at Chang Chumo. Then, he chuckled and said, "Go and help this prince bring some toilet paper from Chang Chumo's side. Continue to burn it, but don't burn it too quickly. Save it. This prince is not afraid of the stench." Compared to the terrible pain of almost pooping his intestines last night, Li Tai felt that this stench was still bearable. After all, he had to protect his chrysanthemum. The servant was a servant of Prince Wei's mansion. Of course, he had to listen to Li Tai. At this moment, he hurriedly replied, "Yes, your highness." After saying that, he got up and walked over to Chang Chumo's side. However, Chang Chumo couldn't stand it. This fellow almost jumped up. He pointed at Li Tai and said angrily, F***CK. Ching K. Don't go too far. These toilet paper tokens were given to me. What right do you have to ask someone to take them from me? He wasn't stupid. Although he didn't admit it, he knew in his heart that the toilet paper tokens could improve his condition. At this time, how could he give away his portion of the toilet paper tokens? Li Tai said with a smile, "Chumo, didn't you just say that it was too smelly and asked people to stop burning the toilet paper tokens? Aren't I helping you?" Chang Chumo immediately shouted, "Get lost. I don't need your help. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch my toilet paper tokens. Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" It was the servant of the Prince Wei's mansion who had helped him add the toilet paper tokens to the servant that Li Tai had ordered just now. Chang Chumo was anxious and wanted to get out of bed to stop it. However, his whole body was weak and his speed was slower by a few beats. He could only watch helplessly as half of his life-saving toilet paper tokens were taken away. "Haha, Chonyo, we are brothers in any case. Don't be so stingy. You see, I only let them take more than 30%. You still have a lot left." Li Tai smiled and comforted him. Chang Chumo said indignantly, F***CK. Ching K. What you did was not right. There are so many people in the room and you didn't rob. Why did you have to rob me? Look at Sun Ziffin's basket. Isn't there still so much left? F***CK. Chang Chumo, shut up. Li Zishuan, who was outside the room instructing the servants to decoct the medicine, naturally did not know that these idiots in the room had begun to act out a shocking show of stealing toilet paper tokens. The servants of the Prince Wei's mansion were very efficient. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had bought the herbs that he wanted. However, he did not manage to buy the hearth soil. How would the pharmacies of this era sell this stuff? However, this was not a problem for Li Zishuan. He personally brought Wu Zishuan to the kitchen of the Prince Wei's mansion and dug out a piece of yellow soil from the bottom of the hearth. He used a knife to remove the black soil and impurities, then handed it to the kitchen manager to decoct the medicine. "Wu Zishuan, I have already explained the decoction method to you. You stay here and keep an eye on it. I will go back to the backyard to check on Ching K and the others." Li Zishuan was worried about Li Tai and the others who were being suffocated by feces, so he instructed, Marquis, don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Wu Zishuan nodded and replied. Only then did Li Zishuan turn around and leave, walking towards the rear courtyard.